Open Public Meeting Act, the Highland Park Board of Education has given adequate notice of this meeting by having published the time, date, and place of this meeting in the Home News Tribune and has posted notice of this meeting at Bartle School, 435 Mansfield Street, Highland Park, New Jersey. Linda, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Versa?
Here.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Here.
Ms. Bull?
Here.
Mr. Marusti?
Here.
Mr. Dietz?
Here.
Mr. Ross?
Here.
Ms. Scherber?
Here.
Mr. Sherman? Mr. Wharton?
Here. If I could ask you all to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes of April 7, 2014 regular public and executive session and the March 24, 2014 revised executive session minutes?
So moved.
Second. Is there any discussion about either of those? Linda, roll call, please.
Ms. Versa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Marusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Wharton?
Yes. Linda, were there any communications?
The board received numerous emails since the last meeting on various topics, including budget and other. I was asked to just, do you want me to do this now? Okay. I was asked to just give a brief tally on the cost to the district to date of various OPA requests. We have incurred a lot of legal fees. I did not receive the billing for February yet, or March. I did look. So to date, between in-house staff and legal fees, we've spent $11,407.
How much?
$11,407. That is only up to January's legal fee. The legal so far was $4,028 of that. But we are keeping a running tally of those costs.
Okay, good. Thank you. Tim?
Start with the student update.
AP exams will be beginning next week. The DECA Club will be leaving Friday for the national conference. Students are also concerned about the absence of Dr. Williams and who will be his replacement. Also, they would like to know more information about who is currently running the high school. In addition to that, there was huge success with the Global Awareness Group in celebrating Earth Day this Sunday. This whole project was 100% student-run, and there were many different activities and games that the students organized in order to educate the community more on different things like the animals in our community, pollution, how things are harming the environment, and different easy steps they could take to making an impact. And it was very impressive, and the students were really able to use the different research they had and make this a success.
Today we surveyed the school on the possible schedule change, and I'd like to read you the results. So we received a total of 161 surveys back from the school. So we asked, do you want the schedule to change? And 88% said no, and 12% said yes. When we asked, would you be interested in longer class periods, 89% said no, and 11% said yes. When we asked, does the current schedule seem effective to you, 22% said no, and 78% said yes. When we asked, would you be interested in taking more than 8 courses during the school year, 69% said no, and 31% said yes. When we asked, have you experienced scheduling issues with the current system, 80% said no, and 20% said yes. And when we asked, would you like to take certain classes that aren't currently offered at Highland Park High School, 25% said no, and 75% said yes. And I have copies of this, so I'll pass those out.
Can you just tell us where did the questions come from? Who conducted the surveys?
So I wrote these questions myself.
Okay.
And then I got them approved by Mr. Soto, and then I guess the vice principal administered them during homeroom today.
Okay.
But
Was it online or was it? How?
it was passed out.
It was passed out.
Yeah. But if it would be all right, I'd like to read some comments that students left on
Sure.
it too. So one student said, the new schedule would be very detrimental to student growth, especially double time periods for only one semester. Information would be too difficult to retain. I greatly appreciate the flexibility and effectiveness of the current schedule and abhor any potential schedule changes. Another student said, I would like to take certain courses that aren't offered at Highland Park High School, but the schedule does not need to change for this to happen. Another student said, if the periods are longer, there will be less periods per day, which is good for the homework load, which we all know is too large. And like 5 or 6 students said, people who participate in varsity sports should have an optional gym. And then also another student said, people who don't want to learn and succeed will not pass. It's their choice to be educated or fail every assignment. There are many people that are doing amazing with the schedule. So I get the general feeling that students don't really want to change the schedule.
Did they have a thought of how the schedule was going to change?
I included like a short intro that the board was thinking of changing the schedule, and among their thoughts was a schedule that would lengthen the class period, but nothing was set in stone yet.
Maybe once we flesh out what we're going to do with the schedule a little bit more, we could re-administer the survey and use this one as a baseline to see where we are a few months from now with more information provided to the students.
Okay. But I'll pass these out.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Thank
And
you.
just to be clear, it was just the high school, is that right?
Yeah, it's just nice.
This is great, thank you.
Could we turn this speaker around since we've got,
Should we maybe think about going back to the divider and...
I think this is probably the last meeting where we'll
Yeah,
have
I
something
mean-
like this.
Okay. Solves a lot of problems to do that, I think.
I know Dan agonizes over it before every meeting.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Check, check. I think we're okay.
Okay, so this is part 5, I guess, of the...
Hold on, just one quick question. How many students participated in the survey? The number wasn't on. 160, okay, thank you.
Going into our budget presentation, this is following up on Thursday's meeting. There was a number of discussion points, starting with, there was a number of comments about the central office and wanting specifics as far as the reorganization. So if you look at the 13-14 budget, you can see that there were 7 positions that have been eliminated: the literacy coaches, secretary, director of guidance, supervisor of math and science, and the 2 Title I coordinators. And this would be going into the 14-15 budget, where the 2 new ones that would appear are the assistant superintendent of operations and project manager.
So you're saying those are positions that have already been eliminated? All of those?
I'm saying these are positions that we've talked about as far as the reorganization that have been eliminated out of last year's budget or are not slated for next year. And we had talked about this with the Title I coordinators.
But that has already happened, or that is happening?
That is part of this movement into this year, that instead of having 2 people for Title I coordinators.
So now there's no people for Title I coordinators, or there's
Correct.
one, or there's...
It's absorbed into the rest of the district office duties.
Okay.
So you mean one of the assistant superintendents is in charge of Title I? Or?
No.
Well, there's 2 components. There's the planning, which goes under curriculum and instruction, and then there's the management of the grant, which is the project manager.
When you say added 2 positions budgeted for 2014-15, those aren't really additions, are they?
Well, if you
For the
cut
budget?
7 and you add 2, I mean, there's,
But, well,
They're new positions.
But they weren't budgeted in the 2013-14 budget.
Correct.
Those were added on by this board in the middle of the year.
the project manager, that's the data analyst project manager position.
Correct.
And that's been in place since when?
what I'm saying is that this is reflective of the 13-14
Right.
budget. So if you look at the positions up top were in the 13-14 budget. Okay, they are not in the 14-15 budget. And you look at the 2 positions below, those are the 2 positions that are added in place of those 7 positions.
Okay, but that, I guess my question though is that the assistant superintendent of operations, you're calling that a new position, I didn't realize that that was a new position. I thought we've always had an assistant superintendent.
You did. It was, the old position was technically a curriculum instruction position. There were dual duties, but it was, there wasn't a lot of clarity as far as what duties they did, because there was a lot of operations, and then you had the supervisor of math and science that did that as well. So you basically had two curriculum people, and then the carryover, there was the assistant superintendent also did operations.
Right.
And that, a lot of that is based on the split coding within the,
So, I mean, just to be clear, though, on this, the assistants, for as long as I've been a board member, we have had a superintendent and an assistant superintendent.
One.
We've had those two positions. And in the recent past, with the curriculum leadership changes that we've made, we created a title called Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum, correct? Is that right?
yes.
So, I guess that's why
So there was one position that had that title, okay? The duties are split. Now we have, although we had multiple people doing those jobs before, now we have fewer people, but now we've designated them specifically. Operations, curriculum.
Okay.
So, and before we had math science supervisors who did many of the curricular parts of the assistant superintendent job.
Okay.
I'm with Greg here. I'm confused that it may be a new title, but not necessarily a new position. Like, there's not a new expense. The expense always existed.
For the last 8 months or so.
I think if you look at this in terms of the 2013-14 budget, that those two positions were not in the 13-14 budget.
Tim,
The position of the math science supervisor was, and the position of assistant superintendent was, and so those two positions were broken out into assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction and assistant superintendent for operations.
Exactly. And Tim, are you talking purely for coding? These are the codes that go in the budget.
And the reason that I listed as a superintendent of operations
Right.
is because the other one was coded curriculum instruction.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, have we officially changed the job title for the data analyst project manager? Because it was, I mean, it's on the books as data analyst project manager, no?
Yes. We haven't changed the name.
Okay. But I think that's where part of people's confusion is coming in. Before, the title was data analyst / project manager. The data analyst part came first. Now we seem to have dropped that, and we're calling it project manager, so.
It's the same position.
Okay, but it's not being written as the same position is my point. A title helps people understand which position we're talking about. And I do want to go back to the Title I coordinators for a minute, because I'm still not clear, and I'd like to be clear. Are these positions that have already been eliminated or will be eliminated? As of today's date, have we already eliminated the positions, or we're eliminating them after today? And forgive me if other people understand, and
For
it's
the
just me.
last number of board meetings that we've been talking about this, that was discussed as they were being eliminated. They were not going into next year's budget.
Is it part of one of those 6, or was this part of the staffing inefficiencies?
This was part of the reorganization that we talked. We didn't actually have that breakdown because that's not a reduction of, this is a reduction within the district office, not a reduction as far as savings.
Okay, so it's not including a savings because those people are going to be moved into other positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So at the last meeting, we had talked about going to having a single principal and then an administrator in each position. We tried to define that a little bit further by making it assistant principal / athletic director, and then the assistant principal, and having one that was 12 months and one that was 10 months.
Can we ask questions about this, or?
Yes.
Yes? So there was a recommendation of having a middle school principal, a high school principal, and no assistant principal.
Yeah,
And I think I would be in favor of that, because I really want the middle school to be a middle school.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think on the slides that we were shown previous to this, it was 2 10-month positions, not a 12 and a 10.
Correct.
Okay. So is this now another proposal, like an interim proposal?
This is based on what was talked about before, the fact that we were looking at rolling administrative duties into administrative positions. And so Again, this is just a mock-up of that. I know that there's been a lot of conversation, and I'm expecting a lot of conversation right now as
Right.
far as what we're moving forward with.
I would tend to agree very much with Claire. I think while we may be just talking about a name or a title, I think it would be appropriate for the person in charge of the middle school to have the title of principal.
I mean, my sense is, I think that this is a better arrangement, having 6 through 12 in one building with a small number of students that we have. I think that's very doable. Working in a large high school, the principal can certainly manage that number of students. There are questions about, the community raised questions about the middle school maintaining its character as a separate building, and I think that that's an important thing for the administration to ensure moving forward, if this is the plan that we decide to move forward with. The guidance from the superintendent's office really should be that the assistant principal is the first level go-to person for any issues that are related to the middle school. And so you have someone with a principal certification who is in the position 10 months out of the year during the school year, who is the go-to person for the middle school. Overseeing that, you have a high school, middle school principal who's overseeing 7 grades.
Right.
With 7 grades of coverage, you're talking about a very good opportunity to articulate curriculum changes, staff development, all sorts of programs and processes that are really continuous from 6 to 12, rather than having it be, 2 principals that are sort of, battling in some way or, having to collaborate in some other way. You have one person who is articulating that kind of development from 6 to 12. The fact that we're in one building, I think, helps a lot for this particular process. And I think that this also allows us the ability to roll that athletic director position into an assistant principal position. If we don't do that, then we've got to figure out another way to, to staff that position and have someone, perform the athletic director duties.
Well, so one thing I want to make clear is that under what Claire said, and I agreed with, and what you said, I think we are both in agreement that no matter what happens, there will be a divided middle school and high school. I don't think the two shall not meet under any plan, and I don't think that part is in question. I want to be clear about that. I just think a principal brings the authority that I think that a specific middle school needs in terms of discipline, in terms of responsibility as an educational leader of the building, and under what I would suggest is to not have a third administrator and only have those 2, and stipend out positions that, if needed, we would do.
What's the effect of having 2 administrators on evaluations and the other kinds of mandates and things like that are needed?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, again, I think that when we were talking about having 3 administrators and this kind of setup, you're talking about the fact that if you did eliminate one, you're increasing the evaluations for each one of those by whatever was left, whatever was being done by the assistant principal in that building. So you have an increase as far as the evaluations. I think I'm more concerned with the day-to-day operations. And when you're talking about who's doing discipline and who's doing the management functions, the intention of this kind of model is to free up the principal to do the educational planning within the building to make sure that there's alignment, as opposed to doing management. If you go with a high school principal and a middle school principal only, and they don't have an assistant, that means every piece of discipline, every management issue, then falls to those principals.
Well, and not under what I was saying.
The intent is that if you're going to have an instructional leader within the building, that's the role that the principal plays, and that the people that oversee management and day-to-day operations are the assistant principals, are the people that make sure that they're focused on management. Instructional leadership is the responsibility of the principal.
I think that's great, and that's what I would expect from our principals. The one part that I think can be outsourced to a teacher in terms of a stipend position is the discipline part, where we make a head teacher a dean or some sort of pseudo administrator who handles discipline to execute that part of the administrative duty.
But a dean would be a full-time position.
No, it's a stipend position. It's
I work in a building where there are 4 deans, and you're talking about, you know, it's a little more than a quarter of the population of the building. It's about a third of the population of the building that I work in. There are 4 deans, and they work full-time doing discipline and, you know, student development and programs and those kinds of things.
So we had deans when I was in high school, and I may or may not have seen them from time to time, but they were, I believe they had a reduced load teaching, a reduced teaching load.
I remember as...
Here's your mic.
Yeah.
But a few years back, we did
Jerry.
have that, but I also don't think that, from my experience and other parents at the time...
Jerry, I think your mic's off.
I'm not...
No, she's not talking about that.
Just get up closer to the mic.
Yes, sir. From my experience and other parents' experience, at that time, I'm just recalling that actually that situation didn't really work so great.
You know,
With the dean, I mean, so now so were you thinking out of this, just 2 principals and then no vice principal at all?
Yes, that is what I was thinking.
Just for the sake of backing up a little bit, right now, we have 2 principal positions, full-time principal positions, and we have 1 full-time 12-month assistant principal position, which is shared equally between the middle school and the high school. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the way that it works. I mean, I think that, you know, the thought process of trying to figure out what the right thing is to do, there's a starting point of the status quo, and is the status quo where we want to be at, or do we want to change things, and do we want to try to find some savings, and do we want to find opportunities to do things a little bit better? Personally, I mean, I would like to see us keep it kind of the same. I'd like to have some flexibility in the coming year to be able to make a change to the schools if we needed to. Merging the 2 schools under 1 administrative umbrella, maybe just a little bit of paperwork, but it is a naming change that I don't think is the kind of thing that we could just switch back on a dime if we feel like it's not working very well. I guess we could, but that doesn't feel like the kind of change we should be doing willy-nilly. So on the one hand, I'm willing to try something that seems like it could do something better for the district. So what you said, Dan, the idea of having a single educational leader in the district who could provide continuity from grade 6 through grade 12 on the educational leadership, I actually think that's one of the most compelling arguments for merging the the schools together. Forgetting about the cost savings, I mean, the way I'm looking at it is the current system is 2 principals and 1 assistant principal. The new system is 1 principal and 2 assistants. There's savings there because of the levels of the positions, but you're still talking about a relatively consistent number of bodies. I like to have that consistent number of bodies. I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of saying if we're going to make cuts to the administration, let's go and just have 2 principals and no assistant principals. I don't buy into that one as an effective way to make cuts. So I'm not exactly sure what the right answer is, but this is just me trying to think out loud. I personally kind of like the idea of holding on to what we have because we can make a decision a year from now if we need to make a change. We have a hard decision tonight to make with respect to the budget. Anything that we hold status quo ends up keeping the budget closer to that 8.33 number instead of reducing it some. So we have to be careful about what we choose to not cut as opposed to what we choose to cut. So I think that's something we have to keep in mind. But I think if I had to choose between the 2, and then I'll stop talking, I would prefer 2 principals and 1 assistant principal, but if I had to choose between 2 principals and no assistant versus 1 principal and 2 assistants, give me the 1 principal and the 2 assistants, especially for the reasons that Dan articulated. I think that's a big deal.
Just so you said, you know, I think maybe you misspoke. You said we were talking about merging the schools. We're not talking about merging the schools. The schools will remain separate.
They would be, the way I understand it though, they'd be 1 administrative unit. And so the name of the school, from the state's perspective, the way it was, I understood it, is middle school, high school. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the name hasn't been something that
Let's talk about,
Well, the name, but it's going to be middle school, high school. I mean, it's going to be one administrative entity, correct?
But the operations will remain the same. 'cause
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Sure.
But it's still okay. All right.
Just for a refresher, we're talking about projected savings. By realigning the structure, we're looking at projected savings of about $140,000, which equates to about 0.5%, somewhere close to that.
This gives us 140.
This gives us the 140.
Even with adding that as a 12-month position? Because before it was 210.
It's a little bit less because you can see it went from 10 to 12 months to include the
Because one of my concerns with the 10 was, what kind of, does that limit your candidate pool? Does that lower the quality of your candidate pool if you're looking for a 10-month administrator versus a 12-month administrator? I typically think of administrative positions as more 12-month, higher-paid positions, so if you're offering less, do you get less?
I think there are probably a lot of talented people who are looking for 10-month assistant principal positions.
Dan seems to be looking at someone in particular.
I'm not
So in any case, we're talking about 0.4, right? It's about it's a little under 0.5% savings by this plan as opposed to maintaining status quo, which I think, as Greg mentioned, is probably an important consideration.
Yeah.
And after the public concern and asking other folks in education in other districts, and just as you expressed, Dan, in terms of alternate structures, the structure that they came out in favor of was the one principal with the two assistants rather than the inverse, two principals. For everything you expressed. Running the day-to-day would be too arduous process. Also, if we could maintain the status quo, and with you, Greg, I like that idea. However, we are at a natural point with the resignation where we get to take advantage of a potential saving and a restructure. If we try it for a year, it's doing a disservice to anyone that we bring into that position, knowing that we may be making that change within the year. So that doesn't feel comfortable either. So that said, and also in asking around the community, again with the concerns, a lot of the concerns that were raised, I think occurred, and correct me if I'm wrong, but occurred at a point in time where there wasn't the physical separation that we currently have within the middle school and high school.
I have no fear.
That's correct.
I have no fear from this plan or the other plan we're talking about, that there will not continue to be that separation. That is here to stay. That's not planning on changing, and there's nothing one person, we're not planning on making one person change that mentality of the district.
So I have a simple question. So who runs faculty meetings?
Yeah, you would run this as a single unit, or again, I mean, right now you have faculty meetings that are just for management, and the movement has been more towards, PLCs or professional development. And the goal for next year is to use as much time as we can, very little on management and more on using it for PLC and for professional development.
So the principal would run those?
I mean, again, it depends on the circumstance, but, we don't want to have faculty meetings where they're discussing management. We want to have educational opportunities for staff as well, where they're either collaborating with peers or we're giving them something that's going to improve their practice.
And I think the other idea is, there are many places where assistant principals do run faculty meetings for small groups of staff. We have a cohort structure in Piscataway, and there are assistant principals that run meetings with joint departments. So you would have principals running, full faculty meetings. You would also have assistant principals potentially running, middle school specific or high school specific meetings. You could also have assistant superintendents running things depending on,
It sounds like your question, though, is are we going to have now faculty meetings that are now middle school, high school, or are we going to maintain ones that are separate, kind of part of the integrity of maintaining separate schools, or is that?
Well, look, who's really in charge? So the 10-month, I imagine the assistant principal, that 10-month would be the middle school? Would be in charge of the middle school? Is that what we're saying?
We didn't define them.
Okay, so one of those assistant principals would be in charge of the middle school, and one of them would be in charge of the high school, except the other principal would be in charge of everybody.
I think that's...
It just sounds a little... to me, I'll honestly say, I don't see why we need 3 administrators there. And if we did need 3, I don't know why we can't have 2 separate principals.
And I have a concern about not defining who is in charge of the middle school and who is not, because especially over the summer, if the parents are interacting with one person during the school year, they want to be able to continue that continuity of contact throughout the summer when needed.
Well,
I also don't think it...
But here's what I'm saying. You have a designated assistant principal. Now, I would, where I'm saying we haven't designated, if you're asking me how would I want it, and again, since this is a conversation about what we're doing, what I would say is that you would put the 12-month position, the athletic director and assistant principal in the middle school.
You have a 12-month in the middle
And so
school.
you have a 12-month,
Right.
and then you have the 10-month at support. And again, the reason for that is more of the management and, making sure that, again, that the duties with fewer students, you're going to assume that there's a lighter load coming from that assistant principal.
But we have an assistant principal in charge of curriculum, right?
Yes.
So
Assistant superintendent?
Yeah, I'm sorry, an assistant superintendent in charge of curriculum. So can't part of her duties be to make vertical alignment in the content areas?
It is. I mean,
Okay.
that's every, the alignment of all of our educational practices, it doesn't fall just to that one person. But you're talking about planning, and you're talking about overseeing implementation on a daily basis, and that's where the role of the principal comes in, is that they're doing walkthroughs, they're doing evaluations, they're providing feedback to staff, and that they're having those conversations on a daily basis to make sure that the curriculum is being followed with fidelity and that it's being implemented appropriately.
But I don't see why that can't happen between 2 principals.
I think the reason that, I would veer away from that is the fact that, when you have things like discipline or other management things that are the priority of an individual, then that's the priority. And so the instructional leadership becomes secondary. And I think when there's one administrator in the building, and that would be the principal in the case that you're talking about of having one in each, that suffers. And I think that, again, if the priority for the principal is instructional leadership, that having somebody taking care of those management issues frees them up to do the job to be that instructional leader. And it's not that, I mean, right now, we are sharing that. You currently have that within that situation. I think that, from the conversations I've had with the principals, the management seeps into the other tasks because something comes up and people are running to you for all of those different issues, and it takes you away from the core mission, which is not the management of the operation, but the instructional practice.
So couldn't you have an operational manager? You know what I'm saying? I just don't see why we can't have 2 principals.
We can certainly have 2 principals, Claire. It's just a question of, what's the most efficient thing to do? What's the most effective thing to do? We have to have this conversation within the context of the budget, which is,
I understand.
And so that's
understand. And I don't want to pay 8.3% more taxes.
Claire. And so the question then becomes, which of these 2 options is the one that we take, right? And that's why we're having this discussion. That's why there's public comment before we make any final decisions.
Thank you. I do understand that. I've understood that from the beginning. My real question is, I'm much more in favor of a principal and a principal. I think we could have a athletic director / dean if we need to, but I really think there needs to be a principal for all the reasons that people have stated. Now, if that means the principals are going to get weighed down with discipline, then hire somebody to be in charge of discipline.
But that person then won't be able to do observations or any other administrative tasks. If you have an assistant principal, you have someone who's got a principal certification, who can provide coverage, do all of the things that a principal does, right? I mean, you work in a school, you understand the difference between the administrative roles and the roles of a dean, for example. And especially given the paradigm of, the way that the teacher evaluation process is this year, and all the other sort of administrative coordination kinds of things that are happening.
Are you saying having 2 principals and then two deans, or you're saying have one dean that currently that would go through the building the same way the assistant principal does?
Yeah. I mean, if discipline is such a time, I'm just surprised if we have that many discipline
There is a lot of discipline in this district.
Okay, so I'm very surprised and a little saddened that we have so many discipline issues, because we shouldn't. But that's a different conversation. I'm not convinced, is all I can say. I'm not convinced. So I wouldn't vote for this.
See, I believe under the two principles that there is too much for the two of them to do on their own. And I can totally concede that we would have to stipend out positions, or some stipend positions, to fulfill them. I just personally think that that is sufficient if we are able to have a clear indicator of who is the principal and the educational leader of the individual school, and not the school as a whole.
Catherine, you have any thoughts on this? Sorry.
I'm conflicted. I can understand when people talk about wanting the middle school to stay the same as a kind of whole place with its own principle. But I think that, because a lot of it depends on the people who are in the position. I think
that's the understatement of the year.
So I can see it working if you have somebody who's dedicated to each school. But as I say, I can't figure out this one. I am very aware that $140,000 will help us immensely in bringing down the tax levy burden, however.
Yeah, I agree. This is a really hard one. I feel like I'm vacillating on this one. I go back and forth between going, no, it doesn't make sense. Yes, it doesn't make sense. So it's very hard to wrap my brain around. But I've been very moved by the public comment specifically, I think on this one almost more than any other, about people's really passionate feeling that the middle school especially is working well, functioning well, and that they don't want to risk that. And I feel like I'm very sensitive to that.
Yep. I think we might want to continue with the presentation and have this conversation when we think of the budget in greater detail. Does that sound good to everybody?
I will say the added 2 months in that one position helps soften it a little bit for me, because the two 10-month positions were deeply concerning to me. Changing one of those to a 12-month softens that blow a little.
It is conflicting, and both scenarios make sense, but is a lot of it the point of that there's just, people are thinking that if we had the one principal, the middle school's not going to be lost, it's not going to be, abandoned, there's still going to be a designated person there. So is it so much that there wouldn't be a designated person there or position there?
Title sometimes. They mean something. They mean something.
Well, that's what it is. Is it a title thing, or is it?
For me, it's not a job responsibility thing or a duties or a pedagogy thing. It is purely, I guess, a title, and out of respect for that position and what goes with the title.
Right. So is there a title between principal and assistant superintendent?
What did you say?
Is there a title between principal and assistant superintendent? So the person who's over the two schools, the people over the individual schools are principals, but then there's some other name for the person who's the combined.
Like supervisor?
No, I'm kind of serious. Like, is there some structure that we could create where it's still, this is principal so-and-so and this is principal so-and-so, and then this is, the joint person.
That sounds like a good title.
The schools are separate. We're going to make sure we keep them separate. That's going to all be the same. And I think if there's people in these positions that are dedicated and are there for the school and for the children, we're going to have somebody to go to on a permanent basis.
If you don't trust me, I'll budget for a security guard or a wall or something to ensure that they continue to maintain separate. I don't think that that's up for discussion.
But I think that this is being lost on the title. You could call him principal, and you just leave off the assistant. But from a actual jobs duty, what they're actually going to be doing is going to be the role of assistant principal. That's the management component of it. So, I mean, again, the titles are, I think, less important than the work that has to be done.
Right.
And so when we're talking about how you set that up, and then again, what the cost is that's involved. The difference between assistant principal and principal is a monetary amount. You're talking about that there's a financial impact based on that, and this is the reason that we're having this discussion at this point, right? Is about how it is that we reduce the budget and how it is that we're more efficient. And so, again, I mean, I understand that the title can be seen as important, but the larger picture is really the responsibilities that they have.
One of the
And I
things
would
that
think with 700 kids in a school, it's still not that hard to know who your principal is. Like, there's still that relationship will still be there.
So in terms of the two different plans, do we have an idea of how much they would cost, or if two principals versus one principal, what the cost savings could be, or how much it would cost to do that?
I mean, if we were going to cost out the difference and just have two principals, you'd have to make an adjustment. This was based on the last conversation that we had. Again, I added in the athletic director component for the 12 months, so that was a change to make sure that all of the duties were covered. But
Well, we didn't,
approximately.
as far as what a principal would cost.
Well, if we change
Versus
if we change this to keeping the athletic director as in the current role, a principal and a principal, no assistant principal, what are we talking still about a cost savings, or is it going to cost us more? I think that's important to know before we're fully make the decision moving forward.
Well, yes, I would imagine that a principal would cost more than a assistant principal.
Right, but you're also losing an assistant. In the scenario we're discussing, you're losing an assistant and just gaining a principal.
Right, so there is a cost factor, there would be an increase there.
Well, the question.
Thank you. This is
the question is if we're simply evaluating the difference of two principals and no assistant principal compared to one principal with two assistant principals, we need to understand the cost difference so that we can have a sense of what and we need to understand that. But one of the questions I was going to ask, and this just goes back to this particular sketch you have up here, all things being equal, if we were imagining a perfect budget increase of just 2% and no need to have to go over the waivers, is this something that we should be considering absent a concern for reducing the budget? I mean, I've been vacillating on this since before Thursday last week. I've been vacillating on it even more since Thursday of last week, trying to figure out what the right thing is to do. There's a part of me that wants to leave everything alone and let the school have it, just keep the positions the way they are. But Dan tonight says I'll blame it all on you, Dan, when I
He's gonna love that.
Say this. The idea that you would have a principal administrator, a principal that covers the two schools and that provides curriculum continuity in the two schools for those 6 grades, or is it 7 grades, whatever, 6 through 12. I think that's really compelling. And with the added proviso that we're not talking about commingling the children, if commingling can be used when you talk about people. Mm-hmm. We're talking about keeping the children completely separate from each other, and conceptually, from what I understand, the proposal says that at the operational level, our children, especially next year, because it would be such a new thing, they shouldn't notice the difference. No one should notice the difference. It's just a question of how we're staffing the offices. Does this put us in a better position for creating better curriculum? And I think that's a more interesting question than the cost difference, because that might be the thing that really makes the decision for us more than can we save a couple of bucks.
I mean, just if you're looking at a rough calculation of what we have in the budget right now, you would be talking about going from, if you had your two principals as they currently stand, the comparison to that model is roughly, it would be $25,000 less just to have two principals.
Less savings or less from the budget?
It would be,
Cost savings. Cost savings,
correct.
So the slide from the presentation before of 144,000 in savings from the building reorganization, that reflects what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
No, because now we're up to 12 months.
But it's off by a few $1,000s.
But I guess my point is when you're talking about going from 3 administrators where 2 are assistant principals to having 2 principals, the difference, the cost savings there is going to be approximately $25,000.
So instead of like 144, 120, somewhere around there.
Right.
Is that a fair assessment? So the savings would be 120?
Are we going up or down? Is it
No.
From having two principals.
Having 2 principals
Yes.
is more cost-effective
Okay.
by $25,000 approximately.
So you're going
But that doesn't take into
170.
account, that doesn't take,
Tim,
well,
can you say how you got that?
Well, because right now, when you're looking at the salaries that we're paying the 2 principals, that's roughly $260,000, and when you're looking at what was budgeted this year for next year having a single principal and then the 2 principals on top of that, that was based, actually, you know what, I didn't include the calculation for the 2 months. That was the 10 months and 10 months. That was a $25,000 difference.
so it's just a little bit less of a savings.
So it would be $40,000 or so,
No, it's going to be,
right? It would be about 15 extra for
Yeah.
the 2 months plus the athletic director position.
But I'm conceding in the 2 principal model that we would have to spend some money on stipend positions.
So then we're back where we started.
No, I don't think we're back where we started, but I am conceding that I don't want to be under any.
So, I mean, the budgeted amount with the new number that was put in was an $18,000 difference.
Okay.
So it would be an additional
43.
33 savings, okay.
Yeah.
Then the question becomes whether that role can be successful,
Right.
with that structure.
And I think Greg's question is a great question. I think the inquiry, Greg is invisible, the inquiry is really about what the best decision is for the students of the district, right? What's the best structure. So if we believe as a board and with public feedback that 2 principals and 1 assistant principal is the best structure, then that's the decision that we should make, understanding, of course, that that is less cost effective, right? Because that's the thing that we balance. If we think that this is something that could be equally as effective, then we make this decision because it is more cost effective and equally as effective within the classrooms. If we think this is less effective, then there's that balancing question of, is it worth it to save the money for a system that is not as effective for the students? And I mean, my answer to that would be no.
Right.
But I think I think those are sort of the parameters. I really think that 3 administrators is probably the best position for us to be in. Working in a school, understanding the constructs of what it actually takes to be an administrator. The evaluations alone take a tremendous amount of man hours, and moving to a 2 principal position kind of setup without having a separate dean or even 2 deans, I think that the principal would really be tied up with discipline a lot of the time. And you've got the discipline, you've got the day-to-day operations, but I think we do want people to be involved in curriculum. We want them to be involved in teacher leadership. We want them to be educational leaders because that's really the ideal role for an assistant principal. And diminishing that down from 3 to 2, I think has a negative effect on that. That would be my perspective. So the question, is, first of all, as a board, are we comfortable with keeping 3 administrators? I feel like we need to move forward with the discussion. So we have 3 options. One of our options is 2 principals. And I guess positions would be stipended for athletic director. I would be interested in adding a dean position if we were doing that. That would be one option. The second option would be the option that's on the board or on the projection as a joint principal with 2 assistant principals. And then the third option would be status quo, maybe a 10-month assistant principal instead of a 12-month assistant principal or something like that, but with 2 principals.
Dan, can you kind of flesh out for me your idea of a dean and what that would mean?
Sure. So a dean would be a non-administrator who would be paid on the teacher salary guide to handle discipline and student issues. So the
As
deans,
you're envisioning that a full-time position or a stipend?
this would be
or-
the discussion. For 7 grades, you would probably want someone who's doing that full-time. That person would be involved in mentoring programs for students who are having, difficulties with discipline or with their classes or other kinds of things. That would also be the person who would be the first level responder for discipline issues and doing investigations, that kind of thing. That person is a teacher, though, not an administrator.
Can't do evaluations.
Can't do evaluations. Doesn't have a principal certification for coverage. Can't sign off on other things like that.
Yeah.
So you're saying, just so we have principal, 2 assistants, dean.
No, he's saying
No.
under the model that.
Under
the dual principals.
Yeah.
Under the dual principals.
You could either
Gotcha.
have
dual principals.
You could either have
dean.
assistant principal, which is status
Okay.
quo, or you could have dean, or even 2 deans.
Yeah.
Not
Right.
a lot less, but slightly less.
Do we know who handles the discipline now in the middle school and the high school?
The assistant principal.
Yeah, mostly vice principal.
But is that true? Do we know that?
So the assistant principal does it, and then on the days that the assistant principal is in the other building, or depending on, then the principal also handles it. And so, again, this recommendation came out of having a clarity of roles, making sure that people understood what their responsibilities are. And one of the other benefits that we haven't really talked about is that you're also then building capacity within the administrative ranks. You are then, building capacity where you can then hire within, and you have those people that are learning the system and having those stepping stones to move up.
Would you say building capacity, you mean that you're creating promotional opportunities?
Yes.
You're saying that there's growth opportunities
Correct.
when people move on, that type of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll hear from some middle school and high school teachers and other staff tonight to hear what they think, because I'm not convinced, so hopefully you'll speak so we can hear what you think.
So can we boil it down to 2 options?
I do think we need 3 administrators.
Okay.
That's one. So I think what I'm hearing is that Claire and I are outvoted. I said what I'm feeling is that Claire and I are outvoted.
On 2 administrators, you mean?
We're not strictly voting until after the next session of the public.
No. We're just,
This is just a discussion right now.
But it seems like the tide is not.
And coming back to your point earlier, not to negate 0.3%, I know, but we're probably agonizing over about 0.2 or 0.3%.
that's okay.
Right, and not to, that can be significant to members of the community, but we may want to look at that in the context of everything. So before we kind of align and draw lines, I'd like to hear
Why don't you draw the 2 and then
concepts.
we'll move from there.
What do you want me to do?
Draw where we are and finalize the proposals. We have 2 proposals really on the table that we're really considering.
Okay, so is everybody okay with that? Greg, Darcy, Ann? Yeah? So we've got 2 perspectives, and obviously we welcome your public comment on it. We've got the status quo, which is 2 principals, a principal in the middle school and a principal in the high school, and 1 assistant principal, which would cover both buildings. And we've got the reorganization that is on the board, which is a high school, middle school principal, and 2 assistant principals, as is stated there. The potential difference in cost between those 2 options, do we have some sense of that?
From status quo to?
Yeah, to this.
Yeah, that's the number I
It's
gave you.
140. It's
No.
140. Status quo.
Well, no, because that didn't adjust for the 12-month.
So like
Right, but it's only 20. It's only
122, 122 or
Right, so
so,
120.
125.
Shouldn't we be factoring in, though, that there's going to be, I would assume, some natural breakage in the fact that we have,
we're not factoring in.
we don't factor that in at all?
No, that's not realized yet.
Okay.
So I thought we had three
that's not factored into
possible
that number.
scenarios.
Okay.
Am I the only person that is not interested in discussing having two principals and no assistant principal?
I think I've made it clear that I am in favor of that, in that position. I just, as I also said, I think that's not the majority opinion of the board. From my
Well, I
sense.
haven't heard that, so can we have a poll?
Greg, what do you think?
I think everything is still on the table, but the primary options that we seem to be discussing right now are the three administrators, generally speaking. But I mean, I reserve the right to change my mind before we vote.
Yeah. I think it's just hard to imagine how two principals are going to do all the evaluations, the discipline, it's hard to see how all that,
I think we would still need some sort of a dean, and then you still need an athletic director, and then there's still other things that we're going to add on, so I'm not sure if I'm convinced with just the...
Right, so all of a sudden, the savings are...
Right.
Right, and
Diminished, right.
I acknowledge that.
And is that going to be what's,
So
the bottom line is what's going to be best for the kids.
We can always maintain the third option, Claire, if you'd like to keep it on the table.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so the things that I think were, when we were talking at the last meeting, reducing to one gifted and talented teacher, reducing the ESL position, and 2 physical educations, and then whatever the building reorganization is going to be. Based on the reorganization that was presented, that was a decrease from the 8.33 to 6.71 as the tax increase. You can see that the change is $393, and that would be a $32.75 per month increase on an average assessed home of $150,000.
So so you're saying, go back 2 slides. I know we beat this one up, and we'll talk more about it after public comment. This change, or this reduction, plus, now the next slide, the first reduction, the staffing reductions that we talked about in the past couple of meetings.
Yes.
Equate to now not an 8.33% tax increase, but a 6.71% tax increase?
Correct.
What about the double block of language arts?
They're not even on the...
it's not on the table.
The board decided, yeah.
Who decided that?
The board. As much as I still support that one and have done more research on it, I would love to see that one.
Claire, we didn't act on it, but there was enough sense in the past public meetings that we weren't going to come to, that I don't think he was going to come with a recommendation with that as the final budget. We can still discuss that as an option, but right now, the budget as it's being presented has these 2 fundamental changes and none of the others. So we're not talking about getting rid of the, well, I don't want to list them necessarily, but all the things that we listed, those are not being proposed as cuts, correct?
It was my understanding from the last few meetings that this is where it is that we were.
Right.
These were the things that the majority had said that they wanted further information on, or that these were the decisions that were being made. So, again, I mean, as far as any other discussions, I'm going to leave that to Dan.
For the last 8 years, this is exactly how the budget has been prepared. It just normally happens in 3 days versus 3 months. You know, we never really take a vote on individual items. We give the person who creates the budget, which is the superintendent, the sense of the board, and they present us the final budget, and we make the final determination from there.
Okay, so I just feel like my concerns aren't really addressed in what's being proposed.
Claire, I think you're outvoted in terms of
I don't care if I'm outvoted, I'm just expressing I don't feel like the things that I cared about are being reflected in this budget. It's fine to outvote me, but I can't vote for something I don't believe in.
Well, I think it's important that everybody vote for the budget tonight, and I think that for the 8 years that I've been on the budget, there's not been one board member, as much as they fought for everything that they wanted in the budget, and sometimes get it, sometimes don't get it. There have been multiple things that I've asked for that have not been on the budget. At the end of the day, voting against the budget is not something that should ever be considered, I think, by anybody on this board.
Well, then,
What would you like to see revisited, Claire?
the middle school, ELA, and the building reorganization.
So
But you said you already talked about the ELA, so I missed out.
That's the elimination of two English positions going from double block to single block in a schedule that we have not yet fleshed out. And I am not in favor of that change. I think the majority of the board, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but certainly the discussion after 4 meetings regarding that item was that that was not something that the board was interested in pursuing from a majority perspective.
Yeah, until we know what the schedule is going to look like in the future.
And certainly not having the budget be the driving force behind that decision.
Sorry, Darcy?
I mean, for me, not to have the budget be the driving force behind that particular decision.
Right.
Without having
Pedagogical.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's
Thank you.
okay if I'm in the
What Ann
minority.
said.
I don't mind being in the minority. I just want it clear what I support and what I don't support.
Okay, Claire, thank you.
I mean, presumably, if we could go through the items again, and could we do that at this point and call a vote on them, just for each item, or is it just we're voting on the entire?
We don't
I would
normally
rather
vote.
go the other way. If there
Okay.
was something somebody felt particularly strongly about, they put it back out, but
I think we've had enough discussion where I think the consensus of the board has been realized in this particular plan. Obviously, with the reorganization being the one thing that's pretty up in the air at this point.
if we're still searching for some loose change at the end, I would still want to toy with maybe a few bucks shaved off of the tech budget, although I know I'm in the minority there. And there was one suggestion that Claire had made a few meetings back that I liked, which was the computer program for the evaluations.
Oh, yeah,
whether that was necessary or not,
Teachscape,
you know, it may
which
be
is
only
not
like 20,
necessary.
$25,000, but hey, 25,000 bucks, if you're talking about that versus a dean, I'd rather look at that and maybe $25,000 off the tech budget and then say, yeah, if we're going to do this inverse thing that maybe we're not crazy about, I'd rather take 25 from here, 25 from there, get us a dean, and I'd rather add a body than a few more computers and computer
understandable.
program for evaluations.
Yeah. I think the question about Teachscape is, you know, if we get rid of Teachscape, what would we put in its place? Who would develop it? What would be the cost for that? You know,
Yeah.
those kinds of
I
things.
mean, I do evaluations, I still write them, but a lot of administrators use iPads, and they type their script.
And we're going to have a middle school, high school principal who's in charge. I mean, I think we're going to have more than sufficient central office staff, administrative staff that can put that together and...
Right, good, thank you.
So the reduction of the tech budget is a non-starter for me. I think that...
Adam, I'm not talking about reducing the whole thing. I'm talking
No, I
about
know.
$25,000 if we get to a little flexibility is good.
You're talking to somebody who would love to, who would figure out,
We know.
figure out ways to reduce other things within this budget to fund a $320,000 tech budget. So I just think that I think we've made some progress over the last year in terms of purchasing supplies. Ashley actually made this point to me. I don't want to throw you under the bus. But actually, that you made was a very good point, that we've made some progress over it in terms of the technology that we bought. If we don't continue to purchase that, what happens with that technology and where
I'm
does
not
go?
saying to stop purchasing it. I'm just talking about a slight reduction.
I know.
I agree with Adam.
Yeah. She cringes every time. Every time she says that, she cringes for the last 4 or 5 years.
Does anybody have any other thoughts?
I love you, Ann.
Have you gone through all of the slides? Okay. Do we have any more discussion at this point from the board?
I just am wondering how the, like, pending retirements or any future retirements will affect, you know, the staff reduction.
She asked in terms of breakage.
Well, again, I mean, right now you have that position that's available, and to calculate breakage on that, we did it with the ones that occurred early, but to do it at this point, you really can't project what the incoming positions are going to be, so that's an unknown within the salaries.
I have a question about discipline. I thought one of the good achievements recently was that discipline issues had gone down in the middle school. Am I misremembering that?
I don't remember but Claire, you get in closed session, you get the report every week about what discipline...
That's my question. I remember seeing a chart that indicated that discipline issues were going down in the middle school, bullying issues were going down in the middle school. Did we see that, or am I making this up?
Israel gave a report at some time earlier this year. You know, it fluctuates from year to year.
Well, for bullying incidents, I do believe are down this year compared to last year.
Well, because we started implemented HIB correctly this year versus last year.
But again, I don't think that that's necessarily, you know, to reduce administrators from 3 to 2. The question, I think this is the fundamental question, which is, what is the amount of work and what do you want the focus to be? If we're okay with the principal, you know, something happens and they have to be pulled away from what it is that they're doing to go deal with a discipline issue, or, you know, whatever it may be at those times, but those, you know, circumstances that come up just over the course of the day. And the question is, I mean, again, it's how efficient can they be with their time to get all of the work done that has to be done.
I just thought that was the job of a principal, was to be so time aware that they could be an instructional leader and do the operations. I mean, that's what I learned in principal school.
Well, maybe we haven't had the best people in the positions, and I think that has been clear.
Careful.
Don't need to be careful on that one.
Just one final comment. It was on a slide that you presented last time, Mr. Capone. Coming in at 6.7, averaging.
I'm sorry, Brian, can we have the slideshow? Oh, is that you? Okay.
Never mind.
Sorry.
No, we're good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, Thank you.
We thought it went to sleep.
Just before public comment, just reiterating and re-emphasizing the fact that the average increase when we look back over the 3 years, at 6.7%, it puts it at an average of 3.5. Presumably taking the hit this year and not digging any deeper, we make a 3% increase next year, or whatever it is, but substantially less than we're making this year. You know, we're going to potentially come in over a 4-year average, we're going to come in below 3% on each and every year as an average. So as painful as 6.7% may seem, on an average basis, it's substantially less than past experience.
Right. I think we did hear some pretty compelling comment, though, that, you know, averaging it out is nice for numbers, but
I know
it's how much am I going to have to pay more next year, so
I mean, I know we live in the here and now, and I know it's going to be painful now, but perspective is always a good view.
Well, and just to put a little bit of perspective on it, I mean, this is the message that I heard in all of the budget presentations that we've gotten in the last several weeks has been that our costs generally, in terms of salaries, the head count that we have, in the last year we've had pretty good control over that. And in fact, our salary increase this year for the status quo, mind you, this is without cuts, was a relatively flat amount. I can't remember what the number was, but we were talking about a change of a couple $1,000s from 14 to 15. I don't know if you have that slide to pull it up.
Yeah, pull up the other.
But and salaries being the single largest component of our budget, if they're flat, then that begs the question, why on earth is our budget going up? Not by 1.7 million, but by 1.3. So part of the presentation was that we have a shortfall in revenues, and I'm just going to hold this out here, kind of over here, to say we had a shortfall of $600,000 in revenues. So even in the status quo, if everything stayed the same, everything was flat, we were going to have to find $600,000 essentially from the taxpayers just to hold everything the same.
Yeah.
And then the next question comes up, well, what makes everything the same, and why are we seeing such a huge increase? Well, if we looked at salaries were flat, relatively flat at any rate. And you've got a slide there to show that.
Well,
Salary was 0.22%.
Just because I'll stop here and then go on to what Greg is saying, but actually you were saying at 3.6, you can see that, that would have been the third lowest swing.
Right.
Out of those 8 years.
So salaries were relatively flat. If salaries were flat, I mean, this is the punchline of why is it then that our budget is increasing so much? And the punchline of this is that, or punchline, the gist of this was that I heard that health benefits continue to increase out of control. This is not a problem that's specific to Highland Park. This is a problem that's specific to our entire country. So I have a hard time getting myself, I mean, I can get very upset about it, but I have a hard time getting too upset about it because this is a problem that everyone is dealing with at the highest level. I mean, that's why our president is dealing with healthcare issues as well. The other area where stuff really went up was in charter schools and in special education, right? Those are the two areas where things went up significantly. And transportation costs, but that was related
and charter schools,
to
21% to charter schools.
So charter schools, special education, transportation related to both of those things, and
maintenance,
health benefits.
And maintenance.
Well, but the story is very telling. We're not talking about, we're not asking to increase the budget so that we can add programs. We're not asking to increase the budget so that we can increase headcount by 20%. We're asking to increase the budget because there are mandates that have come down on us, either from state mandated programs like the charter school stuff that's going on, and people are sending their kids to school because we have to provide an appropriate education for our special ed kids, and that's just the way it's going to be. I can't be happy about it, but I can't get, it's hard for me to get my head wrapped around that one, except to say that's something we have to manage long term. And health benefits costs, you know what? We have to fight health benefits costs, but there's a limit to what we can do. There's a story there, and I don't think it's a bad story. And I think that if we can get this budget down to a reasonable level, and when I say reasonable, I'm not saying reasonable that makes me happy as a taxpayer, but reasonable down a little bit from the 8.3%, I think that's not a bad thing. Anyway, we're not talking about increasing salaries, and I think that's the biggest, one of the most important things that we're talking about tonight. Salaries are not going up.
And I think one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle too, Greg, just to flesh it out, is the state underfunding. And you can't really look at this without looking at the state underfunding piece. And I've brought this up a couple meetings ago, and I'll bring it up again tonight. From the time Governor Christie took office to now, this district, not inclusive of this year, because this year the governor didn't even run the School Funding Reform Act to find out how much we're being underfunded, so we don't even know. We were just given $36,000, I think is about the amount, told half of it is to go to park readiness aid, so half of it is to unfunded mandates that we as a district have said cost us about $500,000, and the state gave us $13,000. All told, we're underfunded almost $5 million. Last year alone, $1,364,000. The year before that, $913,000. The year before that, $420,000. The year before that, $1,594,000. The year before that, $609,000. You dump that $5 million into this budget, we are not sitting here wrangling over how many principals we have in our middle school versus our high school. So as Melanie so eloquently put last time, if we as a community want to rally together and fight the increases in our property taxes, which none of us want, board members, community members, whether we send our children to this district or don't send this children to our district, let's work together to fight the state on the School Funding Reform Act and make them fund it.
Okay, we've reached the point in the superintendent's report where we'll be taking public comment on the budget only. Those of you that were here on Thursday, I thank you very much for the comments that you made and for keeping those comments strictly budget related. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments. I'd like to make a motion that public comment be limited to 3 minutes per person.
Second.
Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
She stepped out.
She stepped out. Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simarusti?
No.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Warden?
Yes.
And please keep in mind as well that we have 2 additional public comment sessions, portions of this agenda, and during which you can speak on other items. that might be appropriate. So if you are interested in making public comment at this time, and we have requested some feedback regarding the decision that we have to make regarding the budget reorganization, please feel free to come up, state your name and your address, and also please write in the ledger the name and the address as well.
Kim Bevilacqua-Crane, speaking as president of the HPEA. I went around while you were having the discussion about principals and got some of the feelings of our representatives and some of the staff, high schools here tonight, and many people from middle school as well. I received different opinions. One of the main concerns about going to one principal is that the middle school has worked very hard to get their identity, and they're very proud of what they've built, and they really like their principal a lot. They adore Nicole Adams, and they would be very, very disappointed. And I've heard this, I have to say, unanimously from all of our staff. I have not heard one single complaint about Nicole Adams. In fact, it was the opposite, and we're still gathering feedback. So the middle school is very concerned that moving to one principal would take the identity that they've worked hard to build away. There were some positive comments about a principal sharing staff, that one principal, as long as it was supported by 2 assistant vice principals that were full-time and deans, would be a potential move in the right direction. I don't know how much money that would save. I know that this is a budget conversation. But these are the 2 things, the 2 sides that I've heard, that one principal would not be impossible if there were the supports in place, but that the middle school was very concerned about losing their identity. And the high school right now is suffering from the lack of leadership that they have right now too. So we're going to take a poll of staff. We'll do a Survey Monkey tomorrow, and we'll let you know at the next board meeting what our staff feels in both the high school and middle school. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Kim, I'm sorry, do you know what it is about their identity? Do you have a sense of what it is about their identity they're most afraid of losing? And if there's a way that can be maintained with that structure?
We can ask that question, if the decision was made to move to one principal, what the concerns would be specifically. Right. From what I'm hearing, when there wasn't a lot of support when the 2 schools were one, that making the building itself a high school, middle school right. was a problem. And that it was kind of like the middle school was treated as the secondary. The sharing of the administration just wasn't working. And, we are recently a school that has moved our middle school, we recently, I guess in the last 6 years, 7 years, moved our 6th grade there. So we had a lot of changes as far as the buildings, as far as the kids going up there. Right. And, it was, for a while, it was a rough go. And they feel like they've finally started to get their feet under them. Mike is a wonderful principal. He's really respected by staff. And moving, there is a concern as well that this would be, we care about our people, our administrators too. There's a concern that he would be really overwhelmed. Not that he couldn't handle it, but that this would take away from what they've built if he was moved to one principal for high school and middle school.
Yeah, it's part of what plays into my concerns is one of the things I hear most from parents is how fantastic our middle school is. And once kids make that transition into 6th grade, it's this, just great experience for their kids. And I would hate to do anything that...
Nothing has changed about Mike. Mike was an amazing teacher when I was in school, and he has been an amazing administrator,
So we would just ask that you consider, like I said, we'll do the survey immediately, and we'll be able to provide you with better feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
I'm just going to put my name down. I'm Cynthia Walling, and I live at 102 North 6th Avenue. I've been a resident of Highland Park for many, many years, probably more than 40. Now I'm just going to write my name. What my main concern is this. I'm trying to understand the different changes in the staffing and how much this has saved or not saved in money. Now, from what I understand, 7 positions were eliminated from the staff of middle and high school. Among them, the director of guidance, the supervisor of math and science, 2 literacy coaches, and then further, that the central administrations had changes. We have, of course, the new superintendent, and from what I understand, and I may be wrong, there are 2 assistant superintendents now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one is in charge of operation, the other is curriculum?
Correct.
And there's also a data analyst. All right, so if I'm correct, we have 4 additional positions in the central administration. Are there any other positions that have been added to the central administration that I have not noted?
Well, I don't think the characterization of 4 is correct, though.
What?
I don't think the characterization of 4 new is correct.
Of what?
4 new positions is correct. I don't think that is
well,
the right...
what is the correct character?
It's 2 new positions. It's an assistant superintendent and a program manager are the 2 new positions.
Well, how many now are serving in the central administration right now? How many?
Again, right now, you're looking at the proposal is a reduction of 5 people overall from last year's budget to this year's budget.
So there are 5 people now in the central administration?
I'm saying there are 5 fewer
From
last year's budget.
I'm asking how many there are now. How many are there now? The superintendent,
2 assistant superintendents.
2 assistants, and so there are 4 altogether now.
Yes, there's a
And you
business
reduced it by 5. There were 9 last year or 7?
Well, those positions that you spoke about were not all administrative level positions. The eliminated positions were the director of guidance and the math science supervisor were administrative positions.
And what about the literacy coaches and...
They were not administrative positions.
No, I know that. They were eliminated as staff positions.
Yes.
And then what I'm trying to compare is what is the total salary for the for the administration? What's the total salary we're talking about for these 4 people? The superintendent, the 2 assistants, and the data analyst.
It's not it's in the salary guide.
What is it, about 400,000 or 500,000?
Well, you had the slide that showed the central office.
That's not there's no salaries in the central office line item. That's duties that's things that allow us to run the central office, including in terms of bandwidth and everything.
Yeah, as far as the budget goes, I mean, have we really gained, if we saved anything, or have we really added more to the budget by adding to the central? It seems to me when you eliminate positions that deal directly with the students in the school, you're losing out. And all you get when you add people to the central administration is people who do paperwork. I would rather, thank you. This is the key a disagreement between people. I remember a few months ago, I happened to be turning on the TV and came to Channel 15, and I was amazed that so many people were against the board and its budget because they were adding so many expenses to the central administration and eliminating staff positions that help the students, you know. So I would, you know, I don't know what can be done about it, but I know a lot of Highland Park residents are quite perturbed about that idea of adding personnel to the central administration for such a small population of 1,700 total students. Having 4 or 5 in the central, it's just too top-heavy.
Great, thank you.
Okay?
Just the perspective of someone that was sitting in the audience, you know, not that many weeks ago. I too shared very similar concerns, but I think a lot of it is in title rather than in people.
Yes.
So, for instance, back in November, I was one of the first people to raise my hand and say, data analyst. Why on earth do we need a data analyst? As you start looking at some of the requirements that are being imposed, as I said, by the federal government, state, but then if you look at the duties that that person is taking on, it's not just data analyst. It's actually absorbing 2 additional positions, so there's savings there. And then the curriculum, regardless of personalities, we need a curriculum person. We had a curriculum person, it's just that the title has changed. So sitting up there and on the outside, there's that appearance, but a lot of it is around descriptions and roles, not necessarily the addition of people. That's my perspective.
That's correct.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Ma'am, if you'd like to, thank you.
Can I ask a question? The central office people do teacher and staff evaluations, don't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, so that's more people to do
We have more
staff
people. We have more
evaluations.
people doing. We have less people doing more jobs or consolidated amount of jobs under this structure.
I do want to say, though, to Ashley's point of, you know, he brought up the 2 positions being absorbed, sorry, Sharon, the 2 positions being absorbed into the central office. Those are 2 positions that were held by long-term employees that now it's being rolled into a brand-new central office employee.
Yep.
So I still have that concern that it's, you know, when we're talking about just job titles or roles, that's fine, but we're also talking about taking long-term, shuffling around long-term employees in favor of newly hired central office administrators. And
thank you.
I think that should be considered as well.
So there's no sheet here to write down my name, but I will just tell you.
No, she must have stolen it. She must have taken it.
Ma'am, Cynthia, do you have the sheets that were...
4 pages and 3 pens. Or 2, I left one up here because I figured... She's like, why are you taking my papers?
Thank you so much.
It happens once a meeting.
It's okay, thank you.
Somebody always walks away with those sign-up sheets.
Who was it last time? The last time it was Joyce Leslie.
We've got to put a computer there.
Okay, so I am Sharon Kringle from 147 North 7th Avenue, and I wasn't going to start this way, but Ashley, a little unsolicited advice. The way you felt out there, hold on to that. It will help you. And now, what I was going to say, a little history lesson with a little pedagogy thrown in. The middle school and high school are 2 separate schools, 2 separate buildings. And the reason why I know that is because the community spent millions of dollars in a referendum to make that the case. Yes, there is a connector, but they are 2 separate buildings. We went out to referendum and the community spent millions of dollars to make this happen. When we decided to separate the schools, to have 2 separate schools, have 2 separate identities, to have 2 separate principals, we spent a ton of time figuring this out. We went to visit other districts. We read stuff, we researched stuff, etc. We had a ton of community meetings. Now, some of this jived with facilities questions, but we had tons of community meetings so that the community could tell us what they wanted to see, what they felt was appropriate for their kids, for the community at large, etc., etc., before they spent millions of dollars on 2 separate schools. What we didn't do was make a decision like this important, under the duress of the budget, without having, and listen, with all due respect, you guys your previous discussion, it didn't sound like you had enough information, that you had done enough research, that you'd been presented with enough, gone and read enough, thought about it enough, etc. You don't make incredibly important decisions for the district that involve tons of people and the kids and tons of money under the duress of a budget decision that must be made on the state's timeline. The other thing is, I wasn't able to be here on Thursday, but what I hear is that a whole bunch of people got up and talked to you about the middle school principal and the high school principal, and across the board they asked you not to make this into one position. So I'm here to say to you that if you listen to the community, you're not going to turn to dust. You're not going to, I don't know, it's okay on occasion to listen to the community, to solicit input and then listen to the community. In this case, they're saying to you, they don't agree and you're not ready. Okay?
Thank you.
One more thing.
Sure.
The instructional leader stuff, in my view, is a straw man. Because if you talk to principals, you talk to our principals, you talk to principals around the state, whatever, not under duress, okay? If you talk to them, they would say to you that they are the instructional leader, but also the person who wants to do discipline and wants to help make the school climate and wants to know all the families and wants to know all the kids and wants to do everything that it means to be a building leader. That's what they want and that's what they expect. And that's what the families expect. So the thing about the instructional leader, yeah, but the instructional leader from 6 to 12 is the instructional leader from pre-K to 12, and that's our superintendent. But the instructional leader in the building is the same person who wants to do the other jobs of a principal and any principal or anyone with their certification. I mean, these folks can speak to you better about that than I can, of course, but anybody with that job or that certification, that's what they want to do.
Thank you, Sharon.
So I want to say one last thing, and then I will be done. You're looking for, it was so hard to understand the numbers because they weren't up there and you guys were throwing things around. If you get rid of the assistant superintendent, that the teachers, that the staff have taken the unprecedented step of telling you they have voted no confidence in and have given you story after story. If you get rid of that position, and people have told you that they're uncomfortable with a large central office, that they would like principals to do the observations of the faculty that they work with day in and day out.
Which they do.
If you get rid of that person, there's your $130,000.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Hi, Kate Yerga, 137 Hill Street. So what I want to know is why tech reduction is a non-starter, but you're willing to put teachers and staff on the chopping block.
I am absolutely willing to put things directly in the hands of students when it is the best interest of the student, and that includes technology.
But isn't the best interest of the student having a teacher?
When we have inefficiencies, and which we clearly do, those decisions are, in a cost-benefit analysis, are done in terms of providing those students with direct technology and information that will help further their learning, and I do believe that.
And you think inefficiencies like the SAC counselor that we got rid of, that were RIFed?
I think that's been clear. I'm not going to go through every one, and the RIFs I believe were in the best interest of the students.
Okay, I mean that's surprising.
And I've made that clear to anybody who's asked me, and I support, and I backed my vote before.
Weren't we in trouble at one point for not having enough physical education?
Is this a budget-related question, Kate?
Yeah, they are. So they are related to the budget, because if you're not willing to do a tech reduction, I mean, then you have to get rid of, you're talking about getting rid of staff.
We had, at the first meeting of this discussion with those positions, we had a very lengthy discussion about what would what the result would be had we kept those positions. And what we're talking about is we're having really, really small class sizes in phys ed, and really, really, really small class sizes in ESL. And as a district, right, running in that kind of operations, that's not an efficient or an effective way to run.
And I'm not willing to get rid of an English teacher to provide for computers. But when the administration and when I have seen with my own eyes inefficiencies, I am willing to make those decisions to put things directly in the hands of students. And I think that's what we did.
You're also looking for ways to reduce the budget. And so reduce the technology plan. We can hold off on having technology.
Let me also tell you, I think an 8.33% budget is what is in the best interest of the students. So if we're really talking about what's in the best interest of the students, I would say an 8.33% budget.
Okay, I mean, that's great, but not everyone can afford that. So if we're looking to, I'm just saying, if we're looking to reduce, don't reduce the staff and the teachers. Look at other things such as technology, which we don't need immediately. We are
Many kids do need that.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, Kate.
so there is, well, the other thing that I wanted to say is I agree with Sharon that Ms. Callis, once again, she received a vote of 98%, having no confidence in her abilities. And so maybe that's the position that we need to get rid of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just comment on that real quick?
Sure.
Both of you who are commenting about a reduction of a position because you don't like the person in it, that's an ethical issue, okay? Because that's not the reason that you make reductions, okay? It's not about the person, it's about the position, okay? So both of you who are comfortable doing that, that's actually an ethics issue. Because positions are based on the need that you have. It's not based on the person in the position.
It's an ethics issue for the board members to make those decisions, not for the public to make those assertions.
Right, exactly. That's
Yes, the board cannot make decisions based on that, and that's clear, and that's always been the case.
Yeah.
And if I'm correct, the public can comment on whatever the heck the
public
public wants to comment on.
The public can comment on whatever they so choose.
Whether it's somebody's performance, whether it's their job title, whether it's whatever else.
Right, that is correct.
Yeah. Just put your name and your address.
Defamation and slander still apply,
I can't get up here and say
you
that,
cannot.
but the public may.
Correct. Correct.
Excuse me?
No.
No, it's okay. And then just state your name and address before your comments.
All right. I have one just small
Just
question.
state your name for the record and your address,
Noah
please.
Seiler, 303 South 2nd Ave.
Thank you.
If addressing a comment made, if you have an NJS to evaluate staff, then why do you need more central office staff to evaluate them? So that was made by you.
What did you say?
I'm not sure that that's a budget-related question. I'm not sure. I missed the question, I'm sorry.
Well, if you have the NJS to evaluate staff, then why do you need more central office staff to evaluate them? That was a comment made.
That was a comment made?
Yeah.
The NJ Ask is a portion of the evaluation, depending on if they have student growth percentiles. There's another portion which is student growth objectives, which are benchmarks that the teachers set, which is another component of their evaluation, and then their observations are a third component.
And I don't think we want one test being a major determinant of anybody's evaluation either.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know if that was his question.
I'm going to start with the, forgive
State
me
your
for
name,
this.
please.
Sorry, Brian Kinsbrenner. I live at 216 North 3rd. Been a homeowner for 3 years, lived here for 10 years. Can't say that I have direct involvement with the school system. I'm standing here as a homeowner looking at my property taxes going up either 6.7 or 8.3, but something in a guise that is clearly beyond what I believe are my means at the moment. But hey, what can I say? You know, I was here Thursday, I was listening today, and I feel like we're all sitting here with the same question on the table, and it's sort of been said without going into people and ethics and this and that. I'm hearing from this board two issues. We're stuck with all these fees, with all these raises in healthcare and this and that and et cetera. So we're going to throw it back at you. We're going to throw it back at each and every one of the citizens of this town. Because we have no choice. Because we didn't do our due diligence the past couple years. By looking at our budgets then, we just went with the status quo and didn't really pay attention to it. So now we're going to raise it higher. And healthcare's getting out of whack, but it's okay because next year we won't be raising the taxes at all, except maybe a little bit, even though the reality is that healthcare and these other fees are going up, 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 and up. So we can turn around and say, well, we have to go back to the federal government and the state government to advocate for the towns, but once again, that's still coming out of my pocket. Which ultimately gets me to the point of, well, then there's a much simpler conversation to be had. I'm not going to get into debate because clearly I'm hearing it over and over. There's no real, the debate is very minimal, if at all. But the budget, which I can't read it that fast in the hour that we've been here, but I have to say thank you for giving us all of this, except you did waste a lot of money on that. And everybody knows the whole font thing. If you made it smaller, you save some money there too. But the point being that if you look at the real analysis that needs to be done is a pure line-by-line analysis going forward into the future. There needs to be future planning. And clearly what we've been doing here in the past, I don't know how many years it's been going on, because that's what I'm kind of getting, is we're not really future planning, we're planning for the moment.
Yeah.
And that concerns me. And listen, I don't want to sit on a board. I sit on another board or another organization. I'm not getting up here and saying, oh, you know, it takes a lot of work to sit on a board. I understand that. But if you're representing the town, it is responsibility each and every one to do their due diligence and not to really say, you know what, this is exactly what we need. And by the way, if we don't do this, this is what we're going to cut, and nobody's going to really want to cut this. So we know we know at the end of the day that 8.3 or whatever number we want, which supposedly is not really the highest we could have raised it at anyways, is not enough. It is what we're going to do no matter what. Because that's what I heard the other day, and that's basically what I'm hearing today in almost no uncertain terms. I can't vote on it. We discovered that Thursday very clearly. This is my way of having representation by getting up here and speaking to all of you for a few moments. I'm not sure it's going to make a difference, but you know, there's a simpler way to deal with this. One by one, things can be changed. Maybe that's what's going to have to be. We need future planning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Chanowitz. I live at 153 North 8th Avenue.
If you wouldn't mind just pulling the microphone down so that we can get...
Is that better?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I came here as a homeowner and to hear about the budget, and we spent an hour on an organizational chart that seems to still be in flux. I was shocked that we're voting on a budget and you don't know what your structure of your principals and your vice principals are going to be at this point. But I did have some comments on it since we spent an hour on it. It looked like, you know, there was a lot of talk about a principal and 2 assistant principals. One of them was combined with an athletic director, and that seemed to imply that going forward, that position, you needed to be qualified to be an athletic director, to be an assistant principal, and that like boggled my mind. Like, why would you limit yourself to having an assistant? Like, it's different skill sets potentially. And why would you want to limit your assistant principal to have to also be an athletic director? And it also seemed like assistant principal and having one only be 10 months. Like, I don't know how much you're saving by not having a 12-month assistant principal. Like, the person's supposed to show up on the first day of school and not have been preparing for the school year. So there's a couple of things in there like that seem very basic. And, you know, and I heard, and I didn't really understand the concept of a dean to do discipline. I understand the concept, but at a teacher's level, does that mean that person would be teaching also? Or just a dean?
That would be, that would be part of the discussion. Would it be a full-time dean, or would it be someone who is teaching?
With a reduced workload.
Yeah, so just my comment is like, a discipline position is a discipline position. When you have a problem and the person's teaching, what do? You walk out of the classroom to work on discipline?
I agree.
It seemed like, it didn't seem like it made a lot of sense.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, and I have to tell you, like, I have a child not in the public school system, in a school system where, now there's in a school where there is a principal from 1 to K, there's no, I guess the difference is there's no superintendent. The day-to-day is managed by the assistant principal. And, you know, you can divide those up. But it sounded like there's a very successful part of the school system, and that's the middle school. And I think part of the fear when you have one principal and two assistant principal, are you going to break a model that's working? And I think maybe part of the fear, and I don't know, is that if you have one principal for the middle school and the high school, you're going to lose a very valued person. And maybe that's what some of the fear is. But how you know, and I know it's not a big part of the budget, but how are you voting now on, like, do you need to decide this? Is that what, we spent an hour on it, and it's not decided. There's a lot of, you know, the teachers are concerned, everybody's concerned. And like, are you voting tonight on a structure?
Yes.
And you're not ready. I mean, I think that was what was clear. Like, there's a lot of words, like, it's gonna...
Thank you very much.
It's mind-boggling that you're voting on something where, even within the board, you're not sure what's right. And that's what probably the fear is. Like, middle school is such a critical time in a child's life. And everybody's saying it's working. Like, you're gonna break it. And then that feeds into the high school.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
Denise May, 314 Wayne Street. I believe last week I gave you input, and I'll just say it again. That lady said it very well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, Mr. Lassiter does a really fine job. I really worry that we'll lose him if we go to this new system. I don't know how it will work because you're still discussing it, but I do like Mr. Lassiter. My encounters with Ms. Adams have been less, but I like her too. I feel really frustrated that everything is just discussed like this without a lot of research, as Sharon said. Regarding Ms. Callis, her position was thrust upon us, and whatever, speaks for itself. Regardless of whether the person or the position is the issue, perhaps it's both, I would put before you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Wilson. I'm at 11 Maryland Ave in Highland Park, and I'm also a teacher at the high school. I was just hoping to speak for a second. When we're thinking about the budget, to really make sure you do crunch those numbers. We talk a lot about inefficiencies in terms of teaching, and I think that's great to look at every way we can save money. But I also want to encourage you to think about textbooks as a way to save money. And I'm only speaking on myself right here, just me. I know in my class, I often find the textbook, which is seen as a requirement in most core subjects, as something I can't really use in my class. It's too hard reading for some students. I find different sources. And in my high school, one of the ways we save money is social studies classes didn't have textbooks because it should be about critical thinking and a lot of different sources reading. And I would encourage you guys to look at that as well, and how many teachers do feel that having a textbook and spending these thousands of dollars is an absolute necessity. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lindsay.
Hello.
Robert Slevich, 123 Magnolia Street, Highland Park. A few quick comments. One of the things I noticed first, last couple of weeks we were talking about staffing inefficiencies. Mysteriously, this became central office changes at tonight's meeting. I really don't think I'm fooled into believing that these are real central office changes. These are still staffing inefficiencies. When we talk about central office changes, we're talking about the positions that were added that we would like to see removed. As far as I'm concerned, in talking about a value judgment or ethical question, my concern is that she was promoted to Director of Science and Math and also the Curriculum Advisor. And as far as I know from all these meetings, we keep talking about the fact that we still don't have a curricula for the students. So I'm talking about on a performance level. You guys haven't proven to me that she's performing. Question also again about the public comment at the beginning of the year, I believe, was that, hey, we need a nurse in both schools. We need a nurse. There's a lot of people who are concerned that we needed a nurse in the high school and the middle school. And even though everyone seemed comfortable with the idea that we were sharing a nurse, we got 2 nurses. Everyone out here is saying we need 2 principals. I really don't think that you want to make this mistake and deny the public on this one when you gave them 2 nurses. Also, you took double blocking off of your slides. You've taken the kindergarten paras off of the slides. I don't understand why you haven't added anything to your slides. Why haven't you added changes to the central office, making those cuts for the things that we don't understand? Why haven't you added changes and cuts to your technology plan? As a matter of fact, you guys still don't have a technology plan. Do you have something you submitted yet to the county? Do you have something that's been submitted to the state? Do you have a 15-page detail of what you want to do? The teachers union rep said, hey, we're going to survey the teachers tomorrow about the principal issue, but you guys are voting on it tonight. One of the things that they did do was survey the teachers about what they wanted to see in their classrooms. If I understand it correctly, they wanted 4 computers per classroom plus 1 for the teachers. And right now you're proposing something that's about 400% greater than what the teachers requested. And you still don't have a plan. So, and I understand you want technology, I understand we need technology. And you know what? The teachers spoke up and said, hey, 4 plus 1, and we can get things done. And I think we're already there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Newman. I'm at 215 Montgomery. I have 2 comments. Number 1 is if you're asking the middle school principal to be the principal for both the middle school and the high school, which is additional 400 students, how much of a raise are you going to be offering him? Is that put into the budget? The second question is that, or statement is that you have the principal with 2 assistant principals. One's a 10-month position, one's a 12-month position, which is also supposed to be the athletic director. If the assistant principal and the athletic director are put together to make it 12 months. When I look at it, it just gives the impression that they're 2 different levels, or that it eventually will be viewed as 2 different levels, that the one at the 12-month will see themselves as being as a higher level than the one at the 10-month, and that whichever school gets that is going to view themselves as the priority school, and that balance that you say is always going to be maintained between the middle school and the high school, that it's not going to be maintained if those 2 positions are not exactly the same. I mean, if that means just separating out the athletic director position and saying it's a separate position, but you can do the athletic director position in addition to a second position, which would be the same dollar value, but it would change the perception of those 2 assistant principal positions to make sure that they remain equal and that one school doesn't view themselves as the priority school over the other school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
Hi, I'm David Hughes. I live at 330 South 3rd Avenue.
David, just sign your name in the ledger, please.
Okay, legibly, okay.
What does your shirt say, David?
My shirt is Obama and Martin Luther King, but it's faded to suggest.
I thought it was where the wild things were.
Thank you. Yeah. Where are we? Could I see, Mr. Capone, that slide again? That sort of organizational tree of the principals and vice principals and so on.
It's the other. We switched around our presentations.
What? Is it gone?
We're bringing it up for you.
Well, all right, you don't need to bring it up. I think everybody remembers what it looks like. That seems very amateurish to me, and I'm disappointed. I had a long conversation. Unfortunately, just walked out, but Greg Dietz and Kathy, we had a long conversation about this on the phone, and with a couple of you as well, others, at the time when those 7, or I've lost track of how many positions were eliminated back in the fall. And that seemed to be done again in an amateurish way because it struck me that you never looked at the tasks. When you're trying to eliminate positions, the unit of analysis is the task or the duty. That's a human resources way of looking at it. And that chart, yes, this chart shows no tasks, no duties. The way you guys should be doing this is looking at all the tasks. There might be 10 for each one of these positions and seeing where there are duplications and which tasks are going to be sorted through. I don't know why you aren't doing that. It seems like Mr. Capone is, again, not filling you guys in and you're not asking the right questions. So this is a very shallow and unprofessional way to make an important decision. And there are also no numbers. I haven't seen budget numbers. Well, how much are these people paid and how much are we actually going to save down to the dollar? So I don't know why you guys are talking about this in this abstract way. When you have the information, you can sort through it, you can do this responsibly.
Thank you, David.
Let me put that, since you guys seem to have changed your policy and you're actually answering questions, which is very good, I won't just speechify.
No.
I'll say, do you have that information about the tasks of all of these people? And is some subcommittee looking at this in depth?
Well, I think this is what we said earlier, and that we're not looking at the title of the positions, we're looking at the job descriptions of what falls within those positions.
Well, it would be helpful if you'd share that with the public.
Thank you.
My name is Miranda Outman Kramer. I live on Volkert Street. I have a child at Bartle. I had a couple of follow-up questions, primarily to prior statements from the board in response to other questions. If I can first, specifically, I had a question, and I want to ask these questions really to thank you in advance for your thoughtful and considered responses, because these are questions I think we can talk. We can have a conversation. Mr. Sherman, if I may, you said in response to Kate Yerga's question, something that sounded wonderful about putting information directly in the hands of students. But when you look at that in terms of really the history of pedagogy, beginning with and centered around John Dewey and really going up through the 20th and 21st centuries, including all of the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Learning information from a screen and learning interpersonally between a teacher and a student and learning in relation are two different animals. And that's why the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends limiting or eliminating screen time for developing minds. And I'd be very happy to send you the research if I can trouble you for an email address. I promise I won't spam you or anything.
So you can send it to the board.
BOEASherman@hpschools.net or send it to the full board.
Sorry, let me just...
Just send it to
Send it to the full board.
board at
I
HP
will. I
schools.
can get that to you tomorrow morning.
That's
I
right.
can get, I mean, the AAP has a whole set of guidelines, but what I want to know is, from what pedagogical tradition, if you could cite some research stating that it's preferable to have a computer than to have a teacher.
Well,
I think that's a false choice. And I mean,
I don't have a bibliography. I don't have a bibliography in front of me of all the research or articles that I've read. But for instance, I was reading an article today from an educational journal that said STEM technology for women is the way of the future. In focusing on math and science and using technology and engineering for women, in particularly to help them further their career post high school. So I can't tell you exactly the authors that I have read, but I think if you look at a number of educational research, and while I will admit newer educational research is in flux and there has not been a number of statistical studies in the last few years on where we're going, I think that there's undeniability that what we're focusing on, what we're facing in the world today has to do with technology. And the way that is taught has to be the responsibility of these kids, because there are so many kids in this district that don't have the technology at home. There are not so many. There are a number of kids in this district who do not have the technology at home or do not have the education that many students do have in this district. And I think that that's an important thing that we have to offer to all students in this district.
I'll say thank you so much for that. I want to say a couple of things. I'm not quite leaving yet, but first of all, thank you for that response.
Miranda, if you could just watch your time, please.
I am looking forward to having a really productive conversation via email, but as the editor of an academic journal based on women's and gender studies based at Douglas College, my understanding is that the bulk of that research really deals with preparation for careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that the pedagogical research doesn't support putting cutting-edge technology in the hands of developing children. It supports making it hard. The best thing we could possibly do to prepare our kids for the 21st century is to do what they do in leading technology countries such as India and give them those terrible broken computers from 1997 or something and have them fix them and actually learn computer architecture and computer engineering. That's how the young men and women who are going to graduate are going to become leaders in the STEM disciplines.
I think we're going to move on. Let me just preface this. I don't act or think that I'm the smartest person in this room in terms of pedagogy or anything like that. I contribute something
And I don't want to put you on the spot. It's just because you said
something
something
very
specific.
different to this board than being an expert in that, and I try to learn as much as I can. But also, if you're asking me about young kids seeing computers, from the information I've seen from a lot of people, it might not be the best for somebody before 5th grade to really be sitting in front of a computer, and that's something that I've looked to learn more about and would definitely be considered in the way we move forward.
I'm looking forward to communicating with you. I don't want to take too much more of this time. I just want to kind of follow up with, and thank you so much.
No problem.
But I wanted to also follow up on a response from Mr. Capone regarding ethics. And similarly, I'm wondering what ethical tradition that came from, because certainly the notion that in order to do a job well, in order to do a job, the person actually needs to do it well. That's founded with Aristotle and the Nicomachean Ethics. It's, there's a strong foundation for it in Hegel. I'm wondering if that's a highly unconventional reading of Kant's deontological ethics.
Mary, to have a former board member suggesting that we should eliminate positions to eliminate people, that's an ethics issue. And, for a lot of the things that we hear as far as, recommendations here, I think part of the frustration that I feel is that there are things that you can't really do, like break laws, break codes. And so the recommendations that come forward aren't really things that are applicable, aren't really things that we're going to be able to do, because we have things set forward that we have to accomplish as a district.
I understand that this person does not have a contract that goes longer for a year.
The
What laws
illusion,
are you
Miranda,
referring
the
to?
illusion is that, there's a particular feeling about the person that holds the job, but we're talking about the position of the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. So for the board to make the decision based on the fact that there are, issues with a particular person involved, that's getting into a supervisory role and an administrative role that is beyond the board's purview.
And that is a clear ethics
Beautifully
violation.
articulated, and I want to commend you for it. But I do just want to say one thing in conclusion, and thank you for that. I stood up here and I cited John Dewey and Aristotle and Kant and Hegel and a couple other people. I know what I'm doing in saying those names, because my question is, what do I have to do? What do we have to do in Highland Park to win enough of your respect sitting here for our questions to be taken seriously?
Thank you, Miranda. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
If I could get a response to that question, actually?
That wasn't rhetorical?
No, it wasn't. It was a question. It
Well,
was not a
it
rhetorical
sound-
question. I mean, all
it-
questions
no,
are
Adam-
rhetorical,
Adam-
but
Sorry.
Yes.
that's rhetoric.
It was clearly rhetorical. And so the issue here that we have is that the presumption is that the presumption is that the board has not listened, the board has not been open to discussion, the board has not heard what the public and the community has stated. The public has stated, we want to get rid of this person, we want to get rid of this person, we want to get rid of this person. There are other issues related to the RIF, there are other issues that have come up time and time again. The central office is bloated, right? There are these kinds of issues. We have heard these issues, and the board disagrees with you.
Yes.
And that's the reason that we don't act on them.
Yes.
The issues with regard to things like the middle high school reorganization, that's an issue that the board is somewhat lost in the weeds on. The commentary that we had on Thursday, the commentary that we had tonight, has been very helpful. There have been a lot of very good pieces of guidance that the board has taken. Some of the decisions, right, are directly related to the fact that the superintendent has made them, and frankly, the community doesn't like the superintendent, and so those kinds of things are wrong, right? But that actually has nothing to do with whether those decisions are right from an educational perspective. You have an expertise in philosophy and in other sorts of things, and you can cite those things. And the superintendent has some expertise in running a school district, and the board is having the discussion about the things that need to be done for the best interest of the students. And for someone to excuse me, when public comments are made. When public comments are made, I have been very respectful to the speakers, and I would ask that the same respect is shown to me.
Thank you.
The decisions that the board makes, the decisions that the superintendent makes, are informed by the community. The community has, in large part, been involved in a number of particular issues. The board, as you can clearly see, disagrees with those particular issues, and they come up again and they come up again. On the issues that these kinds of areas of feedback are needed, this is extraordinarily important, and this is exactly the kind of dialogue that the board is hoping to have. And with certain issues sort of put behind us, the community, the board, the administration should be working together, the teachers union. This is the goal of this process.
Yep.
This is a long process. This is a process that takes time. This is a process that was deeply affected by what happened in November, and understandably so. And that has taken some time, that will continue to take time for old wounds to heal, for those kinds of issues to work themselves through. The administration has to improve the things that it does. It has to improve its communication with the community. It has to improve its communication with the board. The board has to improve the decision-making processes, making them more open, allowing more feedback from the community in terms of the task forces, forums, those kinds of things. We had 5 budget meetings following many years of 0 budget meetings. And these are the kinds of things. This takes time. There is an expectation that the demands of a community to have someone's head on a stick will be met. And that is not the case. The issue right now for the board is making decisions for the best interest of the students. And that's what we believe we are doing. That's what we believe the administration is doing. And so I respect the comments, and I believe that I am respectful to all of the speakers who have come up and offered perspectives. I disagree with some of them. I agree with some of them. Some of them are new, you know, even after many months of these conversations. I thank you for your perspective on, you know, the screen time issue. I think there are many people who are working in educational technology who would disagree with the idea that technology or tools should not be used, and the screen time is not something that kids should have some access to. I don't think that we're talking about going to one-to-one in kindergarten and pre-K. That's obviously not part of the discussion, but I think that there are plenty of people who would say, you know, giving kids the tools that are used in the 21st century, that's it's a very good pedagogical practice. That's something that allows students to engage with students across the world with all sorts of resources that they don't have access to in their local environment. It also teaches skills, logical reasoning skills, and other sorts of things. The fact is that the board is not listening. The board disagrees sometimes with what people in the community say, and that's, you know, and that's the crux of it.
Then I really appreciate you responding at such length and so thoughtfully. Thank you. I'll just say that the reason I feel empowered to stand up here, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so, is because the board is a democratically elected body whose responsibility, according to its democratically elected charter, is to represent the public, and we are the public.
Well, there's an element to that, but I actually don't. I mean, I don't agree with boiling it down to that. Okay, the role of this democratically elected board is to guide the administration in the running of the school district for the best interest of the students. It's not to listen to the community and then do whatever the community wants it to do. It is to be sensitive to the issues and the needs and the desires and the vision of the community with regard to the students in the district and how they are being educated. Yeah. It is not to sit up here, take community input, and then enact those kinds of things, because obviously that's very self-selected, right? There are a number of people that, you know, we had 20 public comments at the last meeting. You're the 13th for this first public comment. We have between 10 and 30 or whatever it is at every particular stage of public commentary, but it's very self-selected, right? You've chosen to get up here. There are plenty of people who, you know, have a different perspective than you. If the board took only the advice or the guidance from people who make public comment, right, with no other understanding of how those decisions might affect the way that the administration of the school is, that would be to derogate our duty in a way, and you know that's not why we're here. Yep. Why we're here is really for the best interest of the students. So when we ask the question about this particular reorganization, for example, and we ask the question, and so to come up and say, you know, as some folks did, well, you're going to do this, and that's a bad idea, and I think that's good, but we actually didn't say that we were going to. We said we were thinking about it as one of our options. When we discuss these kinds of things, we're looking to make decisions in the best interest of students. Highland Park is a technologically poor district. The amount of technology that's available to students to provide those 21st century skills, to allow for problem-based learning, to allow for computer science related types of things, these are not available in Highland Park. If you look at other districts, comparable sizes, much larger, even smaller, other kinds of things are available that are not available for our students. We have a 40% school population that is on free and reduced lunch. That means that 40% of our students live in families that are below a certain income level, that may not have the ability to provide those types of resources to our students. As a school district, it is the board's responsibility to oversee the programs that affect all students in this district. And that means providing them the tools that they can have to be successful. It means providing teachers the kind of curriculum development training and professional development that they can use to be successful. There are a lot of things that go into this, and it is not a one-to-one correlation from the public makes a comment or the public makes input and the board makes that decision.
And I appreciate your saying that. I also appreciate you giving me all this time. I want to step out. I just want to say this, and then I'll let other people speak. is that I understand where you're coming from, but I will say if the board is not responsive to the concerns raised by an overwhelming majority of the public, and if the board is not responsible to the concerns raised by an overwhelming majority of teachers, then people walk with their feet. People vote with their feet. And you're talking about weaning these students back from charter schools. I'll leave you with a question that's not, I guess is rhetorical, because about time. How, if you are not, how in this vision of a democracy are you expecting to bring people back?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm up here twice. I have one quick thing that I forgot to bring up last
Lindsay,
time.
just state your name again,
sorry.
please.
Lindsay Wilson, 11 Maryland Ave, Highland Park. This slide reminded me of something I wanted to bring up, but just a question I have. I know that right now our athletic director is a part-time teacher in the social studies department and part-time athletic director. If we do decide to give the athletic director position to the assistant principal, does that mean that that teacher will now become full-time and we would release possibly a teacher, an experienced social studies teacher, because there'd be more social studies classes covered? And I just want something to be considered when we are talking about the difficult budget choices you guys do have to make, that when we're talking about making things efficient, we don't necessarily do that at expense of losing our personal relationships we do have with students, because it isn't very important to me to keep class sizes small so that we can build those relationships. So just, I don't know if that is the answer of what would happen with the athletic director, but just to keep that in consideration, please.
Right, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Lindsay? Do you have an opinion about the principal?
No, I wouldn't really feel comfortable saying without more thought.
Yeah,
put
no.
into it.
That's why a survey is
Good
created,
answer.
so teachers can...
Good answer.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Hammond. I live at 255 Harrison Avenue. I wasn't really going to speak, but I know at the last meeting, Dan, you had mentioned that it's kind of a way of taking a sort of a straw poll about how people feel on different things. And so I will throw my hat in the ring, and I just wanted to make, I guess, a comment about the decision regarding the high school, middle school principal. I have a child both in the high school and the middle school, and then another child who will be coming along and hitting that middle school in a few years. So it's something that I do care about. I guess my basic principle is you could probably do anything if you do it well. And it's not really the what, but the how. And even when you make your presentation, it wasn't incredibly convincing that some of the more important aspects had been thought through. So it didn't really provide a ton of confidence about how well it would be done. So I guess I'm just requesting that, the decision obviously has to be made, and I appreciate that there really was a lot of conversation and a lot of questions brought up about that. I have a specific question, though, because I know there's a big concern about keeping the schools separate, and people have talked about, well, it's only maybe an 800-person student body, and there are a lot of K through 8 schools or 6 through 12 schools that you would have one person overseeing that many people. But then there's been a lot of talk about keeping these schools really separate. I'm just curious, this is a real sort of practical question, like where is that principal's, so if you went with the model where there's a single principal and then you have the 2 building administrators, like where would that principal's office be? In other words, does it really become a sort of 2 part-time jobs where they're, like the way the assistant, Miss Adams is handled now, where she's someplace and therefore not someplace else, and then, there's sort of this flip-flop, or is their office sort of situated between the 2 schools? I mean, this type of practical aspect is something that affects how, as a parent, I would be able to sort of interact, with that person, and how the students view that person. Someone at the last meeting, I think it was the school nurse actually, I thought she made a brilliant comment that it's really important how the kids think about that person. So that also goes back to how the thing is I'm going to let you answer my question because I do want the answer, but also how that thing is done. In other words, if they can really, and I think Darcy pointed this out, how the titles are handled and therefore how that hierarchy appears, because I think it is really important for these kids to see this person as a principal, whether they're maybe called vice principal or principal, and then where that other person's office is in terms of how they're accessed then by the, by the parents of those students.
So the office would be in the high school side, but I think that the key is, and when we were talking about those job duties and you're talking about the management duties and daily operations compared to the instructional practice, conducting walkthroughs, conducting the evaluations, meeting with teachers during planning, meeting, during those times, that has more to do with those instructional duties, and so the location of the office actually matters less because they'll be out in the building conducting those instructional evaluations.
But as like, let's say I have a sixth grader coming, into the school new, and I have some issue that I need to meet the principal, I'm going to be going into the high school to meet with that principal.
Well, the principal would come. I mean, if this is something that's again is not, if this is something that has an instructional guise, or you don't want to, or have dealt with the assistant principal, let's say, and now you want to deal with the principal. Okay, then they would come to you.
So the vice principal would be the person who kind of walks the halls and is the person that's sort of really seen by the students as the person in charge of that building.
They would do the management duties, correct.
Okay.
Which would also be your first point of contact when you have an issue. For instance, in the middle school would be the vice principal of the middle school.
Because one of the things that, Mr. Lasser does a great job at is really sort of, he's like an ambassador, right? Not just like the vice principal, and the kids really like him. Yeah. And he's very approachable by parents, and he makes himself sort of, I think he does a good job at a lot of the other things that he does, but one of the things that he does do well is sort of make sure that the kids know who he is and that he sort of takes a special interest in them. So, it would be sad to kind of leave that important role. It's not important for all students, but I think it's really important for some of our students to have that kind of connection. And the only other thing just about the, switching gears a little bit, a lot of the efficiencies, when you talked about the gym teacher and the ESL, and I've learned new words like breakage, it seems like you create those efficiencies by, we know that we're going to be losing some people through retirement or what have you, and then we sort of can move some people around. So just focusing back on the assistant superintendent of curriculum just for a minute, I mean, you could separate out the issue. I know you jumped to this idea of ethics, but you could separate that issue out. If an employee had a one-year contract, and if they were under review, and if the administration or their peers felt that they were not proficient enough in that job, they probably would not necessarily have to be renewed in that position, right? That people sometimes lose a job in a position. And that when you're talking about this type of breakage, I think maybe the community was thinking not harshly like, we'll get rid of that person, we don't need that job. Of course we need a curriculum person, but that is there a way, if that person wasn't effective, wasn't value added, that they didn't cut it, that they would lose that job through their ineffectiveness, not because you were eliminating the position.
Sure, but that wouldn't be something you would discuss at a budget meeting.
But I'm just saying, but that's possible that you could not renew someone's contract if they didn't meet your expectations.
That's definitely a possibility.
That there's that potential.
Sure. You're
and
actually
then
the first.
If you didn't have someone in that position, the way you're thinking about maybe the gym teachers, the ESL teacher, then you could move people around. Like I know in other small districts. And I think I wrote a letter to the board, so hopefully you've read that letter, how in other, obviously you know a lot more about this, but in other small districts, a principal might, and as you've already said, in this guise where you had one principal and then the two assistant principals, it would be that principal or assistant, who could then also handle curriculum and that. So it's not that you're trying to get rid of the idea of, eliminating this position of a curriculum person, but that if that person wasn't effective in the job, through all these other types of restructuring and to making things more efficient, that maybe would be an area to look at for efficiency. And that wouldn't, it doesn't sound like, we've all learned a lot about positions versus people, in November. I mean, it sounds like there would be a way that if someone is ineffective in their job, they could lose that job. But you could either keep that job, fill it by someone else, or potentially, I don't know if I'm using the word breakage right, but perhaps that's, you change positions. This is not part
Yes.
of the budget.
That's it,
Thank
very
you,
much.
Kim.
And separate those two issues.
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Yep. Is there, oh, yep.
They can have an opinion. Yes, they can. And several of them live in town, so they're homeowners.
Good evening. My name's Andrew Getreyer. I live at 801 South 2nd Avenue. And this is my second meeting. I want to reiterate that I learned an awful lot, and I learned a lot more tonight. I have a really like a visceral feeling that some members of the board don't understand what your responsibility is. I've heard it said several times, I think by Mr. Ross, who has now left the room, that, and Adam, actually by you too, that your job is to do what's best for the students. And I don't think anybody here wants to do anything that's bad for students. But your job is not to do what's best for students per se. Your job is to do what's best for education in this town within the resources that are available in this community. Your job is to do the best thing for this community. All of us knowing that education is among the very highest priorities for our community, which is why it's 2/3 of the budget. If you were to do what's best for the students, you would raise the taxes as much as you possibly could and give them everything you can. And Adam, you have said that that's what you would like to do.
I did not say that's what I would like to do. I said that's what I think is the best interest of the students. But
that is in the best interests of the students, except for those students whose parents then will be broke or move out of town. And when I was here last Thursday, at the end of the night, I said to you, my wife and I have this conversation pretty much every year when we find out how much our tax bill has gone up. Can we still live in Highland Park? Love Highland Park. Everybody here knows why we love Highland Park, or you probably wouldn't still be living here. When it goes up 2%, I win the argument. When it goes up 8%, I have to get a new job and move somewhere. And a lot of people in this town are going to suffer. There was a fellow at the meeting last Thursday, I don't know if he's here tonight, who's a senior citizen, he's on a fixed income, he's lived here for decades. You're going to raise his taxes, and where is that money going to come from for him? Where's that money going to come from for me and for most of the people here? One thing that somebody said last week, and I wish I could remember who it was that you don't want to raise your own taxes 8.3% either. And I understand if you feel the pain and we feel the pain, we feel better about your decision. So I want to ask a question of the members of the board. How many of you tonight are borough property tax payers? Please raise your hand. How many of you pay borough property tax? Raise your hand. Well, if you don't want to, how many people in this room pay borough property tax? Okay. How many people on the school board pay borough property tax?
Yes.
No, really, like, you're looking at me like I'm an idiot, but raise your hand if you do, and don't raise your hand if you don't.
Let's get to me.
If you aren't paying property tax in this town, if you're not suffering the way that we are going to suffer when 8.3% hikes come about, then how do you do your job properly? How do you have the right perspective? How do you understand the needs of the community? The needs of the community are to do what's best for students within the resources that we have.
So are you asking if we're homeowners?
I'm asking...
Yes, that's what he's asking. And so we are. So...
every single person on this board is a homeowner. I don't believe that's the case.
But I don't think as board members we have to personally experience something in order to understand someone else's experience, and that is part of why we go through this process and we listen.
But I hope that that's the case, and I think for most of you that is the case. But I think that when I hear Adam, who's the only person on the board I know actually, right? When I hear Adam say, "You think that 8.3% is the best thing," I have to really say, come pay property tax.
I know, Andrew, I know exactly what you're saying, and I know you're coming right at me, and that's not what I said. If we're talking about what's the best interest of the students, the 8.33 is. I did not suggest us approving an 8.33 budget.
Well, thank you. That was not clear to me before. because I think that would be...
And thank you for the
that would be a
birthday wish
disaster.
the other day.
I appreciate your clarifying that. And I wanted to speak to the technology issue, since it's something which I happen to agree with a lot of the folks here and disagree with some of the folks who've spoken on the board. My wife is a school administrator at a Montessori school in Edison. They've got no money. They have no technology. And yet people come from Highland Park, various schools in Highland Park are taking their kids out of the schools here, taking their kids out of schools throughout Middlesex County. People actually come there from Morris County because they feel like they're getting a better education. They're getting no screen time. They don't have a budget for any technology, literally. What they get are skilled, passionate teachers who care about students. And that is what makes a good education. Technology is a tool that can be used, but it is not the be-all and end-all. I've got 5 children who've gone to 5 different schools, both public and private. We did not let them use a computer until they got to high school. And they are all outstanding students, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know the name of the woman over there who is so eloquent and knows a whole lot more about education than I do. But children don't need screens. Children don't need technology. They need caring parents, and they need skilled, caring teachers. And that is the bottom line.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, do you mind if I comment on that? There are a couple of points that he raised that I just feel like I wanted to respond to, and one is the property taxes going up by X, Y, or Z. What's a good number to make a decision to stay in Highland Park? What's a good number to make a decision to leave Highland Park? Very difficult for me as a board member to tell any one individual what that magic number is, and I don't think I should be weighing my decision about what to do for our kids in the schools based on what I think any one individual is going to do with that decision to either stay or leave Highland Park. But I think that as board members, the budget decision for the school is a really complex question because it's not simple. If it was simple, we wouldn't have to have public hearings and we wouldn't have to hear people weigh in on it. And it's not simple because we're talking about the future of children who we don't even know what their future looks like yet. And we're talking about not just the future of this town, but we're talking about the future of the state and of the country and the ability for our children to have good futures, the ability for us to have good retirements, and the ability for us to be able to live in houses that we like and to live in communities that we like. We know that the public school system in this town has a tremendous impact on the values of our properties. So is our largest investment in this town the property taxes that we pay for our schools? Is our largest investment in this town our houses? Is our largest investment in this town the children themselves? These are really important questions that we're asking, and I feel like the budget is part of this budget is one of the articulations of that process. I don't think we should distill anything down to a simple number, even though that's ultimately what we have to do tonight, and it's not an easy decision to make. As far as the technology discussion goes, there are 2 pictures that come to my mind when people talk about technology in the classroom. And one picture is a bunch of maybe 6 or 7-year-olds with computers fiddling with things that they don't know what to do with, and me scratching my head wondering why these little children are using computers to do things to learn. And there's another picture that comes up in my head of a bunch of, say, high school students who are in a lecture with a social studies teacher or with a math teacher, and they have an opportunity to tap into online resources in the middle of a class. I don't think either one of those pictures are entirely accurate of what a high school class would look like with technology, nor is it entirely accurate what a class would look like that had computers in it with small children. But the fact of the matter is we live in a world with tons of technology. And when we say we're putting technology or we want to put technology in the hands of our children, it's not because we want our children to learn to be technologists. We want some of them to learn to be technologists, but we want our children to learn to use the tools that they need to use when they get out of school. They need to know how to use spreadsheets, I think. Just like I learned how to type when I was in high school, learning how to type and do PowerPoints and do Excel, I think that's the kind of thing that's relatively important these days. I don't know where I place it in the grand scheme of things, but I also don't think we're really having a debate about whether technology is better for the kids than teachers. I think we're talking about how to marry those two things and make sure that our kids are being taught well by teachers, and that teachers are able to use technology as a resource. So that's my 2 cents. I'm sorry for taking up so much time, but
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. And I also don't think we have a proposal that suggests substituting computers for teachers.
No, we don't. I just want to make sure...
Okay, but I keep hearing people saying
But I just want to make
that.
sure people understand that, in my view, we're not talking about a debate of teachers versus technology. We're talking about how to marry those two things together so that teachers have those resources to teach children.
Well, I think it just becomes about perception. When one of the items that we consistently say we don't want to touch, period, is the tech budget, but we are willing to touch this staffing and efficiency, I think it then becomes about a perception. What is touchable, what isn't touchable? Technology not touchable, staff, yes, touchable. So, no, we don't have a proposal to say we're going to trade this for this.
Not all
It's-
staff.
But staff. I mean, 5 of the 6 items that were on our list were staff, and 1 was technology. We've done a lot of debating about the 5 that were staff. We've done no debating about the 1 that was technology. You can say that that's not... I'm sorry?
We've been through technology for years. It's not that you can't say we haven't debated. We've been talking about this for years.
No. I'm saying that one line item on this sixth thing, not in general. We were given a list of 6 things that could possibly be took. 5 were staff, worded in different ways in different places within our district, but 5 essentially were staff. 1 was technology.
Well,
We've put that one...
technology. But we've done that for
First
years.
meeting, well, but
Yeah.
even in the first meeting of this round of budget talks, we discussed the technology.
But I think more because I was pushing that as something that I would put on the table, and I don't think anybody else is
We've made choices in the
willing.
past not to lay off teachers and keep a technology budget at the numbers that it was. Now that is unattainable anymore, and that's why that is not.
But again, this would be where if we had a very solid plan to point to exactly what we have, where we're going, what we're doing, then we could make the case, I feel, more strongly.
Hello.
Oh, right. Good evening. Thank you.
Mel, just state your name, please.
Oh, yeah. Melanie McDermott, 330 South 3rd Avenue, Highland Park. I want to thank the board tonight, everyone here, but especially the board, for listening to the public, and in particular for the open debate and discussion you've been having with us all. I really can commend you for that, specifically on this issue of the principals, and I think that's a good model going forward. And I also commend my friend Claire for sticking up to having the options up there and having the board take votes on the options so that people can vote their conscience. And even though it's right, it's not a democracy, we don't run the schools, but we will be voting for board members in the future, and we need to know how our elected officials are representing us. So I think that's a really good model for running a board meeting. Really quickly on that subject, okay, so, and I do have a question before you guys go to the voting stage, which is, I'm pleased that, so you brought down the tax hike to the 6.71%. And the discussion around the principles, it seems clear that that's not a huge ticket item. And so what I want to know, but there's still some uncertainty, and it's a big policy decision that I will add my voice to others saying that I hope you don't completely resolve tonight. So what exactly will you be voting on tonight? Because I understand you have some obligation to produce a budget. Are you going to be voting on the bottom line figure, not the particular line items? Because things like principals and all the deans and all that cost money. So is the vote going to be on the budget as a whole with some of these details, important details to be worked out later, or what has to be finished by tonight?
I mean, we have to have a budget that we're submitting. I mean, there's always opportunities to change line items, but as far as what the percentage is going to be and putting it within that line items.
So the vote will have the total tax and budget bottom figure, but this issue of how we're going to do the, what are you calling it, the middle school, high school reorganization, does that have to be voted upon finally
tonight?
It impacts our final budget line item number, the final number, what we decide to do.
So it does?
Yeah, it does and it does and it doesn't, and that's not the right, that's the answer. We can make decisions midstream like we did last year and make changes to reflect that. But if we want to have a budget line item that comes in at the 6.71%, this is the change that...
Right, except that we've already talked, the 3 different options that you are looking at tonight are all slightly different with respect to that and different matters for budget. So it just seems like a big step to be taking, and one with budgetary consequences that I doubt you'll be able to completely hash through tonight. So I urge you to keep options open, and under those, I would like to add my voice to keep the 2 principals, either with assistant principal or with the deans, 2 identities, 2 administrative entities in the United States, and yes, 2 sets of faculty meetings, because I think that the role of the principal is to be a leader of the faculty as well as the students, and that I'm at Rutgers, nobody likes extra faculty meetings. But please don't infantilize our teachers. They have a role to be played in faculty making decisions about management, not just professional development, because effective teachers control or have a say, I should say, in the terms of their own employment and their own functioning, and that is very important.
We agree.
And thank you, because I know we have a lot of experienced teachers and administrators here, and also I do think there's a common thread between that flexibility that you have shown there and another item that we keep bringing up that doesn't appear up, which is about whether or not we should consider eliminating the additional assistant superintendent position or possibly the data analyst, except we don't really know what the data analyst does. And that's because there's a common thread in the potential removal of a principal and the addition of these central office positions, which is a centralization of budget and power in the central administrative office and a removal of positions of people who interact with teachers on a daily basis, interact with students, and interact with the public and with parents. So I would not like to see that flattening with sort of central administration office and lower level down here. And I understand your frustration and the fact we keep coming back to this. And why is it? Because I don't feel, speaking for myself, that the administration and board has really made its case to us yet. I mean, the public. We're listening. We're not just talking to hear ourselves speak about why these central administration positions are needed. And then finally, I don't want to leave without, I thank Kim for making that clarity between, and you as well, between making the clarity between the position and the person filling position. But I do like to underscore, it is not unethical for the public, including former board members, to give feedback on the performance of a particular individual, nor is it unethical for the teachers' union leader to do, as Kim Crane did, and share with the public and the board this 98% vote of no confidence from near 100% of the teaching staff and have that enter into the public record. Now, those are 2 different issues to be teased out at 2 different times, but I think it's all part of a larger discussion about what the need for this position is. And so I'll close there just, and a final shout out to Darcy for raising once again the fact that we here in Highland Park do have a voice, and let's give the weary taxpayer a break and give our students the education we deserve and demand the financing from our governor and legislature that each public school in the state deserves, and let's stay on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mel.
Jason Marsh, 418 South 4th Avenue. It was asked on Thursday night at the special budget meeting, and I'll ask again tonight. Where's the budget?
What do you mean?
Do we have it available for the public to read? Is it here at the meeting?
It's on the website.
Is it here at the meeting?
It's available on the district website. It's available, hard copies are available in the business office. This is all advertised as such.
How long has it been available,
Public notice
Linda?
has been available since April 7th.
Okay, thank you.
It's on the website. I found it on the website, after a lot of digging, I go on the website and I had a hard time finding it. Why is it not easy to find for the public? It's buried.
It's not buried. Not.
Okay, thank you. In a potential restructuring of the principals at the high school and the middle school, by going to a single principal, is that going to be an attempt to take away the focus status from the middle school? By combining them into one school, does it reclassify the school? School? Which would it be?
I don't know.
I mean, potentially, if there's no code, if you use the code from the consolidation, that would be a determination that's made by the state, and they would have to determine whether or not we were in status or not.
Wait, what?
How?
What does that mean? I'm sorry,
I don't know.
understand.
It's hard to tell.
So if you have two schools and you consolidate the schools,
I thought we weren't consolidating schools, we were just consolidating a principal.
well, when you have a principal, you have a single code.
Right, it's coding.
It's a code for the school.
So we're saying it's just one school in name, but not in practice.
No, other way.
You're saying, well, you're saying in practice, there's
Yeah.
lots of setups for schools. Okay, you have high schools that run within academies. That ninth grade runs separately from 10th grade, and they staff them, and they're organized where you have an assistant principal that oversees those areas. I mean, when you're talking about practice, those things are not necessarily tied together of how it is that you manage them and how they operate. So,
But is it possible that that could happen? That the high school, middle school would be considered one testing unit?
it would. If you had a single principal, you would have one set of, you would have one status or one code.
So would that eliminate the middle school being, what is it, a watch school or a focus school?
That's a determination that's made by the state.
Is that the intention by trying to go to one principal?
No, this is more efficient, but it's fiscally responsible, and it's a better breakup of duties. So when you're looking at, again, the management being handled by this staff and having an instructional leader that oversees both, that's a better model, in my opinion.
Okay. You've said that you want the best for the students. You want to provide the best services, the best opportunities. If we had two principals and two assistants, one dedicated principal for the high school, one dedicated assistant for the high school, one and one for the middle school, wouldn't that be the best?
I mean...
Money aside,
No.
money aside for a moment.
Money aside, there are all sorts of things. We could have individual departments have curriculum supervisors.
Okay. How much would that cost?
For supervisors?
No.
To add
One
another
principal,
assistant
one
principal?
assistant. One principal, one assistant. How much does it cost?
98.
110
No,
with
yeah,
benefits?
With benefits, yeah, 100 and something with benefits.
Close to $500,000.
No. Total. We're talking about two principals, two assistants. How much does it cost?
Close to $500,000.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Close to, with benefits, close to $500,000.
Okay. How much does two principals and one assistant cost? These are answers you have to have. You have to know these numbers to be able to decide what you're going to do.
Jason, that's not true. Okay, and it's not true
It is true. We're here to talk about the budget. We're trying to decide how much money we're going to spend.
Jason,
we have
how
to
many
know
months?
how much each item costs.
How many months? What kind of benefits?
Exactly.
Is it a single?
How many months? It's important
Is it
to
single
know.
or is it family health care coverage? Which one is it?
Do you have the options in front of you to decide this tonight, board?
Do we have a candidate which we're going to hire and say we're only going to hire somebody that's on a single, we won't hire somebody with a family?
You have to
That's the kind of number you would have to have.
I understand that, and you need to know this.
So what's the number?
You need to tell us.
So what's the number?
I have no idea.
I know you
But
don't.
you know what?
And there's
This
no
group-
way. That's not how a budget works. A budget is, this is the projection of the cost. That's what that is. It's the projection. Okay?
So
if
what
you're
is the
telling us that you
projection
want us
for
to
the
only hire
options?
a single person with benefits and we won't consider anybody for families, okay? Those things all play into that budget.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Why don't we assume a family and do the calculations?
Linda, you have those numbers,
We
right?
have to know the numbers, don't we, to
Yeah.
make a decision on what we're going to do?
You have
Thank
the,
you.
the numbers.
It's very clear right now.
Thank
what
you
the
very much,
problem is.
Jason. You've been very
Thank
helpful.
The question that I still have, and maybe somebody out there can answer, is how much is discipline an issue that we need another adult to handle that? And I don't actually know the answer. So I hope somebody has an answer.
Okay, Sharon Kringle, again, North 7th Avenue. I will be really brief because I know that people are tired and want to move on. But I just want to talk to you about the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum in terms that I think you can understand. I'm sorry. I said I want to talk to you about the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum in terms that I think that you can understand. What the community is asking for is that the position be riffed. That the central office be shrunk through RIFs, and I think in November, RIFs were ethical. They were ethically discussed, the whole thing was ethical.
Thank you.
So that's what I wanted to say about that. And then, Dan, I just wanted to say one thing to you when you mentioned that you felt like the upheaval is about the RIFs. That's more or less where things started. I mean, things heated up a little bit before that, but that was a very telling moment and a very powerful moment for and not in a good way, for the community. But I just want you to understand that even though folks are not at peace still about the RIFs by any means, it is so much more than that now. And so I don't want you to think that there is moving on from that, because again, there's so much more has happened since then. It is a baseline of sorts for many people in the community. But, you know, people have come up here and talked to you about so many more subjects. And I think that the reason why they feel not heard is because, you know, yes, we elect you to make decisions on your own, but the feeling of non-communication and non-responsiveness is based on the fact that people have gotten up and said over and over and over and over again, we are scared, we are upset, we are concerned, we are, you know, on myriad issues. And so when you say that you have all been elected to make your own decisions about what has to happen at the schools, yeah, that's true. But the reason why people stand up here is to give you the kind of input that perhaps you're not always getting, because you're just, you know, talking among yourselves or talking to friends or what have you. And the feeling is, with so much going on and so much upheaval and so much response and so much concern, what we would like to see from all of you is a little bit of saying, you know what? We're going to slow this stuff down. We're not going to do that thing. We're going to speak to Mr. Capone about what our community is really about. And we are going to do things with all of you because that's why we elected you guys.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Agreed.
Denise Mayfire, 314 Wayne again. I wanted to bring up something that I meant to bring up before, but I just forgot. My kids, who are 11 years old, are in 6th grade and in the middle school. They started out in GBCS Charter School, Greater Brunswick Charter School. They were there from kindergarten through the end of September in their 3rd grade. We pulled them out for a variety of reasons. I won't go into right now the reason why we went in there, but the reason we pulled them out are manifold, many of which had to do with the problems my son was experiencing. My son has got ADHD. We were in the middle of all kinds of evaluations, and there was a lot of confusion about who was to provide him with what, who was to do what functions for him, who could answer simple questions about what we could expect, where we could go with him. There was no principal. There was somebody, I think, called a supervisor. I don't even know what the title was, because the titles were very confusing. There was clearly somebody in charge. Maybe that was a director. Then there was somebody who was a vice somebody, and then there was a somebody else who was a something, and there was a somebody else. And it wasn't really clear who did what. It was really the who's on first, what's on second, Abbott and Costello routine, and it really, really got confusing. And when you have a child who's got a lot of issues, which he had at that time, it was really hard to get him what he needed at the school. It was very frustrating as parents to try to help our son. The other reason we pulled out too was because when our children were in the 3rd grade, there was a bulletin board. And on the bulletin board were all kinds of words: that, the, and. My daughter, who was in the 3rd grade, was reading on at least the 7th grade level at that point. When we went to back to school night, we were told that the average reading level for GBCS in the 3rd grade was 1.3, the 1st grade. So we pulled our kids out because of those dual reasons. But I'm just bringing to your attention that titles matter. The fact that they had no principal, the fact that I can't even tell you right now what the structure was. And believe me, at the time we pulled the kids out, I was befuddled as I am now about who was in charge over there and what the person's functions were, what each individual's functions were. Whether it was a special ed, whether it was dealing with, disciplinary problems. I can't even begin to tell you. What I can tell you is that my kids had a really good, smooth transition. Both kids had a really good, smooth transition under Ms. Frazier into Bartle. My son has had a very hard time adjusting in middle school, but he's had a lot of help. He's had a lot of help from Dr. Roth. He's had a lot of help from his teen center. He's had a lot of help from Mr. Lassiter. And what's really important about Mr. Lassiter is that he is a principal. My kid understands authority. He understands that. And I can work with him to understand authority. That when Mr. Lassiter says something, he understands it. We've had some interactions with Miss Adams, but not in the same capacity as Mr. Lassiter. So I really can't go into that a lot. She has dealt with some disciplinary problems with him. I do know that my son's adjustment has improved. I'm sure he's not the only one that's had a hard time adjusting. But I really, really helped him that not only did he have the support, but he also had, he had the long arm of Mr. Lassiter there, who is compassionate to my son in ways I can't even begin to tell you. So I'm really concerned about this, if I haven't made that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Hi, good evening. Ellen Leibowitz, Grant Ave. I want to go back a little bit, piggyback on something David said and also Sharon. The business of the central administration staffing, a lot has been said about that. But sitting here tonight, one of the things that I was thinking about was back a few months ago when the searches for these positions took place. And I was wondering if I could ask a question first. In terms of the two assistant superintendents and the data analyst, can you please, either Dan or Mr. Capone, if you could please fill us in on the search process of those three somewhat new positions, the two assistants and the data analyst.
So I think this is not necessarily a budget-related question.
It actually is.
Okay.
It actually is, because if you can answer the question first, and then I'll tell you how it's related. You want me to tell you how it's related first?
Thank you, Ellen.
Okay. So I was if I understand correctly, the search process was really not much of a search process. There wasn't a committee. It happened very quickly. There weren't, you know, even a handful of candidates who were considered for each position. And I was wondering if perhaps there had been more of an extensive search with many candidates and a search committee, if perhaps we could have found 2 assistant superintendents who both had data expertise. And then that could have been, you know, over $100,000 savings there. But I think it's very, very much related to the budget issue, because I think we need to be much more careful with our search processes if we're needing to think about budget issues and how we can, you know, find people who can multitask, because unfortunately that's where we are now. We need people who can do many things, okay? And so, you know, now we've got these 4 people, four central administrators, and I get that there was some cutting, and I get there was some consolidation, I really do. But we're still looking at 4 people with 6-figure salaries, and because the search was done so quickly and without many candidates, you know, I think that maybe some of these things weren't considered. Just like with this, I guess I also want to ask Mr. Capone, as the educational leader of the district, how does that make sense? I don't mean that it does or it doesn't, but if you could maybe give us that information, and it's back to what I was talking about at the last meeting, give us more information so we're not so anxious about things. How do you see that makes better sense? And I'm not just talking about the dollars and cents, but educationally, pedagogically, in terms of supervision. How will that work better?
Ellen, this is what I've talked about all night, which is you're breaking up duties to have the day-to-day operations run by those assistant principals, and so the principal can focus on the instructional practices within the building.
So, okay, so we have, I don't know, I guess I'll just say that I'm another person from the community who would prefer to have 2 principals, a principal in the high school and a principal in the middle school. I think that works better.
Thank you.
And I would like to know more about what the board was thinking when these 3 central administrators were hired without a significant, careful, long, I mean, these are huge positions. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Boy, did that happen fast. With no, you know, candidates, except 1 for each position. I don't get that. With all due respect for all the work you do, all the time you put in, you know, it's tough times. We need to be really, really thoughtful about all these decisions. Not, oh gosh, I want this person. Okay.
Thank you.
Not okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody who's over, that's fine.
Hi, I'm Hava Friedreich. I live at 62 Grant Avenue. Just a few quick points because the hour's late. Linda, yes, the budget is buried. If you search user-friendly budget, it doesn't come up on the first page of links. That's a sign that it's buried. If you try and find it just by navigating link to link, I can't find it. The only way I could find it was through that direct link that you sent me, which I very much appreciate, or if I Googled the specific title, 2014 to 2015, the user-friendly budget. It's not on the main page. All right, I can find how to check the letter. It's right there up in the front, but you can't find, I'd be happy to walk over and look at it now. I can't see it from this distance.
2014 user-friendly.
How do you get to that page?
Right on the front page.
That's not what my front page looks like on my computer when I click on Board of Ed. I'm sorry.
What are you looking at?
All right, I'm not a woman that's standing up here in my 60s. All right, I'm in my early 20s. I'm a digital native. If I can't find it, there's a problem.
Okay.
It's on hpschools.net, and it's
I'll be happy to look at it again when I get home. I did spend a half hour looking
Related
for it
documents.
before Linda emailed it to me. After she emailed me the direct link, I spent another half hour trying to find it. Way too much of my time away from other more important things. But the point is, it's not as clear as it could be. If you really wanted us to see it, there'd be a lot better places to put it.
It was posted on 3/31/14.
It's not an argument. It's not worth having the discussion, Adam.
All right, well, I just want
Thank
to
you.
be clear.
Yeah.
All right, the next thing is, Mr. Ross, you repeatedly brought up the 40% of kids in this district who are on free or reduced lunch as reasons why we shouldn't have pay-for-play athletics, as reasons why we need a focus on technology. But you have to understand, those kids aren't in isolation. They're in families. So if you raise property taxes dramatically, you're increasing the expenses and the stresses for those families tremendously, and that's going to have a tremendous emotional impact on those kids. So you need a balance. Those kids need things in our schools.
Absolutely.
And they need things.
And we would have, we could cut, excuse me, we could cut lots. And if that's what, the community is interested in doing, that's fine. I'm not interested in pay-for-play athletics. I'm not interested in, class sizes of 35. We had this discussion on Thursday. I mean, I think that, you can...
And I agree with you, but you have to look, obviously you have to understand that there's a balance point. So what Mr. Sherman said, where he said ideally we just give all our money to the kids, that doesn't acknowledge that the kids are in families that have to pay the money, directly or indirectly. And then finally, I was originally planning to get up here and reassure my neighbors that this structure isn't totally ridiculous, that there is some logic to what Mr. Capone is saying. But what disturbs me is that we didn't find out till 10 o'clock at night that there's actually some real potential legal implications to doing this. It might make sense to have a joint principal for the two schools. That might work in terms of dividing roles, but if it means that legally they have to become one entity, which has implications for testing, has implications for policy documents, has implications across the board, that's a big deal. And that's not a decision you should be making if every single community member gets because they're not comfortable with it.
Yeah, changing the testing dynamic is one thing, but the board policies relate to all schools, whether it's 5 separate schools, 10 separate schools, or one large school.
If they have a single school code with the state, then any documentation that you would file with the state would be shared, and there's a limit to how much you can do that and expect them to really be separate schools in practice.
Thank you.
I don't think that that's true. You have lots of schools. Like I said, in a high school level, you have schools that they'll have each grade level that's run by a different assistant principal, okay, and they'll run and they're autonomous. The decisions are made within that level, and then you have the principal that oversees all things. In middle to high school situations, you have that situation exactly. There are schools in the state that are K-8, and it's the same thing. You have the middle school that runs separately from the elementary school because they have different needs. So, the coding is really irrelevant from the actual practice within the building.
I've been in schools that are academy schools. Different academies within a school is very, very different from saying this is our separate middle school and this is our separate high school. And I think you really and it shouldn't have been something that we found out at 10 o'clock at night. I don't think it's that insignificant. Maybe I think it's more significant than it is, but it's not something that should have been out of the first hour conversation that you guys had about it.
But what I hear what you're saying is something that I feel also. I came into this thinking I don't like this arrangement. One of the reasons I don't like it is because there's 2 10-month assistant principals. Now it's a 12-month and a 10-month assistant principal, and as somebody else very eloquently pointed out, you're asking for an assistant principal with an athletic director component, so then are you limiting the people? Like, one thing just leads to more questions, which they may all be very innocuous questions, but I don't have the answer to them, so then I don't feel comfortable. Like you're saying, I'm trying to go out and sell this to people I talk to, like, help me sell it, and I feel some of that same frustration sometimes where I'm like, okay, I got to a point where I know my questions, wait, now I have more questions, because the ball kind of just keeps moving. So I understand what you're saying. And you're the only one on the board who I'm absolutely sure is listening. Thank you, I appreciate that.
The status quo then is where we have to go. So, sorry. Maybe the status quo is then where we have to go tonight. And
On this particular issue.
On this particular issue, and we'll talk about it later.
Hi, my name is Tina Weisshaus. I live at 143 North Fifth Avenue. I want to follow up on Ellen Leibowitz's question because I feel like she asked a question and it didn't get answered. I think the point of the search process and for the central office people that for months people now have been questioning is really important because it were a very crucial decision made by this board. I feel this board owns that decision. We don't know how many people were interviewed. We still don't know what the data analyst for a district of 1,600 people does. We've never gotten any of those answers. I would like to know how many people were interviewed. How quickly did you hire? Did you think about going back out into the, to the professional community to get more candidates? I thought Ellen raised this really good point that, was it considered that maybe hiring a data analyst for such a small district was inappropriate, over the top? We're spending what, $109,000 or something like that on his salary, and then benefits. That's a lot of money for this district, right? And then, 3 months later, or no, a month and a half later, 9 people who had a combined service of over 100 years to this district are let go. And that's that. And I feel like you made these decisions, you own these decisions, and yet we don't have the answers to, some of the basic things like what does the data analyst do? But I wanted to get the answer that Ellen didn't get, which was how many candidates were interviewed for those positions and how long did that go on? I know that there weren't really any community members involved in it. So can somebody summarize what that was, what that process was? And maybe somebody can tell us why a district of 1,600 kids needs 100,000+ data analysts. What does that person do all day long? And what is the data that this person is analyzing? Because I don't understand that. That's very strange to me.
Talk about the Ralph's job description.
So the position is not data analyst, and that's all that they do. All of the compliance, New Jersey is a very heavy compliance state, and so the amount of reporting that has to be done, okay, what we try to do with everything that we've talked about, whether it's that position, whether it's here, all of the recommendations going down are trying to consolidate positions into fewer positions, because fewer positions cost less in salaries, cost less as far as benefits, and you're trying to get fewer people to do more work. Now, the benefit from administrative positions is that there's no overtime, there's no additional stipends that are needed, and so you have more work hours that actually benefit, a district, especially one that is looking at the financial circumstances that we're in. So we're talking about, again, you have compliance issues, and that's the bulk of the work that that person does.
But other districts don't have
Tina,
separate.
just maybe
okay.
let
Yeah.
Tina finish.
I mean, so, and I think that the point of what it is that we've tried to do is trying to reorganize. And again, people can say we're paying more for those people, but we're not. We're not. We're paying significantly less. And there are fewer people in the district office. And so
there are fewer people.
There are fewer people in the district office. And so to say that there's more just isn't true.
Right.
To say we're paying them more just isn't true.
Right.
And when we look at the status of the things that needed to be done, there were jobs that weren't being done that now are being done. And we're trying to move the district forward to make sure that all of those things are done the way that they need, to make sure that we do support teachers, to make sure kids have what it is that they need. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to consolidate, and we're trying to make it more efficient, because being financially efficient lets you do more with your money. And so, for some of the comments about not being sensitive to the taxpayer, when you look at the things that we've put on the table, we're trying to balance the tax increase with the cuts that are being made. And it is unfortunate. I would agree that in some of the positions, whether it's phys ed or other places, that we have more staffing that we need. and possibly less staffing in other places that we didn't.
Absolutely.
And so that's the same conversation when we're talking about, the English and math and the double blocking. Okay, you're talking about what is the breakdown, how do we want to spend that time, and what people do we need? And if the decision was made, if that's what ultimately is made, that we want 90 minutes of English and 90 minutes of math, let's say that that was the decision. There's a staffing impact. That no fault of the people that are in those positions, okay, but we're trying to make sure that the needs of students are being met by the needs of the staff. And that has to do with certifications. And we've dealt with the certification problems. We had people not in positions that they were certified for. And so yes, we've made changes. And we've tried to address some of these things to make sure that, kind of the foundational pieces, the structures, the procedures that are in place, that they will support a high-functioning district, that they're going to support to make sure we have high-quality curriculum, to make sure that these things are aligned. So those things are priorities. And I can understand, and I do understand, whether you're talking about the RIF or some of the other decisions. But all of these things is trying to say, we had a loss of revenue of that $600,000. We have increasing costs that, again, past decisions were made that tax increase was held down. And it was held down because the board was sensitive to trying not to raise taxes for people based on, the economy. But now we have to get back up to speed. Now we're looking at what do we need to do to balance those two things. That's what all of these conversations are about. It's about trying to bring balance back to the district. The gentleman asked before about, with fixed costs rising and knowing that fixed costs have exceeded 2% for the last 2 years. With fixed costs exceeding 2% for the last 2 years, you are looking at cuts, and the decision and the cuts were made, but not in personnel. Now when you're looking at 2/3 of our budget is personnel, and you're looking at, again, some of these inefficiencies that we have, again, nobody ever wants to take somebody's job. But you're in a position that you have to make sure that, again, we're not raising it to 10.5% that could have been raised. You're trying to bring reason to it, and you're trying to make sure that, there's balance here. And so, yes, nobody here wants to raise taxes. Nobody here wants to cut staff, but there's limited resources.
Well, I'm not arguing with the tax increase. I feel like, we've always supported the tax increase. We support the schools. I feel like it's the most important part of this community and does a lot for our property values, etc. That's not the issue. But the issue is the trade-offs that seem to be made. I have been in this district a long time, was active in the PTO when Liz Cressy was the principal of both the middle school and the high school. One person. It was a disaster. It didn't work, and I don't know if people
that was also a personality thing.
We can say it was a personality, but they're, two very different, and then the community spent, and I was on this community board commission talking about the middle school. We spent months and months and months developing a separate identity for the middle school and a separate architectural design and an entrance and everything to divide because the middle school was attached to the high school. It was really crucial to have to create as much as you could two separate entities. And now to merge it and to find out, really I thought it was fascinating at 10 o'clock at night to find out that this may become one school again by code, and really more by practice than I think you're admitting is going to happen. Because it seems, and then when you take one of the assistant principals and you give that person the athletic job, which is an enormous job of games and buses and dates, and I just don't understand how they can be the operational person in one of those buildings. I know everybody's trying to figure out how to save money. I appreciate that. And there are, these are tough choices. But I think it's wrong-headed. And I heard what you said, and I keep hearing that, you saved money in the central office. I don't know how you did that, by cutting the supervisors or something. I don't know where the savings was that made it kind of revenue neutral.
It's $345,000 savings.
From what? Cutting the coordinators?
from the salaries from last year to what it is we're projecting.
Wait, where did it come from?
From all of those positions. We had it up there before.
Wait, the supervisors in the central office, we're talking about
Look, we're talking central office administrator savings of
by
if
the
you look-
supervisors.
If you look at the positions that are up there,
Okay.
here are 7 positions that were credited to the central office last year. Okay? That was in the 13-14 budget.
Yeah.
Okay? These are the 7 positions that were part of the central office last year.
Well, I
And
don't
if
know
you
that
eliminate-
these were wise. You know, the community really objected to cutting literacy coaches when you're talking about trying to raise your test scores. I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not on the board. I can only respond to what the board does. But I would very strongly say it's wrong-headed. Other districts don't have, you know, they don't have data analysts, and I know they have as much compliance as everybody else in New Jersey. Highland Park is not unique in that it needs more compliance than other districts, and yet that isn't a common position that's created. So there are questions. I come very strongly down to principles. I think it is going to unfold in a very poor way. It is not going to, I don't project that it is going to be a good decision.
Thank you, Tina.
And that's based on past evidence.
Thank you very
And I
much.
think that this athletic thing is a real problem.
Great.
But there is an attack on public education. I would like to see my Board of Education push back and not kind of organize itself around the things that people feel are really part of the attacks, the testing and all of that. And I feel very sad to see these, to be told that compliance and analyzing tests and data and whatever is like such a priority over a principle. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Gordon, 207 South Fifth Avenue. I'm going to ask, to me, a very basic question. I've asked people in the room that are much smarter than myself. I'm not saying that to degrade myself, but it's an answer that's come around. We had a couple board members questioning some of the budget items, and I believe, Adam, you made a comment that it's your obligation of the board to pass the budget. So my question is, where a couple of people, Claire and Darcy, you had some serious concerns. Are those concerns going to be addressed, or are we, and how are they going to be addressed? I see a lot of people give great input here. I get the feeling from the board, it's thank you, but we're going to pass this anyway. And I want to know, and I think everyone else wants to know, what input that we gave tonight actually is going to be taken in a concrete way, not in a patronizing way that we heard you, but we're going to do anything anyway. And just so you know, I remember 30 some odd years ago, my father was on the school board in East Brunswick. And guess what? They voted no on the budget. And you know what? There was some uproar, and there was some reorganization. And guess what? East Brunswick, as far as I know, is still going strong and doing well. So my question, one, is what's going to happen concrete to the suggestions and the other board members' objections? And what happens if you vote no on the budget?
So I'll answer the question. There's sort of 2 parts to it, I guess. The first part is that, the feedback that's been given at many public comments has been incorporated, to the level of agreement that the board members have. So I think that this discussion about reorganization, which the board, I think, was pretty stuck on prior to public comment, my sense of it is pretty clear moving forward, and I'm not going to speak for other board members, but the idea of keeping those buildings as separate principals with an assistant principal seems like the way forward that both, it seems to be the best solution educationally, and also, a good plan without, sort of further exploring other options. So, for example, that would be one case. Yes. If there's feedback, about technology or other kinds of issues, excuse me? if there's feedback about other kinds of issues or I mean, that's filtered through, board members' perspectives on things, and certainly board members will agree or disagree. I respect Adam very much. I have to say that I think board members can certainly vote against the budget. It's certainly better for the board to come together as a unanimous body with sort of the same priorities moving forward, but there are 9 of us, and there are 9 of us who are individuals, and the budget gets passed by a majority of the board, not by unanimous vote only. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, but it doesn't address some of the outstanding issues that we're all still hearing. If you're going to vote on the budget tonight, how are those outstanding issues resolved?
So the same way that any sort of process is undertaken by the board, it's by majority. So if, Claire has raised the idea of the 2 principals with no no assistant principal. There are 9 of us here. If 8 of us feel that, or 7 of us feel that we should go with a structure that has 2 principals and 1 assistant principal, then that's the decision that the board will make. Once that decision is made, Claire then has the option as a board member to vote for the budget as a whole, piece, or not as a result of that one
So are you going to
item.
vote on that issue tonight before you vote on the budget?
So we will certainly have the discussion. I think we will reach consensus, certainly, or majority consensus.
And before you take the vote tonight?
Yeah, we need to pass the final budget tonight, and so we need to have all of these issues worked out prior to that determination.
Is there a deadline that we're facing that has to be met?
Yes.
Which is?
What's the deadline again?
Say it.
Go ahead.
The budget has to be approved no later than May 7th.
Pardon me?
The budget must be approved no later than May 7th.
And what happens if it's not?
We are out of compliance, probably would fail CUSAC.
And the
We could be
assistant
cited, our state could be withheld.
And the county superintendent, I believe the county superintendent would
We could
create
be
our...
censured. There's all kinds of things.
Okay, so are we kind of dealing with, like when my kids come to me at 10 o'clock at night and say, I have a project tomorrow morning, you got to do it or else?
No, absolutely not.
Wait. And if the budget was put on the website on, would you say, April 7th?
No, 3/31/14.
Okay, was that after public input, or was that after Mr. Capone presented the budget?
We follow normal budgeting procedure where the board presents a preliminary budget and then we have a discussion about what is presented in our final budget, which this process has taken 3 weeks longer than any other previous process we've ever gone through.
I'll go in a second, so once again, get clear. So you're going to discuss Claire's proposal of the 2 principals. Are you going to discuss the technology part of that as well?
We will certainly discuss it. We've had many discussions about technology as a board since the budget season started, and I think that there's a minority opinion to cut the tech budget as far as I understand it, and as far as the numerous discussions we've had in the past.
Okay, so tonight the budget's being voted on, that's it?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I will tell you, the one question, or what I've been swayed by is, I thought Ellen's question was a really good one about and I don't know the answer to this, so can the data analyst, project manager person's jobs be done by somebody else in the district? That I don't know, and I'm guessing, I don't know what the answer is. And,
but he's just been given the responsibilities of 2 other people, so now he's...
But who's responsible? Who was doing this before?
Title I.
The 2 Title I positions have been rolled into his position.
And the former assistant superintendent were doing many of his
So my question would
jobs
be,
as well.
how did one person have the ability to do 2 people's job when he still had a $109,000 job to do beforehand?
Thank you.
Good questions. Keep asking the questions.
It's round 3.
Stuart Shapiro, 201 South 2nd Avenue. I want to build on something Dan just said, because I think it was very, very important. And there was a fascinating discussion exchange before between Dan and Miranda about your role as elected officials here, whether or not your role is to follow the will of the community as expressed, and we can argue about whether or not it's a majority or not a majority, or to use your judgment in your positions. And I simplify, of course, but that's an argument that goes all the way back to Plato. Of course, the combination of those two is that you use your judgment and then you face the voters in November and the following November and the November after that and are held accountable for that judgment. So I don't really have a question, I have a request, and that is that on the most important vote you'll make of the year, presumably the budget, that you show us your judgment. If at the end of the day you think those suggestions put forth by the community, cutting central office staff, moving slower on technology adoption, are not worthwhile, and that instead we should raise the taxes by the amount those would save, then by all means, please vote for the budget. If you do not think those things, then please vote against the budget. Don't worry about unanimity. Dan was right. Everyone here needs to vote their conscience. In the interest of transparency and accountability for the electoral process, show us your individual judgment, vote as individuals, and then we can vote on whether or not we agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Can I just make a quick comment on that?
Sure.
In terms of, coming back to something Dan said earlier, in terms of how we listen and who we listen to, if we, we could go one way, listening to folks tonight. On Thursday, we'd probably be looking at, digging deep and passing a budget of 4% and making significant cuts. So to Dan's point, it really depends who's in the room and who we're listening to, who we talk to. And to expand upon that a little bit, there was a budget forum moderated by Mark Wise several weeks ago, and there was a superintendent from another district, which also prompted me to reach out to other districts. So this is kind of addressing Dave and Melanie's point too, that it's not just sitting here and looking at the data and making decisions. There's an awful lot of work that I know I have done, a lot of hours put in, and I know it's the same for many of the board members here, where we do go out, seek opinions, we do read as much as possible, we do look at the data, we do look at the budgets, believe it or not. We do try and model it. I've mapped out many within Excel. So the presumption and the insinuation that this is done in isolation is just incorrect. But going back to that meeting that was moderated by Mark Wise, the superintendent that was a guest speaker from, is it Kenilworth? I've forgotten where it's from, Kenilworth District. His major concern was that our central administration was actually too lean, and he's a similar sized district. It was actually too lean based upon the requirements being thrust upon us by the state. That was videotaped. It's available for anyone to go and see. That prompted me to go out and ask other districts, and they corroborated that kind of thought. So the concept that we're bloated, again, while in November I may have thought that going through an educational process, reaching out and talking, it doesn't appear to be the case. And again, this isn't just sat around the table, we meet half an hour before, and we kind of make a decision blindly. There is a lot of agonizing that goes into it, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and there's a lot of questioning that goes into it by many, of many community members. And it's important that you recognize that, and the insinuations are actually fairly insulting that doesn't occur.
But I think, actually, I would just say that part of,
very well spoken.
I think what people are asking for is for more of that process to be transparent, for us to put forth suggestions that we can say, we as a board went to X district, Y district, and this is what we saw. Not just that we're relying on individual board members to do their own individual diligence and research to say, we're going to change the structure of the high school, middle school, because we've looked at this high school, middle school that has this combined structure, and this is how they've done it, and this is how it's worked for them. That we're coming forward to the public with that information, not to just say, hey, I've done my research, don't tell me I haven't. We need to present that research.
We agree, yeah.
Because otherwise,
I agree too.
no one knows.
Completely.
They haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So until we as a board come, and I mean, I'm starting to get a little feisty. Until we come with presentations that are more thought out from an administrative and a board, full board, I don't think you have any right, I'm very sorry, to chastise anyone in the public for their questions or for their doubts.
It wasn't chastising for the questions. It was the insinuation that basically
were
But if
kind
our
of sitting
process
here
isn't
and-
transparent, they
I-
can't see it.
So I agree, and to Dan's point earlier, the process of working through that transparency, absolutely. It's a major requirement.
And I commend you for your individual efforts, and I think that's fantastic, and I think anybody who's heard me speak knows that I go through much the same process. We need to go through that
Absolutely.
process as a board and as an administration.
Absolutely, and the questions are very welcome. It's the insinuation that basically we're acting like a dumb body that I resent.
Well, but then we have to show them how we're acting as a smart
But I
body.
agree with you on that point too. I think in terms of presentation of the data, I think there's a lot that we can do differently, absolutely going forward. There's a whole AGA accounting principle that nonprofits are held to that I think we can adopt going forward. Unfortunately, we're in a time crunch now where we don't have that opportunity. Next year,
which
we
is
can
part
do
of the
something.
problem, I think.
Yeah. Next year, we can absolutely do something.
Yep.
So I agree with that.
Thank you, both of you. Please.
Beth Stuckey, 19 Grant Avenue. I really appreciated that discussion, actually, although I might have forgotten a couple of my points. I did want to say that I think most of us appreciate that time is spent, even though it does need to get to us a little bit better. I think that all of us appreciate it. We don't all agree with what you come up with, obviously, and that's why we're all standing here. So I would like to get back, since we're still on budget discussion, on a few things. One is to change the standing of the high school and middle school by combining it to one principal is a huge step. There's a lot of concern about that. And to have an assistant principal and say they're as good as a principal for whatever reason is not going to work, because that does change the status of our building. And also, if you had a principal, that principal would not report to the high school principal. That principal would report to you, I believe, Mr. Capone, or whoever that immediate supervisor would be. And I think having the middle school assistant principal report to the high school principal definitely lends itself to a combination that we don't want. And I don't think that that's a really good idea. And I think that, once again, as I spoke the other night, I think that the decisions you're making in terms of our budget needs they're all to do with direct service to the kids and nothing to do with your lean or not lean or bloated assistant superintendents. I think this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I think that a principal is a principal, and that has nothing to do with sports, and I don't understand how you would even think of combining it. Before, you would have thought about combining two of your assistant superintendents. Maybe technology and curriculum might have gone together. I think that would have been a great combination. So money-wise, I'm not looking at numbers. I don't know what that would have meant. I'm not even looking at the numbers. I'm looking at all the things that you're trying to accomplish, and they're all on the backs of our children and our status as a school district. I also want to bring up the fact that those 9 RIFT positions, money-wise, not money-wise, again, those were, as I remember, Dan, emergent issues, and yet the 2 assistant principals were hired right away. The 9 people were let go right away. Everything has been so fast, and there hasn't been, let's see what's best for the kids. It's just been, we have to do this, and we have to do that. Well, we have to get our technology, and and that conversation you say you have, the discussions, as I understand it, there was one 30-minute, correct me if I'm wrong, please, one 30-minute committee meeting conversation about those 9 RIFT people. If that's correct, and there was not more discussion than that, and you can feel free to correct me right now if I'm wrong, if there was only 30 minutes where you said, okay, let's just do it, and you got rid of 9 people that we all thought should stay and made your budget cuts another way, then you can't, I'm sorry, then you can't tell me that the board did their work on that one. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Beth.
And I'm not done, but thank you. And the last thing I would like to say, and maybe it's not because I'm trying to remember my points, is I would like to revisit the English, the blocking and how we gave them double periods and extra English to bring up their reading. I remember when that happened. I remember there was a lot of good discussion about why. I remember thinking it was a great idea. What I want to know is, before you decide to take that away, and somebody asked this before, and I think I might have even asked it before, I don't even remember, is did you do you have the numbers? Do you have the research to show that since we started doing that, the year, whatever year that was, we started doing that, to today, did it make a positive difference? Are the scores up? Do we know they are? How did it make a positive difference? And what will happen if we undo that? Are we going to have another problem, especially now that we're down 2 literacy coaches? Do we have an answer for that?
For the most part, if you look at it over the last 10-year trend, our English language scores has gone up.
Okay, so it worked. So why are we taking away another thing that works?
It's not on the table. We're actually not, I mean, we've decided
You
that that's...
decided not to?
Yes,
Excellent.
but, but the conversation,
Thank you, Beth.
the conversation is at what threshold, though? Is it at 90 minutes, 120 minutes, or 60 minutes? Do we get the same benefits?
You mean how you spread it out?
The time,
Fine.
the amount of time.
That I'm not even going to get into because, but I do want to get back to, did you have more than a 30-minute discussion about those 9 ref positions? Was there more than one committee meeting about that?
That's clearly not a budget question. Thank
Well,
you,
it
Beth.
is a budget question because you got rid of 9 people.
Thank you, Beth.
You're kidding me, right? That was, you let go 9 people and you have it even up on your presentation. How is that not a budget question? Does anybody here think that's not a budget question? Really? I'd like to say thank you, but there's no thank you.
I do want to say that on the double block of language arts, that's not something I personally agreed to.
To not take it away.
To table it.
Yeah,
Right, I didn't agree to it either, but that was, the majority of the board.
Okay, but nobody asked me. I don't know when anybody asked. Did I miss something? It is possible I missed something.
The budget is formed on a census. We've had over 3 conversations now at the board level, and the budget is presented without taking individual votes, but taking the census of the board and what the majority opinion is. And I think Tim and Dan have done a great job of doing that. While you and I have been in the majority on a number of things, and Darcy has been in the majority on some things as well, and a number of us have not gotten everything we want. It is formed on a different number of censuses.
Just making it clear that that was not something I personally voted for.
Brian?
Good evening, Brian McFadden, Dean Nicola of 118 South 2nd Avenue. I want to start off by thanking the board for what's been a very sometimes heated exchange, but I think a good exchange for the community to see. I think that this type of exchange, this level of exchange that's gone on through this board cycle has been very good and has given some insight into how things work. And, Ashton indicated that he'd done some research, and I appreciate that research, and he mentioned a budget panel, and I was on the panel, and I thought that was good, and that was a way to dispel some things that go on, and a way for the board to hear public comment, respond to public comment, and incorporate public comment into what you do. Following up on that, I want to point out something that one of the board members indicated tonight, that you have these budget meetings, you have these board hearings on the budget because this is hard, because this is difficult, because you have difficult choices. That's not why you have these budget meetings. That's not why you have these hearings. You have these hearings because you have an obligation when you're spending our money to get our buy-in, to incorporate our priorities into what you're doing. Not because it's hard. Because you're spending not just your money, but our money, the community's money. This isn't... So, between Thursday night and tonight, to a person, I don't think you've heard somebody say, please consolidate the high school and the middle school and only go to one principal. I don't think you've heard that. And the anxiety level probably goes up because there's a school board policy that you're putting forward tonight, school and facility names. We haven't had a policy on school and facility names, and why do we need that if this isn't a potential item that's going to occur? So when you're thinking about how you're spending our money, don't do it this way. This is not what the community wants. Not a person.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Cynthia Walling
You'll
on
just- yeah.
North 6th. I just want to ask one thing. What I hear is a lot of questions about many policies and expenditures. And since you have till May 7th to vote, why can't you take a little more time to discuss these issues and vote at a future date? Why does the vote have to be tonight when it's so late and there's been, I mean, I think it's a bad practice to have discussion and then the vote right after. I should think you would want to have time to consider what the public has said. And I think my own personal opinion is 6.1% of an increase is terrible. And that everything should be done to lower some of the costs that aren't absolutely necessary, to bring it to something like 4 to 5%. I'm paying over $11,000 a year in taxes now. Consider what almost 7% is going to add, for almost another $1,000. I'm retired, we can't afford this kind of thing. And I think other people share my position. I think that maybe you ought to spend more time discussing the budget and items in the budget, how it can be reduced a little so we get something a little more reasonable as a tax increase. Okay?
I do just
Thank
want to
you.
point out, and not to belittle the numbers at all, but that the whatever percent that the school board portion of your taxes go up, it's only on about 60% of the, it's not your full taxes, it's not the 100% of the tax revenue, the taxes that you pay, it's on 60%. The school portion is about, right, is my right, that it's about 60% of the total tax bill? So we're talking about, 6.7% of 60% of your...
Although the borough budget is
Yes.
is going to be 7%
But what we're
this year.
discussing right now is our portion of that. is all.
But it's at 7%, 7%.
It's a huge amount. I heard
Yes,
that Metuchen only is raising their property tax 1.9, and Edison, which is a big district, is not raising it as much as Highland Park. I know these are individual things, but it's a huge increase that should be considered. Maybe some items can be reduced.
Thank you.
Is that possible? I mean, I'm just asking hypothetically.
Ma'am, please, if you'd like to continue, you may. We've got it's being recorded, so if you wouldn't mind, if you'd like to continue, feel free, but into the microphone, please.
You have until May 7th. That's almost a week. That's plenty of time to discuss many of the issues that have been brought up. You don't have to vote on the budget tonight.
Thank you.
I mean, can we just address that, if that is even feasible, to push it back to May 5th? I know there's a question of when the final budget presentation gets announced to the public, and there's actually a date for that too, so I don't think it is feasible for us to push it to May 5th. Is that correct?
The date of the public hearing of the budget is established.
Right.
It is then advertised. It must be advertised a minimum of 4 days before the next meeting. The date was already reported in a public advertisement. The date was reported to the Department of Education. The date was established. It had to be between a parameter of a 2-week period. The board chose this date.
Yep.
And this is the date.
I just wanted to establish it so we don't keep repeating the same
It's a
questions. That it's actually
it's
at
a
this point,
legislated issue.
right, that at this point it's not possible to push the
No.
vote back to
No.
May 5th. But I think
The
if
board
the
would have had
questions
to
come up multiple
establish a different
times, we should
date
just
upfront.
establish. And I mean, the point that I would like to make is I think this makes a really good argument for us to consider next year that we have the budget calendar. From the very first meeting, we say, these are how many meetings we are going to have, this will be the final budget meeting, that is widely advertised to the public, it's posted all over town, it's posted up on the website, so there's no question, and we can get, this level of interaction more towards the beginning, so that when we get to the end of the process, where our process is
Agreed.
more concluded, not feeling like parts of it are just being started.
Absolutely.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello,
high
Rob
five you right
Oslevich,
now, Claire.
123 Magnolia Street, Highland Park. Earlier tonight, Mr. Capone spoke about how cutting staff and then adding the responsibilities to the people who are left were designed to create efficiencies in staffing and thereby cut costs. One of the things I noticed on tonight's agenda for after this portion is that we're outsourcing the writing of curriculum. And I'm just wondering if in the past we ever had to outsource the writing of our curriculum.
Those are staff members in the district.
I think, are you talking about the professional development, not curriculum?
It's district staff members who are providing,
The
who are
curriculum
doing
is by
professional
staff
development.
members. I think you might be referring to the curriculum, or
Yeah.
to the professional development.
Oh, that's professional
But that's a
development.
non-budget
Okay, I got the two confused then. All right, but my overall concern is that with the cutting of staff members and then adding on of duties and duplicative duties, that what might occur is that we will have greater inefficiencies within our school and that we won't be able to support that. I think a lot of people have asked that we have two principals for the middle school and the high school, and I think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
It's up to discussion.
Denise, are you, you stood up, so I didn't want to preempt you.
We gotta have a discussion now on where
Yes.
you want to go. I think, do you want?
So obviously, thank you very much, everyone, for the public comment. It was insightful, especially about the issue that we really had the most trouble with as at the board table. This is the question about the middle high school reorganization. So my thought about this is that we keep it with two principals, one assistant principal.
Yep.
I guess the question would be, do we keep the assistant principal position as a 10-month or a 12-month position? And I think that's,
Yes.
you know, we can keep this completely status quo, in which case it's a 12-month position. The question of the athletic director stipend, that comes in again as a question. I think those are all the issues around that particular piece that I see.
Yeah.
So with status quo, it's, again, to reiterate, it's about 0.4, 0.5%, correct?
Yes,
So-
if the tax increase would be 7% then,
Yeah,
or right around.
7.2.
7.2%.
7.2%.
Could we make the assistant principal job include the athletic director job?
Say that again?
Again, I think
I would just be in favor of keeping status quo at this
Yeah,
point.
I mean, I think some of the comment was, you know, something that I might not have even thought of having this introduced tonight. You know, then do you limit your candidate pool for the assistant principal to someone who also has that skill set? I mean, they could be completely two different skill sets, and the person you want for your assistant principal isn't going to have that skill set. So I don't want to see that combined personally. And having had a kid in the middle school, or a step kid in the middle school, when the athletic director position wasn't well fleshed out and buses didn't show up and kids would practice and then they wouldn't be able to make it to a meet, you know, it's very frustrating. It's a real job.
Yeah.
They're both real jobs.
Other thoughts?
I agree that we should keep the two principals and the assistant principal.
So status quo.
Status quo.
is fine by me.
Yep. I'm okay.
So are we leaving it at 10-month, or are we leaving it at 12-month?
Yes.
Mike?
Are we leaving it at 12-month, or are we turning it into a 10-month position? And how much savings would that realize? About?
About $20,000, I think we said, right?
Was it 18?
$18,000.
Is there a benefit to having it 12 months?
I think the benefit to the 12 months is keeping possibly the person that's in it, and right now anyway.
That's not what we think.
Do you have any thoughts about this?
I'm just saying to go out to hire at this point to, I mean, unless, maybe that's more than we can talk about at the table, sorry.
Does it make sense to have a 12-month assistant principal, is my question. It might, I don't know, the answer.
Well, especially if it's still going to be considered a shared position.
So when we were talking about the duties of the assistant principal, and again, it being dealing with students, dealing with evaluations during the year, and that, you know, this was a way, again, a cost-saving measure that you wouldn't have to carry those people over during the summer, that they would work the 10-month schedule, and that, you know, based on that would be a cost savings for the district. I guess
What are the duties of the assistant principal during the summer months?
they you know, the major thing that they do over the summer is, you know, the I'm not sorry, not the budget, the master schedule. It's making sure that, again, kind of your operations are in order. I mean, again, I wouldn't have recommended it as a 10-month position if I didn't think it could be done.
And we operate under a
And-
we operate under a 4-week schedule in the summer as well. 4-day schedule.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with whether it's...
I'm talking about in time, time and amount of work that gets done during the summer.
It's obviously drastically reduced, and again, I mean, it was something that we were looking at as far as, ways that we could save, that this was a possibility. I think it's manageable, again, if you're going to keep 2 principals, that you could have a 10-month assistant. I think that's reasonable.
Other thoughts?
I think that's a minimal savings for more staff instability.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
To me, that on the surface, that seems like minimal savings for more staff instability. That I don't know is, I don't know that we're recouping enough savings to have yet another staff member that might possibly turn over.
This is about going full circle and trying to figure out what the right decision is. I started with the perspective that status quo was actually, in my mind, something that seemed like an appropriate thing for us to do at this juncture. One of the conversations that we tabled, for the most part, was the discussion on the double periods for the English teachers, and one of the reasons why we wanted to table it was not because we thought it was a bad idea necessarily, but because we didn't want to have the discussion of that within the context of the budget. We wanted to have the discussion of double periods and the scheduling of English and the scheduling of math within the context of a curriculum discussion and a teaching discussion that has to do with what can we do that's best for our kids. And the principal discussion too, you could turn around, you can look at the integration of the principal for both buildings to be something that we table it for today in the sense that let's hold on to the status quo, but I think that should be something that we don't just dismiss outright as a future possibility. I think it's something we need to hold on to, and it's something we should probably be talking about throughout the year. So that when budget season comes upon us in a year and we have probably things we have to consider, that may be something we consider a year from now. And I'm not saying we should adopt it a year from now, I'm just saying we hold on to that thought. So that's my thought process. I think status quo at this point, if we're going to make the decision not to change, we shouldn't change.
Agreed.
All right. So Linda, now we're talking a 7.2% tax increase.
Let's take some time and figure the numbers properly.
And I am just going to put this out on the table from the board. We've heard it from the community, and I do want to put it out from this perspective. This board is not willing to look at least one central office position to possibly balance that out.
I think it would increase our overall tax levy if we were to do that, in my opinion.
But?
The amount of staffing needed to do those positions would increase our overall budget instead of reduce it.
Well, right now, we're functioning down 2 principals, and the central office staff is able to accommodate that. So that doesn't really make sense. I think at the present position that we're in, it's hard to make that particular argument.
I don't think it is, and I think you've seen from the slides out there that there are a number of other positions besides those principal positions that were folded into the central office positions.
But it still hasn't been made 100% clear to me if all of those have already been rolled in or not. I mean, that was a question I was trying to get.
I think it was...
But this is where we come down to, I think David put it pretty eloquently, just one slide of a couple of boxes without tasks doesn't really tell us much. So I'm just putting it out there from the board table. Is this something that the board is not willing to consider at all? Because depending on positions, that could be that entire amount of savings that we're looking for. And if everybody's not willing to, that's fine, but...
Yeah, I think we need the people in the central administration. I did hear Scott Taylor speak the other night and say that knowing administration from the inside, he sees us actually having on the verge of too few people. I think that there is so much work to do in this district at this time that to let somebody go would just put us further behind. I'm not willing to do that.
I agree with Catherine. At this point in time, I agree too. I think the closer we edge up to the initial, 8.3, I think one of the things that we have to do going forward through the year is look at every opportunity, to Greg's point, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. But at this point in time, after asking around and Scott's presentation, I agree. I don't think we can take the cuts in central administration at this point.
Okay, in my evaluation, if we chose to remain with a high school principal, a middle school principal, and a 12-month assistant principal, then the only savings I see here is breakage on the principal at the high school. That breakage would be around $9,149.
Okay.
Now, we had been looking at savings of $65,611, so we're looking at a budget increase of $56,462.
So it's 0.2%.
So, and that's what I'm
6.9%.
I'm trying to get to now. So we were at 6.71?
Uh-huh.
And
I see.
we'll just put it back out. Nobody's willing to take anything out at all of technology.
No, I'm not.
Zero. Okay. Just got to put it out there.
I think that
I'm happy to be the minority. I'm just going to say it, though.
The struggle.
Well, I'm not happy, but.
If we don't, so there's been a significant is very much an overstatement, but there's been an investment made this year. If we don't put the infrastructure in place to support that, then they just basically will become paperweights. So the investment...
That doesn't make sense to me. We purchased 400 Google Chromebooks. As was mentioned, the teacher said, give us 4 per classroom and 1 for a teacher, and we'd be pretty A-okay. And we said that those 400 Chromebooks were for exactly that, for the 4 per classroom.
Right. So but the assumption, so the budgeted number is not necessarily to increase. In my mind, it's not necessarily to go out and buy another 400 Chromebooks. It's to put the infrastructure in place to support those 400 Chromebooks. It's the networking, it's the security.
We already have the money for that.
No, it's the
That's already budgeted.
Projectors.
But the networking is budgeted. You can't.
Sorry?
The networking is, we already voted on that. That's from somewhere else, I believe. We were told that's put into the central office budget line.
He's talking about access points.
That was the speed.
Right. He's talking about access points.
No, the access points and the security.
Right. Right, I know she is, and that's why I'm bringing the two of them together.
It's not the, it's not the routing equipment, it's the access points and the infrastructure in terms of security to make that happen.
Yep.
Otherwise, these just are going to become paperweights, and the investment that we have made is just going to be wasted.
But wait, so does that make them paperweights until the end of this year? I mean, I'm serious, I'm not, but I don't mean to be snide or sarcastic. We've already bought them and we don't have the infrastructure currently to make them work.
No, I understand what you're saying. But to get to the point where we can start using them to a greater degree and more effectively, we need the security and the access points put in place.
And other infrastructure in the classroom. I think we all can admit that we're piloting. The reason why they were bought now was to try and see how we were going to use them to inform our decisions for next year. And nobody wanted to make the decision to buy them for next year and just pilot it during the school year. So we're using the remaining of time of this year to try new things.
And some of the tools that Mark is using to the West Windsor district that Jesse and Adam took a trip to, and that we've heard a lot about, those additional tools that we can build out on top of these are where that investment could go. It's not necessarily to just up the number of Chromebooks.
Again, this is where a plan would be really helpful to say, here's where we're going to be next year and here's what we need that for.
Agreed. So we're at 6.9 or something? Or you're figuring it out?
6.97.
I'm going back to Claire's 25 on the Hey,
No, I
if we're looking for money, like,
But
let's
then- but
look
then
at
the 10
other
month-
little
then the 10
places.
month Then the 10-month principle is a...
No, staffing
that's
is
20
much different than a computer program we use to...
But if we're looking for money, then that's a place that we could look as well.
No, again, there's a difference between looking for money and staffing, and using a computer program that we use for evaluations. We have someone here who is a supervisor, who conducts evaluations, who says, I don't use one of these computer programs to do it. And that's for a district that's a whole heck of a lot bigger than ours is. And if we have all the central office administration, and we're going to have all these principals, I would think that they can put together the paperwork to do evaluations and save us $25,000. I mean, if we're saying to the public in good faith, we're looking for every bit of money that we can to keep the tax rate down, and we're willing to go, to staffing,
Not in terms of efficiencies, only in terms of things that we find.
Well, I mean, actually, I said before, I mean, I'm okay with that.
You're okay with going to the
If you're going to get rid of Teachscape, I mean, I'm okay with that.
But it's such a good program, though.
I want to actually jump on that because I actually...
Just kidding.
The Teachscape thing, I don't know what cheapskate is. I don't know what Teachscape is, so perhaps you can inform us a little bit on that. But before we go down that path, there's a little... I mean, I get that we want to find money, and I get that there is a little bit of an argument that we could save some money by stopping licensing a particular software product. But there's something counterintuitive, and this is at a high level. I don't know what Teachscape is, so maybe it is a disposable program, but there's something very counterintuitive in the argument that suggests if we take technology away, we will introduce efficiency into the organization. Right. Because that's what the suggestion is. We could save $25,000 by asking our people to work more with manual processes. That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm just saying at a high level. I want to know what Teachscape is. Maybe there is an opportunity. If Tim says we can get rid of it, maybe we should get rid of it. But when you talk about introducing automation to help collate and aggregate information, that's an efficiency creation instrument. And if you take that away, I don't know, seems to me that you've just introduced back a certain amount of labor into the process that you weren't factoring in before.
It was less than spectacular this year as far as the way that it operated, and it's something that I think we could find another way to do it, maybe not as efficiently, but it would be something that I don't believe would be overly labor intensive.
So let's get rid of Teachscape.
Not a good program.
So why are we...
It's not a good program.
just said it's not a good program.
I mean,
What'd you say?
this
I said, now
gets
you've
into
just
a
said
much
it's not a
bigger
good program.
conversation, though, as far as the evaluate. I mean, we're using Danielson, you
get rid
have
of it.
Teachscape as the platform that we use for it. So, I mean, there's a much bigger conversation as far as what that is and, how these things are going to link up. And I think that there's probably a more efficient way to do it, or maybe another mechanism to use it.
Okay.
But
All right. So get rid of the take off $25,000.
it's not 25. It's,
What'd you say?
I don't have
How
the
much?
exact
I think it's
number, though.
23.
23.
So, will we redo my numbers? Sorry, Linda.
No, that was only number one of public comment.
From like 4 weeks ago, or 4 minutes ago.
No, I don't know. We don't have a lot of ours.
You want to know what the percentage is? Is that what you guys are waiting? 6.87%.
6.87. Okay. No, it's less than 7.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You went down by
0.01. All right, so do you want to give me a moment?
a tenth of a percent.
So we need to change the numbers that are
I'm
on
going to
the...
change all my numbers.
Yeah, yeah. Is there any other
Again. Just did it.
Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, maybe we should talk before I...
Yeah.
I'm going to run out of paper, room.
seems like that's it.
Do you want more paper?
No, 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 I have to cross out numbers and write next to
Well,
those numbers, so I need
Do
to...
you want, do you need a few, do you want us to adjourn for five?
No,
No, you're good.
I
okay.
just need to...
Or we can go on the agenda and go back and adopt the budget now, in the interest of time.
Just speak in the mic, I can't.
We can go back, we can move on and go back and adopt when Linda's ready for us. We can do the committee reports, or do you want to wait?
Well, she has to take
Let's-
minutes, though.
Yeah, let's...
No, because then I'll have to take minutes, and I won't be able to do this.
You're right.
I'm gonna-
Sorry.
It will take 2 seconds.
Okay, I have the numbers.
All right.
Does everybody want me to read them in? How do you want to work this?
Well, read it, you give somebody
Okay.
the number for a motion.
We should probably wait till Dan's back.
We can just read the motion in.
Okay. Resolved that the total budget amount, in the amount of $31,385,338 be approved. General fund, $28,109,829. Special revenue fund does not change. Debt service fund does not change. General fund tax levy will be $23,208,941. Debt service fund tax levy number does not change. The next two sentences related to travel do not change. The budget includes the use of $1,057,155 in banked cap funds as follows.
What, say that 150?
1057155. The first number does not change. That's 186,498. The next number does not change. That's 85,509. The third line changes. $187,049 banked from the 2013-2014 budget. And the final number does not change, $598,099. Did everybody get that?
Can you just, in the resolve, that the total budget in the amount of?
Yes, $31,385,338.
For a total budget increase of 6.9.
6.87.
6.87%.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a motion to adopt the 2014-2015 budget?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there any other discussion? Linda?
Well, you know, I just
Oh,
had...
yeah, Jerry?
From before, just going back to this, with the staff reduction, and we mentioned the 2 gym teachers, but then we have our retirement on the agenda. How does that affect, is that, does that now only 1? Or does
We're
it,
talking about the elimination of positions, we're not talking about people.
about people, okay.
Does that mean her question can't be answered? Because she's not talking about people, she's asking about positions. 2 positions versus 1 position.
Well, we're reducing 2 positions.
You're reducing,
So
correct.
we can't just...
You're reducing 2 positions.
Right.
Right, we're reducing 2 positions, but if there's
And the
a
hope was always that we
retirement
would be
for
able to
one
do
of
it by
them,
attrition.
And there's one open position.
then there's one, right,
From the ones that are remaining.
from the ones that are remaining. Oh. Right, so one, okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call, Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Warden?
Yes.
Okay, we're on to committee reports. Claire, could we have a curriculum and instruction committee report?
Yes. So the Curriculum and Instruction Committee met tonight. For those of you that are here that are wondering about an assistant superintendent for curriculum, I have here the product of work that she has overseen for a curriculum for the 5th grade, and I'll give you some examples of...
Excuse me, please. Thank you.
Some examples of some of the items in this curriculum. One example is using a book called The Journal of James Edmund Peace, a Civil War Union Soldier. There's another sample reader's theater project called Seeking Underground Railroad Conductors. There's another example of a short-term project on the First Amendment, video, and free speech and freedom of the press. I don't know what that sounds like to you, but to me, as a social studies supervisor, it sounds like social studies. This happens to be a language arts curriculum. So woven into certain literacy skills are social studies content, and the standards that are written into this unit are from the technology standards, the Common Core standards in literacy, as well as the New Jersey social studies standards. So I'm very satisfied with this unit, which I've looked at for quite a while now.
This is at what grade level?
This is 5th.
5th grade English.
5th grade. And the unit plan title is What Does Freedom Mean to Me? So that's what kids in 5th grade will do in this unit, is evaluate that theme, and they'll do it through a variety of reading and writing. So I'm satisfied. Social studies cannot go away, not on my watch. So if anybody was worried about that, I'm on top of that, so don't worry about social studies. We also talked about professional development that happened today, and it was on writer's workshop with the kindergarten teachers. The feedback from the teachers, according to their surveys, was that it was great professional development. It involved the trainer going into a kindergarten classroom with our kindergarten kids and doing a model lesson on how writer's workshop would work with the kids. So the teachers were very happy and even hugged our assistant superintendent for curriculum. There is one change that I want to read in on number 3. If you want to look at your agenda, number 3, there is a person listed, Yvette Reyes Martinez, Language Arts. She is writing grade level 10 and grade level 12 Language Arts. Under hours, it should say not to exceed 25 hours per grade level. Okay. And with that...
You don't move things yet.
What?
We don't move things.
Oh, I'm not moving anything.
Is there any discussion on those items? Thank you, Claire.
I did want to ask about the professional development that's on here, and this, just since I haven't been here for many board meetings talking about curriculum, is this a new thing that we're having one company do big blocks of professional development? Is this standard? Is this...
This is based on a lot of the conversations that we had with staff as far as what the needs were, our own assessment administratively, and trying to put together how much professional development we could get in and get to teachers in a timely manner. So this is just what we're trying to flesh out for the rest of this year. You can see that it runs through the end of the year, and trying to make sure that these were the pieces that were addressed. As far as moving forward, you wouldn't anticipate to see this, because having a comprehensive plan going into next year, identifying and having a significant amount of time to plan it, we wouldn't be doing this again.
So we wouldn't be doing it again in terms of farming it out somewhere else, and we'd be having more people do it in-house with our own teachers going out to workshops,
Correct.
developing, okay, so this is just kind of like a one-shot deal for the rest of this year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the curriculum items? Catherine, could we have the Finance Committee report, please?
Yes, the Finance Committee did meet tonight. We're moving ahead with the ROD grants, where we anticipate awarding the bid contract on May 5th. And well, looking to have the installation, certainly the bulk of it done during the summer. It may slip into the fall a little bit, but hopefully that'll be contained with, work on one classroom at a time or after school. And we are well within budget on that project. The bid that we will be accepting is well within budget. Linda has been working, we've talked about shared services. One really potentially beneficial one is with the borough going out for an RFP for the custodial. It would be the custodial contract for the borough, custodial maintenance and landscaping for us. They're working out details on that. There are intricacies in going out for a request for proposal as opposed to a request for bid. We have in the past contracted with Advocate, and it's on the agenda.
We have an
No, it's
addendum.
not. We have an addendum that we'd like to read in. To hire them. The last time we used them, it cost $3,000, and they ended up saving the district about $150,000. It was well worth it. Should I?
You have it? You have it?
Yeah, okay, all right. Approved contract
Well,
for...
actually, you're not making motions yet.
What? I didn't hear you.
You're not making motions yet.
She'll read the motion in for the board to know, and then
Okay.
you'll have to read it in later when we move it.
So what am I doing right now? Just
read-
tell me what to do. It's
read
just-
this- read this to the
That's what I'd
board.
like to do.
Yeah, read this to the
I move that the Board of Education accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the contract with Advocate School Support Solutions for services related to managing the RFP process for custodial maintenance and ground services for the Highland Park School District and the Borough of Highland Park, custodial only, in parentheses, in the amount of $9,875, effective 4/28/14. This is a shared service, and costs will be shared in accordance with a cost-sharing agreement.
And the reason why we're moving this tonight was just the week is important between now and next meeting for Linda and for the borough to be discussing and planning for the project.
I'd like to point out just a few things on the agenda also. Item number 10, we have a generous donation from Rosella Sabatini that's also matched by her employer. And this is the second year in a row that she's done this. And it just, as I say, is very generous and very much appreciated. We also, item 11 is a grant from Whole Kids Foundation to rebuild the Bartle Gardens that were torn up for the police station construction. That's being managed by parent volunteers and Tracy Maiden. Items 12 to 14 have to do with the Bartle window replacement. Items 16 and 17 have to do with the pavement, sidewalk reconstruction. Item number 18, this is something that we would like to, well, I would like to move forward with. This has to do with the, what was formerly known as American Homestays. Ed is here tonight. Again, if anybody has any questions, this would be moving ahead with having Chinese students come to the high school, and this is a revenue generator, but we have to make the initial investment in it. So that may be a topic of conversation. And I think that's it.
Do you have an idea of how many students we're thinking about as an introduction to the program?
I thought the original numbers were around 8, was what we were talking about,
We've
right?
talked, when we originally talked about this, we talked about no more than 5 in the first
5 in the
year,
first
and to sort of see how, to expand the program
Right.
From there.
5 in the first year, and they're there's like a cost per student, is that right?
They pay tuition. They pay
Right, right.
whatever our state indicated tuition is.
So what is that about, Tim? Do you have an idea?
16, 15 or 16, something like that.
I mean, I don't think there's really a good way when we're looking at what the numbers are. I mean, I don't think that there's a way to really identify this. I mean, when you're talking about, you know...
No, but what is the tuition? It's determined by the state what we can charge for tuition.
Oh.
Federal, actually.
For the placement of students coming in, it's not, I don't know the top
I think
of my head, but
it's 15 or 16, somewhere in
but
that
for the seats, and as far as the number of seats that we're bringing in, that'll be something, again, we've talked about where it is we are as far as capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
And-
trying to establish, we're putting out $10,000, but we're potentially bringing in, 60 or something. I mean, that's all, yeah. I mean, that's all I was trying to establish, is that we're putting out a little bit now to get more eventually, and maybe it'll be 5 this year, and it might not increase past that, but we'll start at 5, see where that gets us, and if we have capacity, we could increase or not.
And I think, this is the one thing that I said about this before, is that when we're talking about the services that are needed for these students, when we're talking about, the scope or, the ability to serve these students.
It could be revenue neutral in the first year or so.
And that's, you're looking at the greater number of students, the more efficient it's going to be for us.
Sure.
But that in any case, it enriches the life of the school. It really...
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, but again, I think that the one cost offsetting piece was again the bilingual services potentially that we're going to do.
And I have confidence in Ed to expand this program as far reaching as we request in the end. So it could reach, upwards of $100,000 in, a year or two from now.
And it wasn't limited to Chinese students.
Right.
He was going to investigate. I guess that there's some interest from various countries.
I think it sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Am I reading it right, that we would have to pay $10,000 to get the students?
Initial. And then there's the sliding scale that goes with it.
There are costs associated for him with actually sort of identifying students in the foreign
Placing
countries.
them.
But if I'm
And
looking
placing
at
them
the
here.
chart, so when does it become cost-effective for us? After 6 students?
One student would be cost effective for us, under
Yeah.
my understanding.
Well,
How do you see that on the
bilingual
chart?
services.
Well, I think that's what Tim's saying, is there's going to be a little give and take, because they're going to require some additional services.
Right. So
I mean, I would like to see us get almost double digits, 7 to 10, something along those lines, and then you would be assured revenue.
Revenue positive, but even at 5 or 4, it's
No,
revenue
yeah.
neutral.
But I'm saying, as far as, again, the offset of potentially the services that they're going to need.
So are you suggesting we're going to have to hire people to support these kids?
Well, no. With the question comes is depending on what the need is, and then again, the language, if you have to offer bilingual services. And if you have to offer bilingual services because you have a cohort of kids then within the district, then that could be something that...
Excuse me, if you'd like to have a conversation, feel free to do it outside. Thank you.
So
I'm still not... There's an obvious cost to the program of $10,000. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically a prepayment on we're basically paying them a commission on, call it a commission, whatever you want to call it. We're paying them a fee to bring us in the first 3 students, and then we pay them another $10,000 for each additional
3
few students. And I'm hoping that those numbers are represented in their cumulative numbers, not, those numbers don't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'm assuming that it's a $10,000 payment he gets at each level. It's not a $10,000 and then a $20,000 and then a $30,000 and then a $40,000 payment. So
Well, I
I think
guess it
we need
would
to get some...
depend per year.
That's right.
Let's have that
My source has told me that's correct.
It's not cumulative. Okay, so we might just want to... So anyway, the question that I had is are there additional costs? We talked about this, I mean, this goes back a full year at least, I feel like. This is before your time, Tim, when we had him here, I believe, right? This is last summer, this is last spring?
Yeah.
This is a long time ago. I feel like that the conversation went that there was some costs that we would pay to get the programming in place. It would be revenue generating for us, and the impact to us on a programming perspective or a hiring perspective, staffing perspective, would be negligible. And now you're suggesting that maybe we have to staff up for this.
Well,
and I just want to understand that.
I guess what I'm saying is that if you bring in 3 students, and let's just use 15,000, that's $45,000 that you're going to net, okay? And so with a small number, okay, of 3 students, let's say, you can incorporate that within the services that we currently provide. As the number grows, you're going to have to offset that cost. So at 7 kids, let's say, okay, or, and again, you know, this is where, you know, if you have to offer bilingual services, let's say that the number of students district-wide exceeds 20, then you have to offer bilingual services for that language. And so in doing so, if you're going to cross that threshold, then you're going to have to hire a bilingual teacher.
But we wouldn't...
But at 10, that's going to offset the cost. So there's... the only point that I'm making is that, yes, it will generate revenue. There's going to be a break-even, and there's a kind of space in the middle. You know, 3 is going to generate revenue, 10 is going to generate revenue. Somewhere in that other range, it's going to be a little bit closer.
And it's fully at our discretion of how many students we accept. So if there's not revenue generated, then we wouldn't accept those students at that time, theoretically.
Sure. But again, I mean, I think the point is that the more students, the more money it theoretically generates.
Okay.
Unless we want to talk about school choice.
In addition to enriching the school community.
Is there any other...
It's an important part of this.
Sorry, Ann. Is there any other discussion on the finance items? Okay, Ann, could we have the personnel report, please?
The Personnel Committee met tonight. We discussed some resignations and retirements. I'd like to particularly call your attention to the resignations of Julie Klimowitz after 36 years, Coach K, and Vicki Podobecki after 33 years with the district. Dan and
Yes.
Adam, you must have both been touched by these two, yes?
Yes.
I was touched by
Oh,
Ms.
I'm
Kay
sorry, I'm
myself.
sorry. I did not mean to
I
leave you
remember when
out.
she was Ms. Baylor.
Yep.
And Coach K was my daughter's tennis coach, and I can say that we appreciate their service to the district, and we will miss them.
She's going to leave a big void.
I think there are thousands of people in this community who have been touched over time by Ms. Kay and a number of other, and Ms. Podobecki also. She was my health teacher, and I learned a lot from her at a very young age, and that was great. So actually, Ms. Kay was also my health teacher, and I learned a lot from her as well.
Susan O'Donnell said today that her first year in high school was Coach K's first year teaching, and that she thinks that Coach K looks better than she does, and she doesn't know how she doesn't know how she does that.
It's the beach. She spends the summer. She has the beach house that she spends the summer at, and is very happy there, and that happiness, provides beauty. We are going to miss her, and I can't wait to honor her at a board meeting later in June.
And I agree. I want to congratulate Candy for her new position. Mrs. Podobecki and Mrs. Klimowitz were teachers of mine, very, very close friends of my mother's, and I wish them both the best in their retirement.
No, that concludes the personnel report.
Any other discussion on the personnel items? Adam?
The policy committee has not met tonight. We have a number of items that have gone through each of the committees for first and second reading. They are in your packet, and I would like to, not move, but that's the report.
That's it?
Yep.
Is there any discussion on any of the policies that were included?
I got a question.
Greg?
Yep.
Certification of tenure charges, the 3144.12. I see that's marked with an M. This is a mandatory policy, I'm assuming, coming from the state?
Yes.
Okay.
We went over it. Greg, it was our policy.
It was our policy?
It's late.
It's late. I just want to make sure, I mean, to ask out loud and in public what this means, what is this, I mean, just can you just tell us in English instead of in legalese what this policy is doing and what the state is mandating that we do with this?
So part of what the 10-year reform was that if teachers rated low in their evaluations, if they had overall low ratings, that after multiple years of that low rating, tenure charges could be brought against them. And that could effectively remove their tenure, and they would then be non-tenured going into that next year, which, the loss of tenure obviously is significant and makes them, as a non-tenured teacher, somebody that could be removed.
Well, this policy, which is according to the law, I think, this is not simply saying that their tenure may be removed, it's saying that it must be. I mean, that's what I'm reading into this, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with this.
Yes.
That this is what the law is telling us what we need to do. I mean, that's all. This is one of the big changes that came down in the last year or so, and we're adopting policy that adheres to the law. But that's what it's telling us to do, right?
Yes.
Kind of.
The other thing I learned too
crazy.
is, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, is that these cases are taken to arbitrators, not administrative law judges. And the arbitrators, the whole process goes a lot more quickly. They still have to follow all the rules, but it will go more quickly. Because in the past, it's taken several years to have somebody removed for tenure charges. And often it wouldn't happen. So that's another change.
There were a couple of ones that I wanted us to talk about, but I mean, it's 12:15, and I think discussion at this point really becomes kind of unproductive. But certainly 7441, the electronic surveillance, I think before we move that at all requires some...
It's first reading.
I know it's first reading, I know it means it's not written in, but I think honestly, for me, before it goes even past first reading, goes anywhere, we should have a discussion about what this is, what this means, what that's about. And I mean, I feel vaguely similar about 7250, as Brian pointed out, this school and facility names. I don't get where we're going with that. And then just housekeeping stuff on a couple of them. Just as I was going through them, I caught a couple of housekeeping things that seemed a little odd. Like 1521 refers to, the first sentence of the second paragraph refers to the core curriculum content standards, that we're saying each educational improvement plan shall be consistent with the core curriculum content standards if we're moving to Common Core. So some of these
they get adopted, when they are adopted by New Jersey, that's what they're called.
When Common Core is, so in our, I thought in other policies it was referred to as Common Core, no?
There's two sets of standards. There's
Right.
the Common Core state standards,
Right.
which are the literacy standards and the math standards.
Right.
And then for subjects like science, social studies, fine, visual,
still
and
have
performing
the
arts, you still have the
core content.
The New Jersey CCCS.
That's right.
Core curriculum content standards.
Yes.
And so my understanding of it is that when the Common Core was adopted, it became, for math and English language arts, the NJCCCS.
Okay.
And in terms of 7441, this is codifying a practice that we presently...
But like I said, I think this is a whole huge conversation that we...
But we're going to move it tonight.
But I'm saying maybe we shouldn't. I'm saying that maybe those couples should be tabled to have a conversation about at some point, because I think they're kind of juicy, and unless everyone on the board feels like they've read it, they're comfortable with it, they're cool with it. I mean, I read it and I thought that needed discussion.
It went through the committee process.
Well, they have to be moved before they can be tabled.
Say it again.
They have to be moved before they can be tabled, or a decision has to be made not to move them at all.
Let me explain
We're meeting next week. I mean,
fine. Well, yeah, I'll table it.
And just 1522, I think that is for second reading, and there seems to be some just irregularities in it. The way it reads, it's still, where the strike-throughs are, seems a little bit weird, so.
1522?
Yeah. It says the Board of Education recognizes and then TNE mandate is scratched out, but then it just continues on for, so if that's scratched out, it would read the Board of Education recognizes so.
Okay.
So
that's fine.
No, I mean, I'm like,
so those two will be, just make sure you note those when you make the motion.
Yep.
Okay, any other discussion on policy items? Okay. We have arrived at public comment number 2. Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments. Again, please sign in and sign your address and then state your name and address. And please be aware that your comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hello, Jenny Chapman, 123 Magnolia Street. Oops, excuse me. So I want to start out by saying that I really want to thank you for your commitment to service in the community. And, excuse me, my mouth is dry and it's late, as you know. So, but I also hope that you will understand and appreciate the level of service to the community that I and a lot of people here have devoted to these meetings and into the amount of research and advocacy that goes into all of this. So we've definitely met you halfway, and I hope you're listening. And in light of that, I would like to read to you a letter from community members, signed currently by 283 members of the community. This is a letter we'd like to email to you so that I don't have to read all the names aloud, and there might be more by the end of the night. So if that's okay with you, we'll just email it to you. Okay. We understand that the legally required evaluation of Superintendent Timothy Capone by the Board of Education is imminent and is scheduled to occur by April 30th, 2014. We strongly request that you consider the information provided below, submitted to you by the signatories below, as you craft your evaluation and consider Mr. Capone's time with our district, start date of August 2013. We're gravely concerned about the actions taken by Mr. Capone since his arrival in Highland Park. These include, but are not limited to, the overwhelming staff turnover, both voluntary and involuntary, the statements issued by the Highland Park Education Association, the relentless and unnecessarily swift pace of change without due diligence, and the continued lack of community engagement. The community response to several of these actions has been overwhelming. The 2 Board of Education meetings following the announcement of the employee terminations last fall were attended by 400+ residents. Public comment almost universally condemning these measures went on until well after midnight. In unprecedented fashion, dozens of Highland Park residents have continued to attend subsequent board meetings and make known to you during public comment their alarm about what is occurring in the district. In addition, you've received numerous email communications in this regard. The upheaval in the district created by Mr. Capone seems neither appropriate nor useful. We strongly oppose a pace of change that seems to have been adopted for its own sake and that rules out adequate research and evaluation, community input, including that of staff and students, or careful decision-making. Over the past several months, parents, teachers, and members of the community have repeatedly put questions to Mr. Capone in an effort to understand the thinking behind many of his actions. The response has been silence. Mr. Capone has refused to respond to many community questions, has refused to consider their concerns, and often has refused to engage with the public. We continue to insist that individual meetings are not the equivalent of public discourse and input. We assure you that the Highland Park community is extremely concerned about the direction of our schools. By now you must know that residents are considering moving out of town. Our excellent staff is polishing their resumes. Our parents, staff, community, and students are feeling distraught. We ask you to carefully consider these concerns during Mr. Capone's evaluation on April 30th. For all of these reasons, we've concluded that we do not have confidence in our current superintendent of schools. The Highland Park schools and all of our students need and deserve a superintendent who brings a willingness to collaborate, a practice of listening, and a spirit of responsiveness to our community. We urge our representatives on the Board of Education to seek a seasoned superintendent who will lead this district deliberatively and with care. We urge the Board of Education, in no uncertain terms, to take all necessary steps to bring about an urgently needed correction in course. With that in mind, we request that you include this letter and related timeline in his professional file for your review and consideration during his annual evaluation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just send that to us at the board email address, Jenny.
Judy Pietrobono, 40 South 4th Avenue. I just have a short statement and a question for the board and the superintendent. I'd like to address an issue that came up this past week about the district's response to some parents opting out of this New Jersey Ask and some of the other standardized tests. There's been a lot of press both in New York and New Jersey regarding the opt-out movement from parents who are opposed to the standardized test for a variety of reasons. I strongly believe it's a parent's right to opt out their child, and I also, of course, respect parents who choose to have their children participate in the assessments. I am a parent of a 9th grader, and I plan to opt out of the biology test in late May. I assume that this wouldn't be a problem. I still hope it won't be a problem. There are many simple ways for a district to accommodate a student who is not taking the exam. And of course, I'm more than willing to work with the district for a reasonable solution for my child. If the district would prefer my child not to come to school during the exam, come in later, that's fine. Sit quietly and read a book while the other students are taking an exam, that's fine too. But what upset me is recently my neighbor sent a letter to her principal, and the response she received was that there is no opt-out policy in New Jersey, and that her son would be expected to show up on the days of the exam. And if he does show up for school on those days, that he would be expected to take the test. That really didn't seem to me like the district was working with the parent. She sent the letter with advance notice, didn't get a response until right before the exam. It didn't seem like there was any offer to work with her to opt out. So I guess my question is, what is the district's official position regarding opt-out? Will accommodations be made for students who come to school? Will they be forced to do the sit and stare for the entire 2 hours of the test? And also, if accommodations will be made, what will they be? If we want to keep our students home during that time, is there going to be any repercussions as far as, missing school days or anything like that? So if you can answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
So the administrative code that says that all students will test in grades 3 through 12 for all statewide assessments.
Correct.
So if they are present in school, then they'll be given the test. And at that time, then normal testing procedures occur. And so depending on what the circumstance is, and this is all individualized, there is no opt-out. You can't come in and say, you will give my child a V2. It all depends on what the circumstance exists. And so because of that, that's what we notified the parents with. And that's to ensure that, number one, that our teachers aren't exposed to any kind of teaching irregularities, where they're going to be investigated for that potentially if there's a lot or if there's issues. And number two is that there is a concern that if we don't meet the threshold, according to the Executive County Superintendent and the Department of Education, what they do is they have financial penalties. And so we've talked all night about our finances, and so our job is to administer the test, and so those are the parameters. If they
Right,
come to school,
I do of course understand that. We did contact the state to ask what the state's opt-out policy was, and they said they don't have one, and to contact the district.
which is very different from New York. And so you're really comparing apples and oranges
Right.
as far as the opt-out and those two different states. But again, I've explained to you that this is what it is that we're doing. If
Right.
they're in school, then they're given the test. At that
Okay,
point,
so then my question is, I as a parent feel that I have my right to opt my child out. I'm speaking for myself only. As I said, so the biology exam is the end of May. So if I keep my child home for the 2 hours of the exam and then send him back to school, am I going to have an issue? I need to know that as a parent. I don't know who to ask that to besides you. There's no principal in the high school. So who do I notify that my child won't be at school during the exam? And I just want to make sure
he's not going to get any repercussions as far as missed, school days.
So, I mean, the attendance policy in this district, I mean, is clearly stated. You know, as far as you holding your child out and then sending them to school, again, that's your parental prerogative.
Okay.
So we are saying, I want to help clarify this, if you don't mind, Judy. If we can, will the district at least accommodate parents to tell them the hours of the exam, whatever the exam is they're choosing to opt their child out from, is between, I'm just going to make up times, between 8:30 and 11:30. If you bring your student in at 11:30, they still have half a day of school, it will still be counted as a day. Or, I mean, because districts handle this differently all over the state. Some districts do allow students to come in for testing, sit in another room if their parents have indicated that they want them opted out. So these are choices that we're making. So I want to be clear that as a district, we're making choices as to how to handle the situation. If other districts have done this, other parents have opted their students out in past years. This isn't the first year that this is happening across the state. I haven't heard of any instances of testing irregularities across the state. I haven't heard of any instances of funding withholding from the state. So I think parents are just asking for very concrete answers. Can I bring my student in at 11:30 and have that be acceptable? Or at whatever time the district says would be the time to bring the student back in. I understand that the district obligation is to test all children, but when we have parents who are saying that they want to make different choices for their children, how can we accommodate that?
Again, I mean, that would be something that, you know, in the individual building, I would encourage you to contact them as far as, you know.
Well, in the high school, who would that be?
Ms. Adams.
Who should I contact in the high school?
Mr. Soto is there, Ms. Adams is there, the guidance department is there. Any one of those people would be able to answer your question as far as the dates.
Okay, so if I can say that I was referred to them by you, they'll respond to me if I ask the question what they should do that day.
We're the final place that you should be coming in terms of this inquiry. Once you make it through that chain of command, if you're not satisfied, then you can come back. Then the appropriate place is to come back to us.
Well, I'm not asking for permission to opt my child out. I just don't want my child put in the middle between a disagreement between, I know you have a role that you have to do, I have my role as a parent. So my child hasn't missed very much school. You know, he can go, walk to school after the exam. So I just wanted to know what I just wanted to hear for the record what is the district policy, because that hadn't really been made clear if there was one or who was answering it.
Great.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, but again, I do want to point out, and I had expressed to Tim that I was going to point this out this evening. Parents started asking these questions to the district via email to all the responsible parties, from the principals to the classroom teachers, all the way up to the central administration. If this had been handled when the questions first came in, then we wouldn't be at the point where parents are asking the day
today
of.
was the start of
When did you meet
Jersey
with the
Ask, so-
executive county superintendent about this?
Friday, we had a meeting and discussed it as far as the department and what the position was going to be. We provided, again, this is something that is a bit of a gray area, and the protection as far as,
Absolutely.
again, you can say that, you don't know of any financial penalties, but that has been a practice of them in the past. And
Can you cite,
No,
I honestly,
can't.
I don't know of
can't.
one
But-
district that
but
has
in
been
the-
penalized.
Okay.
I mean, if there's other information out there, I'd be interested to hear it, but I have not heard of one district, actually nationwide, that has been penalized.
The intent is, and I alluded to this in our communication on Friday as well, is that this is the administrative code. And as a board and as an administration, that's our responsibility to
Absolutely.
implement it. And so to be making other arrangements for students, I don't really think that's appropriate. Parents have a decision they can make as far as what they can do. We've laid out, this is what the statute, or this is what the code is, and they need to make decisions that are appropriate for their children.
Yeah, and I think as long as we're making that clear, and then we're making the process as
We can't encourage
I
the
don't think
process.
anyone is saying to encourage the process, but to,
I think the clarity, is good, and I think
Yeah,
knowing the
that's
right
what I'm
people to go
asking for.
to.
So parents should
Yeah.
contact their building principal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I did just want to reiterate the point that if questions are answered when parents first ask them, then we wouldn't.
If answers are to be had, right? But
But then the answer would be, I'm so sorry, I don't have that answer for you right now. I will get that answer to you, because then I also then tried to get those answers, and I was also not given those answers.
There's a clear chain of command, and I don't know when it was followed and when it was not, but the first point of contact is always the teacher, the principal.
And those contacts were all made, and then they were given an answer that it was going to be okay, and then the answer was that it was not going to be okay. So there's been a lot of back and forth. So this is where clearer communication from us from the very beginning would halt a lot of these situations.
Brian McFadden, Dina Cola, 118 South 2nd Avenue. To short-circuit some of this, Mr. Sherman, you just asked, well, the chain of command, let's go through the chain of command, and when you don't get a reasonable answer or a satisfactory answer, then come here. That was to Ms. Petrobono. I'm here to tell you we've gone through the chain of command, and we haven't gotten a satisfactory answer. We got no response from the superintendent. We started off in March of this year with a letter to pretty much everyone. Our children's teachers, the principals, the superintendent, and the board. You probably have it, you've probably seen it.
And read them. And
read them. That didn't get responded to except with the courtesy response, we've gotten your email. And there's a policy. In your own policies, there's a policy that the president of the Board of Education, Mr. Ross, shall respond to the emails.
Tell me where that is.
That policy gets
Just tell me where that
observed
is.
in the breach.
Brian, you have
But that's
that?
the policy. So, going through, this was in March. We wrote another letter after we didn't get anything other than the courtesy response, saying, okay, give us a response. At that point in time, it was essentially confirmed to us that this shouldn't be an issue. We'll acknowledge this, and we'll let your children do this. We'll provide alternatives for them. They can sit and read while the test is occurring. Then in early April, we get an email from two principals saying, we were wrong, all students are going to be tested if they're in the building. We got a new email or Ms. Callis got an email from someone down in Trenton saying, you can't do it. So we sent another email saying, okay, code it as V2. This is the policy for it. Code our children's test as V2. We're not going to be tested. Another week goes by. We don't get a firm response until Friday, when the test is scheduled to start this morning. That's unacceptable. That level of discourtesy, when we've reached out, we've asked the questions, is not acceptable. And Mr. Capone's been silent throughout all of this. So today was the first day for the NJS. And I know that there were students today who objected to the test. I don't know what happened to them, but I've been told that there was some, let's call it nominal threats, that if a student refused to open up the test, they were going to be considered belligerent, and they were to be reported. I've never heard of someone saying, if you don't open up a book, that's belligerent behavior, and you may be subject to discipline. And I want confirmation from the board that that's not going to happen. That's not, because I got to tell you, if that happens to my child goes in tomorrow, and he gets disciplined because I don't want him to take the test, that's a huge problem. And if you think my son is being belligerent and not opening up a test, or that I'm being belligerent and sending emails to you, or asking for Oprah requests, because I noticed in the beginning we said Oprah requests were $11,000. No surprise, I'm one of the Oprah requesters. But if you think that behavior's been belligerent up to now, get my son involved in this. Discipline him for being belligerent, for not opening up a test. And you'll find out belligerent behavior, because I will be tremendously upset at that point. And I don't want to be tremendously upset. I get tremendously upset at work with my clients, having to deal with the things that I have to deal with. I don't need this. And a policy, you guys passed a resolution against high-stakes standardized testing just a few weeks ago. Now, put the actions behind that policy. When parents come to you and say, listen, we don't want to do this. We don't want our kids to have to go through this. My son has legitimate problems with these tests. Compassion. Stand behind the words, stand behind the conviction of being against high-stakes testing, and offer legitimate, reasonable responses to these things. Don't make them sit and stare until other kids are finished with the test. They did that in New York. New York Division of Child Services, what used to be DIFUS in New Jersey, said that's abusive behavior. So, to Mr. Sherman, asking, well, go through the proper chain of command, and when you don't get a reasonable response, then come here. Well, I'm here. And give us a response. Talk about it. Come up with a reasonable response for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Is there any other public comment at this time?
Robert Slevich, 123 Magnolia Street, Highland Park. Earlier, Darcy made a comment about tabling the 7441 electronic surveillance policy. I really hope you guys do that. Right now, the electronic surveillance policy, as it's written, would allow the Board of Education to do just about anything and everything to monitor any and every action by me, by you, by anyone who comes into this building. Me using my cell phone, there's no limits to that policy. Absolutely none. If it was just to say, hey, we got some cameras around and we're going to have some photographic images taken, fine. But put those kind of limits on it. Right now, it just says electronic surveillance. So you guys could employ whatever you wanted to. And I think that is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
So
I have no idea who wrote that, but I really do hope you table it.
So the policy is codifying what we already do into policy. We have electronic surveillance. It's actually going further. It's actually providing more transparency to what we already do, which provides the signage that we are recording, which is not actually shown right now. If you look at the high school, there's cameras within the hallways, within the stairways, within the outsides of the buildings. If you come into this school, it's the same thing on the outside to get in. You know, this is codifying what we do, and when in terms of discipline, we use that video evidence to make determinations and so forth.
So right now you're saying that every time I walk into the building and I use my phone on the Bartle website, that you are recording every address I went to because you're pulling my IP address, so you can have that kind of information, you can go through it, and that any phone calls I make, if they go through your Wi-Fi routers, you can do that, and that you can also record any conversations I have and use any other sort of electronic surveillance? Or are you just trying to say it's about the cameras that you have? Because if that's what you're trying to say, write it that way. Because if it's just open-ended like that, I think you're going to have a whole hell of a lot of problems from me and other people who don't want that kind of surveillance. I sign a waiver at the beginning of the year as to whether or not my kids' pictures can be used in any sort of publication. Now you're going to have a policy that you guys can do whatever you want to monitor them. I already have some problems with the idea that you want to use Google Docs and whether or not those Google Docs can be tracked when they leave the school and open them up somewhere else because they have access to my computer and the records that are there based on just simple things as cookies. and you want to have that sort of open-ended policy, that piece of policy that you have written there that you're going through the first reading tonight is a piece of crap because it's too open-ended. Rewrite the policy, then read it. Don't do it tonight. Table it tonight because you're going to have some problems. And the second thing, I still would really like a technology plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Hi, my name is Allison Salerno. I live on Grant Avenue. I have some concerns about the administrative supervision of the high school. Mr. Ross, you said the other night that you think you've made great strides in communications, and I want to share the experience that I had this week that tells me that is a very bad communication with the school district to my family. My kids emailed me Monday saying Dr. Williams was gone. That was the first I heard of it. He's no longer in the building. I said, who's supervising the high school? They said, doesn't look like anybody is. So I wrote to the board. Then I heard Tuesday morning from my son, oh, Ms. Adams is doing day-to-day. I thought, that's a relief. She's a great person. So let me call the high school. I called during, I'm a teacher in a different district. Let me call during my PNC and confirm that she's there and my problem is over, okay? I called. The secretary or paraprofessional who picked up the phone said Miss Adams was out for the day. I asked who the administrator was in the building, watching the building. She said, I don't know. I said, well, let me talk to Mr. Capone. So I called Mr. Capone's office. He was in a meeting, which I'm sure he's in a lot of meetings. So I said, well, let me just identify myself. I think it was Mr. Hogue who's picking up the phones. And I said, you know, I'm concerned about the supervision at the high school today. Who's watching the store today? And he said, I don't really know which administrator's over there. And I said, well, based on my conversation with the secretary and PS guys, I talked to teachers, and there was nobody at the high school for 2+ hours on Tuesday morning. They put me on hold for 5 minutes, and Mr. Soto's secretary picked up the phone. And she said, Mr. Capone is driving over now to supervise the high school today. He's going to be in charge of the high school. I said, okay, well, now it's 9:45. So who was watching the high school earlier in the morning? Then Mr. Capone writes a letter to parents claiming that there are rumors in the community about a lack of supervision at the high school. And he says on Wednesday that Miss Adams is going to handle day-to-day operations of the high school. Then my kids tell me Mr. Soto's in charge of the high school now, and in fact, apparently wrote to staff about this. My kids don't know who's running the high school. I don't know who's running the high school, and I want to know who's running the high school right now. If I were going to go on the chain of command, who am I supposed to talk to? And why aren't you communicating with parents about who's in charge of their children's high school?
Dr. Williams
Yeah, he's not on
is a current
site.
employee.
What?
He is a current employee through May 19th.
Yeah, who's been told not to come back
Okay.
and is not in the building. Okay, so
So-
he's not physically present in the high
When
school.
Dr. Williams is not there,
Yeah, he's not.
Miss Adams supervises.
Doesn't she also supervise the middle school?
And we have put Mr. Soto there as well for support.
So Ms. Adams has, my understanding is she's 2 days a week, then 3 days a week, then 3 days a week, then 2 days a week. So she's part-time at the high school and part-time at the middle school. You said that she would be handling day-to-day at the high school, so she's no longer at the middle school? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, Mr. Soto, Miss Adams, and Mr. Lassiter sat down. I can't tell you the exact who's going to be where
Well, that's
on those
really
minutes.
unfortunate.
You
That's
have
really
3
unfortunate.
administrators in that facility.
Now we do. We didn't Tuesday morning until you went running over there with in your car, okay? As a parent, you have an obligation to tell us who's in charge of the high school, and I've gotten 3 different stories now as to who's running the high school. And I don't appreciate it. I really don't. It's disrespectful.
Allison.
And it's no, don't, my name is Ms. Salerno. I call you Mr. Capone, you can call me Ms. Salerno.
When we have principals meetings,
Right, I was just about to say this.
they occur at Bartle School.
Yes.
I can't hear what you're saying.
When we have principal meetings, they occur at Bartle School.
Uh-huh.
During that time frame, the principals come to this building, which means that you have one administrator in that facility. You have Ms. Adams.
Okay, that's great.
Well, that's the same situation that you're talking about on Tuesday, and it's the same situation that has happened on Thursday mornings when we had principal meetings.
And for IEP meetings.
We can go on and on.
I would really appreciate it if you could let parents know who's in charge of the high school. It's a basic thing for parents to know. And I do not feel adequately communicated with as a parent with 2 kids in that high school.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Hi, Buffy Wild Greenberg, 123 Park Place. I'm sorry to take up any time because it's incredibly late, but I just wanted to follow up on what Brian talked about with opt-out. And first, I'd like to say that I would hope that this board and this town would be a leader in the opt-out movement in New Jersey and would definitely provide adequate accommodations for students who do opt out, and also inform parents of what those accommodations are. And maybe it's because of the late hour, but I couldn't quite understand what our district's policy is, if accommodations will be made, what those accommodations are, such as letting the student, sit in the library with a book while the test is going on. And I was just hoping to get some clarity on what our policy is.
If they're present in the school, they are given a test. And then from that point, depending on what the testing procedures are, whether they refuse, whatever the circumstances, it's dealt with as an individual basis. We're not going to have a blanket statement as far as this is the accommodation or this is going to be the change based on those decisions. Everything is done individually.
Okay, I would like to say that, as a resident, as someone who is supportive of the opt-out movement, that policy is supportive of standardized testing, which really shows that the resolution passed was completely hollow, and that this Board of Education is standing behind the way standardized testing is being used in our district and across the state, and I find that personally very disappointing.
I think it's a misread, honestly. I mean, the resolution that was put forth was how the board feels about things. The regulations that guide things like state testing, standardized testing, or teacher evaluation systems are not things that are at our discretion. We cannot say, to my knowledge as a board, we reject the teacher evaluation system, and so we're going to opt our teachers out of the teacher evaluation. Excuse me, I know.
But I just want to clarify, because I've sat and I've listened for many hours now, so I want to just take my time and respectfully say that that's absolutely not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this board can tell the parents and the students here that if you choose to opt out, if you choose to exercise that right, we will make accommodations for you. We will let you sit in a library with a book. That's all I'm asking.
We may not encourage that.
That's not encouraging.
That is encouraging.
No,
if we discuss possible options, if you opt out, you can go to the library and read a book, right? What parent would not want their kid to go to the library and hang out and read a book and not take NJ Ask 5? I think every single parent in the district would take that option. If the option was given, here's what we can do.
I would be
Option
very proud
A,
of Highland Park if that happened and,
And-
every
and-
child here opted out. I think that it would show that we're ahead of the curve and we're fighting back and not just taking all of these regulations and, quite honestly, passing very empty resolutions.
But this is my concern with the opt-out in this district, is I believe it will segregate this district in terms of those who choose to opt out and of those families who know they can opt out and those families who can't. And I think that it is a very slippery slope that we go down. If we segregate the population of those who choose to opt it out and those who choose to take the test, I think we will notice that those go down very economic and social and racial lines, if that's the choice that we do.
I think this is about respecting parents' choices, and this is about treating our students with respect. I think the way this is being handled currently, it's putting the children, it's making the children responsible, rather than making the adults responsible.
The adults are responsible. Either they send their kids to school or not.
Okay, but then we need to make that very clear.
We have.
Your only option is to not have your child come in, but you can have your child come in then at 11:30. That's one option. But I think there is also the option of a student comes in, and if a student objects to the test, I agree with Brian to say that that's belligerence. And so what are the disciplinary consequences for belligerence?
Nobody on the board has said that.
No one would ever say belligerence.
Oh, okay, except it's in an email.
Well, V2 is refusal.
Mhm.
There's a V4 code, which is disruption during testing. So I don't know exactly I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but there is no strong arming or threats that I'm aware of. Now, granted, I'm not the testing coordinator. I'm not in the buildings. I don't play any role as far as that testing.
So are we saying an email didn't go out to parents saying that if a child didn't follow along with the instructions, they would be considered belligerent and to call the administration?
I can't say that it has. I can't say it hasn't. I have no idea. That didn't come from me.
So.
Thank you, Bill. Buffy.
Our practice is exactly what I said it is. If they're in school, then they're given a test. At that point, they make a determination as far as what's done.
They who?
That's it.
What do you mean they make a determination?
The teacher, the people that are proctoring the test.
So we're leaving this up to individual teachers?
They have to make that decision, because they have to make a decision on what is the code. They have to make a decision on what was the problem within that test. They have to make that determination. You can't just send the kid to school and say, here's V2. I want my kid to have V2.
No, the child comes in and says they refuse the test, and then that is a V2. V2 is refusal. That's part of the code as well.
It's a determination made at the testing site.
Okay, well, that's
by
fine.
the proctor. That's who's making those determinations. The proctor, the testing administrator, and the principal.
Okay, I'm Judy Petrovano again. All right, so just to clarify, if a student went into the classroom and said, I'm boycotting the test, I'm just going to sit here quietly, or the teacher said it was okay to read during the test, that's where it ends. Now, say that teacher said, I don't know, you're being belligerent, or this isn't acceptable, or pulled the kid out. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to find out is,
Students, listen, and
if they say that I don't want to take the test, are they pulled out then, or are they not pulled out? If your kid went in and said, I don't want to take the test, I'll just sit here and stare.
if students, there are students across the state that refuse for all different reasons, whether it's opting out, whether they're having a bad day, and that determination is made in that room as far as what the follow-up action is. By the proctor, by the principal, by the testing coordinator. That's who makes those decisions.
So should we be contacting our teacher and the building person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other?
Hi, Kate Yerga, 137 Hill Street. I had a question on page 2 and page 3 under curriculum instruction. Under the staff development workshops. It says data-driven instruction as a workshop title for kindergarten through 5th grade. And then on the following page, it says data-driven instruction 6 through 12. Now, are teachers being taught how to drive instruction with data at the kindergarten level?
In all classrooms, teachers have classroom-level data. And it's how you use that information to inform them about the strengths and the weakness of students so you can best meet those student needs.
So it's just on regular classroom work, that it's not based on testing or anything?
When you're talking, well, again, I mean...
Well, I mean, I'm talking about not like NJS or anything like that, it's just regular...
You're talking about how you
Test and
use
assignments.
student information, student data to identify their strengths and weaknesses. That's what this is. That when people talk about data-driven instruction, that's what it's about. It's about identifying what the kids need and how you use that. Now, we've talked this year about Fontes and Pinnell as far as having a reading program where we can track that over a period of time. And the reason is that that's still classroom-level data. It's not standardized testing. It's not being shared with the state. It's about what teachers have that information to identify, again, what the students need, so that we can adjust our instructional practices to better meet the needs of those students.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
Sorry, Tim, I do have one other quick question, and this is one I addressed to and this is my question. I addressed to my daughter's teachers and to Mrs. Frazier and got answers, but I just wanted to confirm with you, they all seem to feel that this year for first and second grade, we would not be administrating the NJ Pass, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, we'd like to move some of these items. So Claire?
From curriculum instruction, I would like to move items 1 through 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Wharton?
Yes.
Catherine?
I'd like to move items 1 through 20 on the Finance and Facilities Committee agenda.
That includes the addendum. Second.
That's,
Yeah. Where's the addendum?
Is there any discussion?
I'm excited about the homestay program.
Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Abstain from number 9, yes to everything else.
Holy.
God, he didn't like what I said.
to go home.
Did Claire?
I don't know.
By abstaining.
Wake up, everybody.
My fault. My fault.
It's
My fault. All right.
Just making sure you're awake. That was your
Wake up.
wake-up call.
Is that our
Sorry about that.
Morning.
My apologies. Linda, please continue.
Ms. Bull?
yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
yes.
Mr. Wharton?
Yes.
Ann?
I would like to move items 1 through 4 under personnel and communication.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on those 4? Okay, Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry.
Which one is Ms. Sherman?
Mr. Sherman?
Yes. I thought she said
Mr. Wharton?
Yes.
Adam, policies?
Yeah, I'd like to move items 1 through 2, excluding policy 7441 and 1522.
Is there a second?
Can we, I wanted to add 7540 as well, which is the joint use of facilities until we have clarity on what that means.
Sure. The committee will relook at those, and so I'd like to change my motion.
Second.
Is there any discussion on those? Further discussion? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Shoot, there was something I wanted to mention. Anyway, I'll do it another time. Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Warden?
Yes.
Can I just mention one thing? It was one of the ones that we just approved. It's called the Comprehensive Equity Plan. When I looked through it, I think that's one that we should all really read. It really lends itself to so many of the discussions that we've been having about equity in our district and how to make sure all children have what they need. It almost, to me, when I read through it, it almost calls for like an equity task force where we can put together a group of people to really look at the idea of equity in our district and how that plays out. So that's just an idea I wanted to put out
Great.
there.
Thank you. For the President's report, I just want to start with the chair on the Curriculum and Instruction Committee, which will be Claire, which we apparently didn't do when Ashley was appointed. So
I accept.
You've been de facto. Yes. We also need Jesse's positions. Jesse's position was the Middlesex County School Board Association delegate. So we need a volunteer for that position.
I could do that.
Okay.
I was going to nominate Ashley.
I was too.
Oh, sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
not trying to steal Ashley's
No,
please.
No.
Darcy.
It normally goes to the newest board member. That's just why. It's a little hazy.
I'll be quiet now.
Yeah.
And then we also need superintendent's representative to the public library, which has been either a board member or not a board member in the past.
I would be willing to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Ann.
Can I mention something that happens to do with one of those things? Because one of the ones that I got last time was liaison to the communications.
Sure.
And I just happened to reach out to Gary Leslie this week, and we talked about trying to set a meeting date for June 5th for the Cable TV Advisory Committee. That's what mine was. So we're going to try to set up a meeting for that for June 5th and make our focus to try to get the board meetings also broadcast on FiOS, since for whatever reason that just has not happened in the however many years that FiOS has been in Highland Park. So that's going to be our focus.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
So I want to briefly talk about the budget process. Briefly. I had like all kinds of notes.
It's 1:06.
I'm going to read the room, so.
We're here in less than 6 days.
Yes. But I want to thank everybody who was involved in the process. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank the board for the numerous discussions that we had on the budget. I think it was productive. I think it was a lesson learned throughout this process, and we can certainly improve on this process moving forward. I want to also thank the Highland Park Public School Alliance and the folks that were involved in the April 10th budget meeting, which was the one of the 5 budget meetings that was not a school board of education meeting. Specifically Randy Solomon for organizing the event, Mark Wise, who is the moderator, Scott Taylor, superintendent of Kenilworth School District and a Highland Park resident, Chris Jones, who is the legislative advocate for School Boards Association, Brian McFadden DiNicola, Catherine, and Tim, and the members of the public who were at that event and who have shared their thoughts and opinions in the many meetings that we've had. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, sure.
Is there any old business? Is there any new business?
Just one quick thing. I emailed Linda and Tim. I met with David Goldstein from insurance, we've met with before about ways to save a number of our insurances, and I would just encourage you to reach out to him to make a meeting. He has a number of ideas in terms of Obamacare and how, even he works with other districts in the state who are on the state healthcare benefits and ways that they could save on different types of insurance. I would definitely encourage you guys to sit down with him.
Who is he?
David Goldstein from, Linda and I actually met with him about a year and a half ago, and there were not services that he could provide at that time, but he does this free of, and we actually brought it to the board level and chose not to go forward with it, but now with change, his company has evolved, and through no fee, he comes to the district and talks to you about savings in terms of health insurance, liability insurance, a number of different opportunities that he identified. I don't understand it all, but I know you guys would. So I thought, I met with him at PJ's for about an hour and some great exciting things. But I would love for you guys to hear from him to see if it's anything that it's feasible in the district. So you have his email. Please reach out to him.
And I just wanted to mention that that a number of board members attended the Ed Foundation event yesterday, and it was very nice, and the Ed Foundation, I believe, raised quite a lot of money, so they will be able to continue to grant our teachers, you know, the funds for special projects that we can't support. So I wanted to just give a shout out to the Ed Foundation.
Thank you, as always, to the Highland Park Ed Foundation.
It's always great.
Yes. I wanted to bring up the Irving Open House, which is something that we haven't really talked about in a while. I know it was canceled for obvious reasons, but I guess I wanted to see when we were planning to schedule that again, and how we can get notification about that, since that's an important event for the district.
There's been some preliminary work done. We were waiting to see when the new principal is going to start. She had anticipated she was going to be released early. Doesn't look like that's happening anymore, so.
And her effective start date is May 19th?
Yes.
So obviously, as early as we can, we should put information out about that event and get teachers involved and all those sorts of things, so it can be really meaningful.
So you're saying she won't be released before May 19th, but she will be released by May 19th. So she is still expected here for May 19th, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any other new business?
I guess I have something, I don't know if this is new or old or what, but just in response to some of the comments that people made about the opt-out stuff, I think that, number one, just to throw my opinion in there, since now is the right time probably to say it, I certainly hope that kids weren't disciplined for being belligerent for opting out of a test. So I hope that didn't happen. I hope it's not going to happen. I hope we don't show up at a board meeting hearing that it did happen. And if something like that does happen where a kid gets disruptive during testing, I hope that it's pretty crystal clear that they're being disruptive and they're truly being disruptive, and we have an understanding of where that's coming from. So I don't want to be here on Monday night next week hearing about ambiguous actions that were taking place during the testing process. The other side of it is, it's as late as it is tonight, I don't think that I could articulate very clearly how I feel about opting out, how I feel about opting in, or the relative value of the tests. But on the same token, I'm not convinced that we did a great job communicating with people about what they could or should or needed to do with this stuff. So I think we need to acknowledge that as a start. And I don't know what we need to do, but we got to talk. We're going to have to do something about, and this is at a future meeting, I'm just saying out loud, I think we do have to talk about how to codify something to make it crystal clear to people who are choosing to opt out how they need to behave, and that it's not ambiguous, and that it's not I understand our position right now that it's, if you don't want your kids to take the test, they should stay home. I understand that position. I'm not, it's late enough that I don't know that I can even say how comfortable or uncomfortable I am with it, but I feel like that's something we need to talk about at a future meeting. And like relatively soon at a future meeting, but I just don't know that tonight is the right night to go into depth. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that, but I'm just throwing
I don't think tonight is the right night, is my
No,
thought.
but I will just say to your point, I mean, I think you said it very well, Greg, and that I did bring this up multiple board meetings ago, that I wanted this addressed at the board level.
Absolutely.
Multiple emails have come in. I tried to get answers administratively as well via email. I did not get answers. I had to make multiple follow-up emails to get an answer. And then in trying to get answers, I was then threatened with ethics violations just by trying to get answers. So I think this is a practice that cannot continue, and questions need to be answered, whether we don't have to agree on issues, we don't have to see eye to eye.
To break administrative
I did not
code,
tell
when
you,
you're
sir,
saying
to
that we
break
should be
anything.
encourage or creating
I
circumstances
didn't say we
to do
should
this.
encourage or create anything. I was asking you what your administration's
You
policy
received
was
the same
going to
response
be.
that we gave to everyone else.
And I didn't think it was sufficient, and I thought it needed to be fleshed out more, and I think we're seeing by the public comment that we've seen today that I was correct. And I'm sorry, threatening people with ethics violations is not an answer.
I think discussing ethics violations is probably valid if there's board members or if there's anybody who's involved in the district.
Absolutely, but if someone thinks that I've committed an ethics violation, then they should file one against me. and if not, they shouldn't threaten them.
Okay. Is there any other new business? Okay. And I think to Greg's point, biology competency test is coming up at the end of May, and this is probably a good conversation to have.
But there are parents, this is currently, it's going on right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, today was the
Well,
first day.
but,
And
right, May 5th is our next meeting, so. Is there any other new business? Okay, the Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments.
You've already spoken. Wait, yes, you already spoke.
it's a race now.
Got to like fight tooth and nail to get a public comment here. Hi, my name is Matthew Hirsch. I live at 333 Felton Avenue here in town. I'm sorry for my outbursts before. Kim Hammond has seen me spontaneously combust at public meetings before, so I do apologize for that. I think my frustration was, I mean, and this will segue into some of the work that I'm doing with you and the board, is that, you know, I show up at these meetings, and, you know, we and, you know, the public, the dispassionate public want to be informed. Just want to be informed of district goings-on, want to be informed what's happening in the schools, want to be informed what's happening with the budget. And when I sit in this room, there's so many narratives going on in here that it gets a little frustrating. So, well, you know, and it's not just for me, because I can probably find out what those narratives are, but anybody who's showing up, you know, you want this room filled with ordinary people, not out of rage. You just want people to be here all the time. Because that's part of the civic process, and that's what you want to do. You want to engage people and bring them out, and you want them to come here and understand what's going on in the district without having to kind of read between these, you know, read through these tea leaves. So when you talk about emails, about bullying and belligerence, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm like, what is going on? You know, and if people are going to be talking about emails and communications between the district and the parents, and if the parents are showing up and, you know, alluding to some kind of incident that's happened, don't be coy. You have to talk about it, because I'm sitting there, I'm like, this is amazing, and this is me, you know, when I can probably ask, you know, any number of these people, you know, any number of you in the room, you know, what's happening. So, I mean, I would just urge people to be considerate of the fact that we want Highland Parkers, all Highland Parkers, to show up at these meetings and be informed and engaged, help the board make better decisions, help the community better understand what's happening in the district, and ultimately have a better community. That's what we want. So when there's all these like little pocket narratives going on, that in itself is kind of destructive and can give people the wrong impression about what's happening in town. So there's that. I did want to give an update on the and just one other thing with cable TV. The borough's public information oversees cable TV, so I would love to be at that meeting.
You bet.
Gary didn't tell me about that, so
Matt loves to be in a meeting.
Oh, sorry.
Matt loves to be in a meeting.
I mean, I'm just, you know, that's
Yeah, Gary and I literally just talked about this 2 days ago, so.
That's in our purview, and you know, so we have a liaison on the borough's public information committee now. So that should just a point of order that should probably pass through our committee.
Great.
The Board of Ed's communications task force. We've been kind of going back and forth about. We had tabled a section on the budget. This was at a meeting last month because we didn't really know what the budget process was going to look like. I think, and Kim, who's been very involved, I think we, you know, realized that there is some, you know, work to be done as far as just, you know, introducing and vetting a budget and letting people understand how it reflects, you know, goals and priorities. So we do want to convene and just weigh in there. I thought tonight was actually, I mean, I think the board has really been getting a lot better as far as just communicating, the back and forth communications, answering the public when when they have questions. I thought Thursday night's meeting, actually, I thought a lot of questions were answered on Thursday night, and that was an interesting meeting because you had, you know, a much different crowd come out were asking maybe similar questions but framed differently, but from a different perspective. So I mean, that helped me, and I'm sure it helped the board and anybody else in attendance, kind of understand a more comprehensive a view of what the community is going through. I know we like to use that term, but it's I think just ultimately going back to my first point, the community is